sensitivities. Viewer discretion is
Chat,
advised.
hello, chat, hello. How are you doing? Big day. big day. Jeff, thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate that. The tier 3 as well, Jeff. Thank you for the support, bro. Good to see you, man. Whole year as well, dude. Thank you so much, man.
The stage today, and the question on everyone's mind is who
That's
has what it
team
takes
based
to
as
make
well.
it to Sunday's grand
Oh god, everyone's running for the
finals.
seats.
And look at that sea of humanity as they're making their way into
Who have I got
the
today?
venue. Welcome everyone to day 11.
Who have I
of
got
Masters
today?
Toronto,
PRX
coming at you live
and
from the Entercare Center with 2 gigabangers.
FNATIC or
You got
G2?
Kakuka as well as Mimi, and joining us for a very special part of the show, you got
Chat,
Sase.
FNATIC are gonna get away
Of course,
with
pleasure
not
to
having
have
to
your
play
man.
Sunset
You
or...
know, and listen, it's always good to have just more representation for us on the desk. You know what I'm saying?
But something's still making me think that it might be
You already got it.
Do you know what? Honestly, from what I've seen,
yeah.
I think I'm gonna say FNATIC.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll go PRX FNATIC.
Yeah,
I'm not
or
super
you
confident
guys
about the
can join
FNATIC
us
one.
and B-Ball too.
Come to the club.
Apparently Mixwell is going to join you fairly
gonna
soon.
River Road,
Yeah,
thanks so much for the
yeah,
16 months, dude.
Mixwell,
Thank you.
Baby, hold on to that hair as long
think
as you
I can
Okay, trust me.
up
You
this
go,
a bit.
once you cut it, it ain't coming back. Now, in any case, though, we got a packed house in the crowd here, and Ben Sealy is
FNS,
doing
hello,
what
mate.
he
Sorry,
does
what did you
best,
say, dude?
and
I'm
hold court
awful.
with the masses. So let's see what he's up to today.
Mate, all you said was well.
We are into our
That's
finals
it.
weekend of Masters Toronto.
thought you were coming
here,
in
and
with
make
some
sure
big
that If you
statement.
have your tickets, you have to come in early because you have an opportunity to meet one of your favorites, Tens himself. Line's already full. I'm going to try to step in right now. Tens, I'm so
If
sorry to
PRX
bother you
win, I'm
after this
gifting
signature. I know you're a
$50
busy
in the
man, so I'm
YouTube
gonna have a
chat.
quick
Josh,
question
I'm
for
remembering your name,
now
Josh.
that Sentinels is gone,
I'm gonna hold you
who do have
accountable.
winning to Masters Toronto?
PRX.
Damn.
PRX it is. Tens,
No
thanks
hesitation.
so much. See you guys.
Oh, boy.
They're just going to let him skip the queue like that?
I know, right? That's kind of messed up. Van
Crazy.
Silly gotta wait in line like everyone else. Can you imagine the rest of like our camera crew like stuck in the line just waiting to go talk to Tens? Hey,
hold up,
what do you guys think? Tens going for PRX.
Who did I
What do you
miss?
think?
He's
Ginormous, thank you so much for the bits,
That's what I'm
dude.
saying.
Unreal.
I mean, you know what? PRX deserves a title. That's a fact.
I do agree.
Yeah, but I
Thank
mean,
you so much,
we still haven't
Ginormous.
seen last in America,
Shenanigan
so
as
we
well, thank
should
you, bro.
cheer for
Appreciate
them.
the 6 months. Thank you for
Exactly,
that.
right, Mimi?
Let PaperX have another finals. Will they win it? History would point to no, so I'm probably also rooting for G2
No,
a
is
little
everyone
bit.
flaming?
Well,
I think he's onto something.
Oh.
He knows.
Okay,
He knows.
okay.
He knows, and soon we will know
Nikto,
too.
that's kind of
this
crazy,
one
man.
right here, Kakuka, she's
I'm trying to remember what I
she's
was
a
doing on
knower.
the stream
She's a
5
knower.
years
Now,
ago.
let's
I probably
talk
streamed
about
like
the
once every
matches
6 months.
that we've seen here because we saw a wild comeback from G2 to take down Gen G. And Kakuka, just want to start with you real
Watch out,
fast.
Cuz,
because what an
PaperX.
incredible comeback that was to solidify our top 4.
Yeah,
think so.
absolutely. Many people did not expect it. You might have thought that Gen G had that in the bag, but round after round in this Icebox, G2 proved that they have exactly
The
what
only
it
curse
takes
I
to
believe
get
in is
this further
Chopra curse.
into the competition.
Everything else is
Sashi, a lot of stuff has been
Not a thing.
surprising this tournament thus far. I want to ask, what is the run or the team that has just like impressed you and surprised you the most from watching at home thus far?
Man, I gotta say, whoa.
Wolves.
Yeah.
Reds for
is
tonight.
insane, you know?
We're
Like,
going for
when you
PaperX
watch, like,
FNATIC.
Chinese teams playing,
I can,
like, oh, they are so aggressive. They like play
the G2 FNATIC one's really close.
Like most Asian teams
And to be
do
honest,
that, but
PaperX
China's,
Wolves
like, a
is
little
really
bit different
close as
on
well,
that.
and I
Yeah.
think
they
that
managed to get like to the upper final playing
Wolves
good Valorant. Like they should like mix the
might
aggressive
be
and
in
the
charge of the map
defensiveness
veto
of the game,
from what
which
I've
was, like,
seen.
amazing to watch.
I love that you say that because also the only match that they lost was against Sentinels, and then they went on to literally win every single map. They haven't even dropped a map ever since. It's crazy that they could make it today into that grand final without dropping a map.
Yeah.
Did you think we'd see a lower bracket though? It's now FNATIC and G2 down there.
No
The
one can
only
cast
two
it.
1 seeds
That's the
left
thing.
in
Can
the
you even
tournament.
cast the
Bro, I
train?
gotta say, like, this match is the craziest one that I have ever seen in the Valorant scenario. Like, who could imagine that it was like G2 and FNATIC on lower, and then we had like PaperX and WOL as a C3 from China
Yes.
on upper
Go
final.
C3,
Like, what?
yes.
The C3s.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna say right away, I gotta go for G2 here, okay?
Yeah.
Just saying.
I like
Sorry,
where his
sorry.
head's at. I like where his
bad.
head's at. You know, guys, today's upper final
G2 will
is,
keep
of
that
course, the
permaban?
subject
I
of our
think so.
MasterCard fan poll. We
I
want
think
to know
so.
which team will be the first to qualify for
That's
Sunday's
the thing,
grand
it's
final.
good maps
so make sure you
for-
scan that QR code. It's about to pop on the screen right
It's funny,
there.
both of these
Get
teams like to
your
veto the same
first-
thing.
Make sure you
You
use
got
those
PaperX
hashtags
Wolves, they
Valorant
both like to
Masters
veto
and
Haven.
VCT.
And then you got
So you can go ahead and feature your
FNATIC.
good stuff
Sorry,
on
yeah,
the
FNATIC and
broadcast.
G2, and they
Remember,
kind of
only
both
send us the good stuff. You send us the
don't
bad
really
stuff,
like
we send it
Sunset,
back. Now,
but it will be a
let's go ahead, though,
Pal
and check
Sunset.
in on our
PRX Perma bans
MVP
Haven,
race,
yeah, and I think they're going to
because
stick with
one
it.
player in our
I
Final
can see
Four is
Wolves
gonna be
flowing
taking home, the MVP bracelet. Beautiful,
Godness of Candy,
pristine,
thank you so much for the
gorgeous.
tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
Kiss. Now, of course, we spent a lot of time talking about the aimers across all these different teams. I think now let's go ahead and talk about the brains, the captains, the minds, the IGLs, and let's start things off first, Sasi, with Sufat and Forsaken. What do you make of these two guys so far?
Okay, I gotta say Forsaken.
maybe for
champs.
champs.
Something else, but you
Rodra,
are
maybe
on your
for champs.
prime, bro. I feel like this is the prime Forsaken right now.
And not only is he playing great individually, but he stepped up into even more of a leadership role than
Again,
than
if
he
I
had
don't
in the
have to
past
leave,
on
I'm not gonna
paper.
like
He's definitely been
argue
instrumental
heavy about
to
it.
their run. But
That's my
Sufat
thing.
Bea is a completely new
Like, it'd be
player
cool
the
to go to the
global
events, but at the
stage.
same
He's now
time,
in this
dude, I
conversation.
like
I've been
being in one
singing
place
the
for one
praises
time.
of Spring,
It's
of
nice.
Juicy, the individuals, but I do not think this Wolves teams could have made it this far without this man leading them. Well, not this one, obviously, but Sufat, the presence that he's had on
Genji is
stage,
out yet.
every single
Genji's
press
out.
that he's given us,
Only got 4 teams
teaching
left.
us how he's leading this team to where they are right now.
So impressive what they've both been able to accomplish here, right, Mimi? And now you look on the other side, though, you got Valen, who's playing some incredible Valorant right now. And Boaster, we talked to earlier, was saying, hey, I'm making great calls. The play calls are nice, and that's what I'm all about.
For sure, and two of the guys here, Saucy, both
I've never seen a
Boaster
man
and
walk
Sufat.
faster
We've
than
seen
you
the
seem to
antics
leave
on
the
stage,
Berlin
getting
arena
up,
after
dancing,
game
bringing
changes.
the energy. Last
wasn't
time you
that
were playing,
fast,
when you won a
surely.
trophy, it was with Zelsis
Maybe
on
at
your
the
team.
airport, man,
What's
trying to get my
having a
plane back
player
home.
like that, as a
Augusto, thank
teammate,
you so
and
much
how
as
does
well,
it
dude.
help the
Appreciate
team
that in
stay
the
in these
YouTube.
matches?
Thank you.
Yeah, I
thank
gotta
you.
say, like, when Jordan came in on Sentinels, Zelsis was like the biggest change on Sentinels, you know? Like, he came on the Brian spot, like Bukada.
Senior announced a new off-season tournament beginning of July. Wait,
what is to
beginning
play
of
Valorant.
July.
Like, it's important to have fun.
Yeah,
At
I
the
might
same time,
be
with
watching that.
seriousness
It depends on the
the
dates.
matches. So,
That
yeah, I
sounds
feel
cool,
like
though.
Sufat BB is like the guy. I gotta say,
Are they
Rizzo
allowed
loves this
that
guy.
now?
Like, he got
Interesting.
everyone's heart.
Mid-tournament?
I don't know what happened, but like, he's
That's
the guy.
amazing.
Yeah, this
I wonder what the
matchup, like,
Riot
he's
rules
the
now
man,
are
you know? He got the
with
aura
off-season
on
events.
him.
If
Yeah,
that's
he
the
really
thing.
does.
Yeah. So like, Sufat BB is like, he's making those kind of
Did I see
changes
myself
off
in the
his team, you know,
PRX
hyping up
vlog?
and
Yeah,
bring the
I did,
energy,
I
and now
did.
they're in the upper final.
Yeah,
Explain that.
look, all I'm saying
Like
is he gets to
all
pop
of them
off on
watching the
stage.
stream,
I just
which is
want him
kinda
to flex
sick.
those 15-inch
Pretty cool.
pythons and let people see what's really going out there with them arms. You know what I'm saying, Bea?
Yeah, exactly. But thinking about the match that we have later, and going back to Valen and Boaster that I think we brushed over just because... No, just because Sufat, I think, deserves all the praise that we've been giving him. The same speeches and the same words that he's been having, we
With the
also
chance
saw
that
coming in
EVG2 or
from
FNATIC
Valen,
pull out the
right?
surprise
I think
power
that,
pick, not in
their
this
run
game.
that they're having, them being able to come back
FNATIC
in
will
the
ban
situation
Paul.
that they were against
G2 will ban
Gen G
Sunset.
speaks volumes of his capabilities. Same goes for Boaster. I think that he's been around. I don't think that there's a lot of introduction that we have to do about Boaster and how he carries this team, but he definitely gives his 1000% for every single one of the players on that stage.
Look, my guy did the Fortnite L dance, so already kind of an
and
MVP
he can
in my
twerk.
book.
In my opinion, if you can't twerk, you should not get MVP.
Is that important for the
Oh my
MVP, bro?
God.
It is.
I think the twerkometer is quite important. You know, you got to make sure you're
FNATIC will be
you're
happy with
hitting
that.
it
I'm
at the right
super
spot.
happy.
All right, now let's go
Because
ahead
I
and
think
take
it's a very good
moment to
matchup for
get a
them.
little bit more,
If we
to
actually
know a
get
little bit more, excuse me,
I
about
really
our
hope we get
number one
a
seed from America to
Icebox,
play a
to be
game
honest.
that you've played before. If you
Icebox
watch our
third map for
broadcast.
G2, FNATIC would be a
Truth
banger.
and a lie. Now, we reached out to the players for this one, and they gave us some personal facts, okay, 2 per player. All right, and there's going to be 1 lie.
Sunset
and we have
and
to
Antonio
spot
FNATIC will ban it.
I believe we have like a choice thing that's going to pop up here. So we'll allow our guest, Sasi, to make the first call. Who do you want to go for, Valen, Jogmo, or Jonah P?
I'll go for Valen.
All right, Valen up first. Yeah. Let's see what these are. Oh, this is so fancy, the graphics. Wait, well done, guys, well done. All right, number 1, I'm a middle child, older brother, younger sister.
Does he look like a middle child?
Yeah, exactly.
Very specific,
Does
right?
G2 dislike Sunset? Yeah, they've been banning it.
Main in Valorant. Actually, it was my first main.
And I think
in Valorant.
historically they used to
All right,
ban
number
it as
2,
well, actually.
I was studying to become an accountant.
Which game is first? Yeah, Wolves.
An accountant.
It's so vanilla, like an accountant, you know?
Bro.
What are you? I'm in accounting.
Okay.
I think I want to go. What do you guys think it is? 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2. Someone said 3. 3? Okay, we got
3?
a lot of 3s.
Bro, I think it's 3 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. The one lore I know is that I'm pretty sure he was a quarterback and like played a ton of football when he was in high school.
Yeah.
Which
I'm gonna
doesn't
go for
align with accounting. I'm gonna go 3.
Dude,
3.
Sage, when the
let's
game
see
came out,
if
was
Valen wanted to be an
crazy
accountant.
strong.
No, he did not.
We're so good at this, guys.
No one wants that career. Not even accountants.
If it would have been any other profession, like something, I don't know, like a dentist or something like that, I'd be
Exactly.
like,
Yeah.
You know, Shadows was going to become a dentist.
I think I'd make a great accountant.
Oh, you would nail it, yeah.
I would like that job.
Which is exactly up your alley, Mimi. Now, of course, here's our next one. Which one do you want to go for here?
Okay,
Sassy's English always is good.
Jonah P.
Probably not at the
Jonah
beginning, but mate, when you're on a
Canada's very
English-speaking team, you're going to pick it up fast.
Number 1. When I was 5, I tossed my brother's
I'm trying to think.
Pokemon cards in the sewer.
In Reykjavik, I think
Damn, that's
no one
cold.
says English wasn't too bad.
Oh my! All right, 2 in 6th grade. I
Rayquaza,
went on a
thanks so much
ski
for the
trip
3 months.
with
Thank you,
my
thank you.
class and went full
Hello,
speed.
Des. How we doing, mate?
Fell 100 feet down the mountain.
How much is 100 feet in Europe?
Like 33 meters? 35 meters, maybe?
Either way, you get a scuffed up knee somewhere. Number 3, I have a massive dragon tattoo on my back because I was born in the year 2000, which was the year the dragon.
A massive dragon.
I want to believe that number 3 is real.
Yeah,
So
I want to
say
I hope it's
that
real.
the first one, please let it be a lie. Like, I know that this is the kind of anecdote that probably will turn out to be true.
I'm going with 1.
I'm going to vote 3. I cannot imagine that
Why
he would
doesn't
have
PRX like Haven?
If he has a dragon
historically
tattoo on his
hasn't been
back,
great for
I wanna
them.
see it. That's
I will
the-
go for 1.
Yeah,
I'll
You
go
go
for
for
1.
one?
Yeah.
There was like a
it's
time where they
something
used to
we
do
know.
okay on it, but at least
All right,
recently they
let's
can't
see
seem
what
to get
it
to grips
is.
with it.
Oh,
Damn it,
Bro, I'm so disappointed, really.
Is the word massive, you know? It's not
When the
specific
double
enough.
jewelers
Like,
come
what do
suit
you-
them,
what do
it
you
could do.
consider massive? Because for a tattoo, even this size, I would consider massive, you know?
That's true.
I do think that
Depends where it
Haven
is.
is like
Like
one of
Jonah
the
P, like a
most
chill
Something
guy,
this
you know?
size on your face is massive.
important
Yeah.
in terms
Chill
of,
guy with a
or,
giant dragon
maybe
tattoo,
hardest to
imagine.
get. I don't know
Alright, here
which
we
way
go.
to
Next
word
one
it.
is
It's one of the
Jogamo. What do we
harder,
have here? Number
one of the
1,
harder maps to
I hate
understand rotates
Mango
on defense.
and
So maybe
love
that's part of it.
Penelope.
Not sure.
He's 2 cats.
They should like it
That's-
because it's like
Bro.
the more
That's a-
proactive
that's
you are in
a-
defense, the
Mango
better.
is the cat that's on his mouse pad, so
I
that's
am
got to
the-
be a lie.
The youngest child in my family.
There's a world where G2 pick
And number
Haven today,
3,
actually. Think about
I
it.
love apples.
Is this much a
What do you
best of
think it
5? Only
is,
best of 3s
Toronto? You
today.
think it's
Then
1,
everything
2, or
onwards
3?
is
2.
Best of
Already
5.
2. I see a lot of 1s. I see a lot of 1s.
Hello,
Yeah,
Sonia.
I see a
Talk
lot
to
of
me.
ones too.
I'll go
Going
for
on.
it. Gotta
Okay,
be
shout out to the travel chief. All right, what do we have here? I'm going number 1.
Number
Number
one.
1. One's up. One's up. And it is no because he loves his cats
Yeah, of
equally.
course.
I think PaperX and Wolf should play chicken
We
on
could have
banning
done
Haven.
better. We could have
I
done
think
better. I know
PaperX
more
should ban
interesting facts
Haven.
about him than these,
Because
that
I
would
think
be
if
like,
they,
oh,
if it went
They are
to
basically
chicken,
saying,
I think
"We need our
Wolves would
players to be
win. I
better
think
at
Wolves have
lying
something.
So they can make up
No,
things
because
about
Pretty
I
it.
sure
feel that
Wolves
we
have
make up
something
a
for
lot of,
Haven and
twisted, but
PaperX
I think
don't.
like for fun
So I
facts
don't think
about
PaperX should
Joe,
play that
he
game.
could have given so
I
many
am
more.
going to say though, Jonah Pease was very specific.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
shout out to him.
He made it harder.
We need to ask about the that time that he went skiing and what
Assistant
happened.
coach
Now I
from
wanna know.
Wolves just
That's
gives
a
me a
story for
smiley
another day.
face.
Now,
Okay.
Sassy, unfortunately, my friend,
That's
we
the
have to say
confirmation
goodbye
that I
because
needed.
You got to go do your co-stream.
it's fine.
Thank you so much for
Guys,
coming as always.
really, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. You know, like,
course, man.
But man, being at the desk is a privilege for me. So yeah, I will keep
Dude,
watching you guys on
always
on
a pleasure.
Watchparty. Thank you,
Much
thank
Of
you.
appreciated.
course,
Thank you.
Sonia. All
Nice to
good,
have
dude.
you.
All good.
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
fun.
of course. Guys, give it up for Sassy, the legend.
Thank you,
Inside
thank you.
information? I have no
Legend,
inside
you can check him
information.
out
I'm just
on
looking at
his
stuff.
co-stream. He's going to be heading over there in just a little bit. But for now, though, let's get into
Do you think Min's
today's
lying about
upper
PaperX
final
Haven?
matchup between Wolves
Yeah.
and PaperX. And check
pretty
in
sure.
with something, because he spoke with Yinsu, earlier on today.
It's a big day for the paper pals out there. I'm now joined by something. Every single tournament you guys go to, you end up playing EDGs, kind of a meme right now. But you've never played Wolves before, although you do have experiences against the CN region. What's different about
They're
Wolves?
prac partners, right?
I mean, the biggest difference, I think, because they play like a bit different from the Chinese teams. What I mean is they play more aggressive than other Chinese teams. Meanwhile, Wolves play more like structure, game style.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, that's it. There is nothing much to say.
I can't wait to see this matchup. Thank you very much.
And without a doubt, the Wolves have been the breakout team here in Toronto. In fact, wait a minute. Toronto, can we get a little, can you do that for me? 3. Let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. God, I love crowd work. So
was
fun.
okay.
Yeah, you go, we'll try it again. We'll do it a couple more times. I'm
you're
assuming
pretty
we're
good
going to
at
have a few more of these.
Once we
Lotus
get between
Ascent
matches,
split.
Everyone fills in. We'll
So
get a good
PaperX
one.
pick
Yeah, or we
Lotus,
get the
which I
champ
think is the
going,
right
one way or
move.
another. Now let's talk about
Wolves
this
pick
Wolves
Ascent,
lineup here, of
which
course,
honestly
being
is the
led
right
by
move.
Shufat
And then we
Baby
get
and,
split
well, just
third
some
map.
incredible
That's
players
pretty
in this
good.
team, but something that
Then what?
something had said in that
PaperX
interview
ban.
was that, you
So
know,
what
they-
did
they-
Wolves
it's a team
ban
that plays a little bit more
fast?
structure, and that's the thing that we
If
have
PaperX
definitely
banned
caught note of
Haven-
as well, right? They don't fit the typical VCT China kind of
I thought they would have
framework.
banned
Like, what does it mean when someone from
Lotus.
PaperX tells you that you're
Paul?
maybe
Maybe
too
Paul?
aggressive? You know, like,
Yeah, I
what's
don't
that
know what
coming
that
from?
means.
But yeah, what we've seen
Sunset's
from
not the
Wolves
worst
throughout this
shout.
tournament, crazy enough that they already made it to this top 3.
But then you kind of force them to pick Lotus.
Over some of the tournament favorites here in Toronto. They've done it without dropping a single
They
map
banned
after
Icebox
that
first.
Opening matchup that they
I'm not
had
sure about
against
that.
Sentinels, where they lost 0-2.
Icebox
the
first?
comeback that we saw the other day, for example,
I mean, they're not going to
G2
pick
against Gen G,
Icebox
they did
first.
Absolutely, and it's a historic run for VCT CN. Up to this point, only
Again, these
EDG
teams are
made it even
Prague
into the
partners,
top
so there might be a
6
lot
of
going
the
on in
tournament.
Prague as
Of
well.
course,
They might have
their
played it in Prague and
championship
got
win
absolutely
back
wrecked.
in
So.
Seoul is still the greatest place
Where's the 2 with
for
the tier 1?
region,
Thank you
but,
with the
this
whole
WOL
year.
squad,
Thank you for
it was
doing that,
their
dude.
first ever global, and they've already done better than any other CN team except for last year's champion.
Which is incredible when you think about it in that context, what this team has been able to accomplish.
New map is 2 spike sites and 3 lanes.
They played a good opponent in Gen G, but it was a Gen G that
Yeah,
crumbled
I need
in
to,
both of the second halves
I was
of
looking at the
those
leaks
maps.
that they did,
beat up on RRQ and BLG, who both had rough
for the new
tournaments.
map,
This team
and
is good, but I think this is
it doesn't
gonna
look
be
too bad.
another level of challenge
There needs to be a
today
good
playing
middle.
against
If
PRX.
middle isn't good,
Well,
I'm
of course,
worried.
Juicy did
Oh.
have some ups and downs.
Oh, what was this
throughout
drawing?
his
That looked
run,
crazy.
and Sufab Baby actually spoke
Looked kinda
about
unreal.
how he kept him in the
We'll have
game.
to keep
in
an eye
this
out for that one. It looked
post-game,
pretty good.
press conference. We got a chance to get some words.
There's a
from him.
drawing in me. It looked kind of sick.
就好像 Juicy， 他上半场可能大家会看到他状态不在啊，但是我跟大家说，你们可以给 Juicy 说一句加油吗？每个人。然后我跟 Juicy 说 I trust you, I love you, bro。然后他回应我 I love you, bro。因为，然后我就跟他说，我们就0-0开，0杀，全部 KDA 就是0。来，我们重新来过。我觉得这不是什么伟大，就是他们对于我的信任才是真的最伟大，因为他没有必要去相信我，没有必要去听我的，但是我很庆幸他们相信我。那这种性格其实，我看到他们开心，他们打得好，我就开心，我就一直都是这样子的。他们不开心，我也不会开心的。只要他们开心，我就会很开心。所以，我爱他们。
Honestly, a great mind for that one, right? Really just taking it one kill at a time, which is very healthy.
Yeah, they've
I agree this is the best we've seen PRX in terms of map pool. Oh, for a long, long time, yeah.
How good and how much this guy is
You see on the
adding
new
to
maps
team.
there's
Not just
tracks on the map?
shooting in there, but
Wait,
also
actually?
being a leader for
Final
this
stop?
roster, both emotionally and in the server. And on top of that, bringing
It
the
was all
energy.
meant
When
to
we
be.
talk about these historic miracle runs, it is all about momentum. It is all about going through the tournament and just keeping the energy high, keeping that underdog mentality in every match. And I think he's the guy
We
who
do
has brought
get
that
to
for Wolves.
try
And
the
it's
new map at
outstanding
the
to me
end
as well how
of the
humble
final
he
as
is,
well,
you know,
which is
like
going to be
he
pretty
speaks
fun.
like this is no kind
We
of
get to
greatness,
test that
but
out on
he
stream.
really seems like for each and every one of these situations, he has the right thing to say, and that is so important because so many, or I would say most, or all
Yeah,
of the
there's
situations
actual
that
tracks
they're
here on
going
the
to be
floor.
facing, they face already, and they have to face for the rest of the tournament. They
Confirmed
haven't
the final
experienced before.
stop.
My humble king.
Yeah,
That's
he's a
who he
humble
is.
king.
That's who he is. Now, the thing is that, you know, look, when you look at the rest of the team here, right, you have plenty of other storylines to talk about. One of those individuals is Juicy, who is in his first year here, but has that experience, has been here before, played in Ascent. You start to see this guy rise to the occasion, Kukuka, and he has been incredible for Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. I think that in so many rounds, you can see the impact that Juicy has as a duelist, playing and going up against the names that he's been going up against, trusting in the process, listening to his IGL, playing a variety
I
of
watched the plat chat. Yeah, I watched some of it. I probably watched like
And I think
50%.
that Juicy was a guy who had some questions around him coming
How important
into
is
the
Spring
tournament.
today?
He
I mean,
underperformed in some of their early
I think he's
matches, so it's a lot more
overperforming
relying on
for sure.
incredible
If he can
games
keep
out of
up a
Sprint to
similar
start
level, then
this
fair
run,
play,
but
man. He's a
towards the
beast.
later part of the playoffs, Juicy has really started
It's not
to
like it's
show
all
up, and
down
it
to him,
feels
though.
so good to see him
Like,
here,
he just creates a
knowing
lot
that he
of
won
pressure
Ascension
around the
with
map.
the bleed, wasn't able to
Celia,
compete with them
tier
in
1,
Pacific. After
54
going all the way through
months.
challenges, he had to go back
God
down,
damn.
play another year with DSV.
Thank you so much, bro.
But now
He says,
finally
I've yet to
on
see a
tier
wolf
1
derail
team
a
at
train.
the highest level, and he's already in the top 3.
Speaking
Fighting for a
facts.
championship potentially here, but you had mentioned one individual at the start of this tournament that was popping
You ever thought
up,
the
and has
PRX
been
makes it into the top
consistent
3 in
throughout. It's
Toronto?
Spring, who really
Honestly, I
has
thought the seed
become
1
a
teams were going to
star
dominate this
here in
tournament.
Toronto, guys. And
I just
I
think
guess,
that
you were
I
talking about what Spring brought to
overestimated
the
everyone's
table
read
and
on the
how he
meta.
was really a defining
So
role for this player, for this
honestly,
team,
no.
excuse me.
I thought they were going to come like
Every other team
4th,
left,
5th,
I think
6th.
you look to their reason for being in it. And
if you had shown me all the comps going in before this event, I would have gone for him, yeah.
You have to look at this controller player. Spring, he's been
Don Pablo with the 3 months, thank you so much, dude. Kiro Val with the tier 1, thank you for the 4 months also.
And he has done it in literally every one of
I think Wolves is the best read on the current meta. One of them, yeah.
Tournaments of anyone here at Masters Toronto.
I think they get
when
it.
tension is at its highest, I feel like it's when
Hello,
Spring
Lexi, how we
performs the
doing?
best. And especially for today's matchup, going up against PRX, I think that he could be the one, if not the one, that is going to take most advantage of the mistakes that we are going to see from PRX that we have already seen throughout the tournament.
Lexi, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a no. It's a no. But I promise I will get around to it at one point.
Team about aggression and setting up their duelists and going crazy and running all the way down the tracks. But Wolves are a team about playing slow, good Valorant and putting Spring in positions where he gets key lurks, where he gets
You always wanted to ask
those
us how important is for coaches is actual game theory. I mean, pretty
really
big.
Interesting though about this matchup is that this is a very unique one because we have not seen these two teams play against each other in an official.
For game theory, I would maybe separate that into like map theory as well.
Some thoughts on that one. Check it out.
Wolves has now taken down both of your Pacific counterparts in RRQ and Gen G. What do you think of their playstyle and their current form? What has given them the edge in those matches?
I think for us it's not going to be easy. I mean, they used to be our scrim partner. Like back in Pacific, we scrim them a lot. And so I'm pretty sure they know how we play and we also kind of know how they play. I think it's just whoever make less mistakes on Friday will win. So yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to play them. Like they are a very good team and a lot of talented players.
Liv's husband, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Try our best and keep the
Thank you, the 70 mums. Thank you. Facecam's getting more filled. Yeah, no, it really is. Other people that want to know, where is it? Yeah. If you scan this, you can enter sweepstakes for Coinbase. You don't have to do any kind of purchase or anything. First 3,000 will get a Mosh slime buddy in the game. I think on my Twitch I have a picture of it down below. You can also click on that. And basically, it is just a sweepstakes for going to champs. You can win a flight, hotel, and tickets for champs, and +1, so you can bring a friend with you as well. So, and then all you have to do, FNATIC's numbers are here. All you have to do, scan it, no purchase needed, just sign up. And again, first 3,000 will get a slime buddy.
So actually, those seconds of difference that we see that PRX is a team that is going to send it.
But if you have no friends, then you can probably find someone to go with you, the +1. Reddit exists. And just hope you don't get someone. Don't get someone that's too weird.
Really speaks volumes in the difference of playstyle. PRX is the fastest team left. Wolves tied for the slowest. So they'll have very different priorities when they're on the tack side, and that's why I think this match is.
Can you bring me? I mean, hopefully I'm going anyway. That's the theory.
In the past about Chinese teams being fast or crazy or whatever.
First 3K into a draw. No, first 3K get the slime Mosh buddy.
Far and away our craziest team at the tournament.
Plus 3,000.
That's what makes this so compelling and why I do feel like with Devi, he is right. It's about who makes those mistakes and when those mistakes come through. And as you see those rounds kind of lay out, it leaves a lot of room for error there. So we're going to have to see how these teams
Oh no, I'm rooting for PRX, mate. I've been rooting for PRX every single game. Don't hit me with the oh no. You've only got to worry if Chobra starts supporting him.
In their last match.
I'm now joined by YU from Wolves and Vera to do some translation here now. It was a very pleasant surprise to see your duelist come back. We've seen it in the past on the global stage. I wanted to ask you, how did you feel to be able to flex your duelist again? But also, if you play Raze today, Jing is your opposite number. What do you think about your Raze compared to Jing's?
在之前的国际赛事中，其实看到你是去操刀了非常多的决斗者的。那最近再次能够玩到决斗是什么样的感受？以及玩到雷兹的话，今天你的对手是Jing，你觉得你的雷兹和他相比是什么样的？
我觉得
Dude, this guy is everywhere. This guy's been dominating the tournament with his sign.
现在证明了吧？然后我觉得Jing。
This guy's putting in the work. Like, this guy's work ethic is crazy.
Very excited to play on Raze again on the international stage. Actually, I think I'm proving something I didn't finish like in the past. But speaking of the Raze combat with Jing, I say Jing plays better since he's such a big-time Raze player, highly skilled.
Oh, very humble answer. Thank you very much and good luck today.
Nice.
Now we all know that the slogan
He's committed to the job now. His work ethic's mental, mate. He's absolutely everywhere. He was on Platchat as well, at the front as well. He got in early, got the extra seat.
And actually, we have a good visual
Like he made sure he did what we did for the train. He made sure that he got the front row seat.
Exactly. At the beginning of the year, we saw a
early.
PRX that missed on that first event of the year because kickoff was not the best for them. And of course, we saw an event without them, even though Pacific got the win.
But then stage 1, it also started really rough. Down 0-2 at this station. And then they pull through and make a change on the fly, switch up the rolling stock, and they pull in Pat Med, this new player coming into the roster, controversially kind of breaking up the band. But then they have a massive turnaround, do well in playoffs, qualify to Toronto. That whistle is very loud, GP. And now the last station they've made it to is the top 3, rolling all the way through here, expressing their way towards what could be their last station. Can they pull into Union Station here in Toronto with a victory at this tournament? That's the question now that remains for PaperX.
So the train has arrived. Have they arrived at the station? Because I saw the train there, but is that the PaperX train?
I mean, assuming so. Although it's interesting because I'm using this train whistle for it, but that clearly looked like one of those high-speed trains where you don't need the
Well, it didn't look like a steam train, which is all that would have a whistle like that. Thank you. Yes. But I mean, okay. Analogy. I think they've arrived in Toronto. They've pulled into Exhibition Go. They're one stop away from Union, from making it all the way, winning Toronto. 3 people will have liked that.
What the hell have you started? It's crazy, man.
That content
Who would have thought it would got this big?
And if anything, PaperX, they're in on
they
it
just
too, right?
won so much ever since.
They've really been hitting these shots, Kukuga. It has been incredible to see this team not just play with their patented W gaming aggression, but to also see some more nuance and layers to the squad.
Lies, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much.
So far has had a flawless playoffs run, going up against the likes of G2 and Sentinels. And as we're saying, even though sometimes they make those mistakes, they will have a very big advantage and they will throw it. It doesn't matter. We heard it from the Vibe the other day. They just take it round by round. If they make a big mistake, they just throw it under the rug and just move on to the next one. And apparently, that takes you to top 3, so keep doing it.
Nice.
It is very classic PaperX, I think, the way they've won their last couple of games, because what they're doing is, especially on their attack side, just the way that they fight in the post-funds, the way that they're playing up against these retake-heavy teams like G2 absolutely cooks them, because most teams have preset util to fight deeper into these sites when they're really into playing that retake. But PaperX is on every different offense.
He's got so big he can donor or FNS. Oh, don't tell me he's here again and I missed it. Bro, how do big streamers keep up with stuff?
In part because of the momentum of this train. And now another step away from making it to
when chat goes too fast,
like
I would say I pick out like 1 in 5 messages. So they got like a 20% chance of me seeing. If they have a mod tick next to the name, they got about a 5% chance. What's Polvi got next to his name? I feel like I always read Polvi's name. What's this one? The little face guy you got.
Step into that leadership role here for PRX.
It doesn't matter what role he's playing. I agree. The leadership is very important. To me, it's also
But
very
I think about the Platchat live event, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I think it's a nice thing to give back to all the people that want to see it as well. Like an easy way to do a meet and greet as well. Good way for them to kind of reward the members also. I imagine they'll try and do 1 per tournament now, to be honest. And I think that it will only get better and better.
Just showing us 1 map on his Sova, and I've loved the way he's been playing on those agents. I think he's improved a lot in terms of his utility.
Yeah, Flo, I can see that now.
Hearing the team talk about
maybe that's the trick.
He's also
Dolphin, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the 31 months.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Now in the post-match interview, Forsaken had an opportunity to speak about IGLing and what's important.
That's what I'm saying, Dolphin.
Let's take a listen.
That's what I'm saying.
It seems like now you're one of the leaders of your team. Do you enjoy being a leader of this PaperX train?
Enjoy, of course, because I mean, of course, it's gonna be hard for me to IGL and like get frag maybe at the same time, but I'll always trust my teams, you know. So even though I don't need frag, I just have to be a good leader, you know.
Well, there you heard from the man himself, and whoa, there's a lot of trust there in the fans as well, because here's the results of the MasterCard fan poll. We asked you guys which team you think is going to be the first to qualify, and a resounding 76.4% believe PRX are on their road to glory.
I think the PRX has been leading most of our polls.
What do you think the odds are that G2 leaves Sunset open? I think if FNATIC had struggled more against Sentinels, they could be tempted. Wow, 2 people went for FNATIC, that's it. No one went for Wolves.
I will change my prediction then.
Guys,
I want to go with Wolves.
No one went for Wolves?
That is nuts. Okay. Well, it's not necessarily a Platjack guarantee, but, you know, we avoided the fire.
There was one of those, too.
We avoided the fire. All right, everyone. We're now in to the final weekend of competition here.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Chat, I'm not gonna lie, right? For the people, I can't remember who they are, but for the people that are like 3-7 in predictions, 2-8 or whatever, like you might as well go for Wolves. Like what? Like no one's gonna remember that you went 4-7. You might as well just go for Wolves and be like, predicted Wolves, absolutely owned it. Like surely, you have nothing to lose. It's free bragging rights. The train? Dude, they're all trying to get on the train. It's crazy. Was Sideshow here as well? That's criminal.
It's been a while since we've been top 4, the last one being champions, LA. PRX were in the final and they end up losing to EG.
PRX obviously heartbreaking for them, heart-wrenching.
It's a similar situation happening here. PRX are 1 step away from the final. We've got G2 here who have recently lost the final. I just think if we were able to get there, we know how to win the final. So I think G2 should step aside and let us handle things.
He called them chokers.
FNATIC. It's been a couple years since Tokyo. That's the last time I played them.
Chronicles found Jorgamo. FNATIC's dynasty starts today.
We're excited to see what the new roster's about.
Valen is an IGL I respect a lot. He's young, but he's able to come up with great strategy, and he's able to command his teammates and take the lead at times.
Sit on the stage right now and have maximum belief in each other and in yourself that we're going to win today.
When I was coming up as a player, I would watch a lot of Boaster, but as I kind of grew into this role, going to all the international events, I kind of found my own sauce. But right now, I'm just trying to be Valen. I don't really want to be other IGL.
Valen can shoot, maybe a little bit better than me, but I don't need him. I got my boys behind me.
Dude, why is he self-blaming?
I want it to be a match to be remembered.
We're going to make sure our game is going to be the last one they play.
He covered himself. Yeah, he said maybe he covered himself.
可能我们赢下出现对视人，可能大家会觉得我们是黑马。但我觉得到现在目前为止，我们该证明的也证明了，所以我相信他应该对我们看起来是一支强队。
They've certainly made a believer of me now, Lauren.
对于我而言，我肯定相信我们自己的队伍，狼队一定是很厉害的队伍吧。但我觉得每个人想法不一样，我觉得你也可以继续保持你的想法，但我会证明给你看。
I think it's gonna be a banger match. Wolves, I hope we can yell at each other later on stage, and I hope we can make the match more entertaining.
首先，我觉得 PRX 跟我们蛮相近的嘛，都挺激进的，也能稳，所以我觉得这场。
Damn, also disciplined. I never thought I'd see the day.
No one can copy PRX playstyle. I think we're gonna be scarier.
You don't know about that? No, they are, dude. They are disciplined now. They are.
狼队很渴望拿这个冠军。
To an extent. Toto Boss, thank you so much for the 26 months. Thank you. And Astrovet as well. Astrovet 10, thank you for the 10 months. Going back to watch their map 3 against Liquid. Okay, that's not the best example.
PRX.
Damn, you get into the top 4, you get your solo team walk out.
It's one of the greatest underdog stories ever told on a global stage.
Yeah,
versus the uncrowned
it's the first time we've kind of seen two teams that are on a massive run face each other. Normally it's just like a one-sided story. This team's on a run. This one is two of the best runs we've ever seen in Valorant colliding.
Like this is the opportunity.
Monkey Enjoy, thanks so much for the prime. We appreciate the 23 months. Thank you, thank you.
Really at the beginning of stage 1, missing out on Bangkok to make their 3rd global final and maybe finally have a chance to lift a trophy.
And WOL's from going to taking down fan favorites to becoming one of them.
So yeah, I think this was the right move. PRX get rid of Haven. I think this would have been Haven. I think Wolves were ready with it. They get rid of Icebox, which is interesting. So they should have known, in my opinion, that this was going to get picked. So let's see if they fix this. I think Ascent is a good pick for Wolves, though.
I think it does. They get maps that they're going to be pretty happy with. I think
Split is a lot. The last map would be so good.
Split. Don't get me wrong, PRX have been good there. They've been explosive.
Honestly, the teams might just win their own maps. I like both of the map selects. The thing that I want to watch out for is this. I think Wolves' attack is pretty. I think it's pretty. I don't think they re-clear A enough. I want to see them re-clear A. I think it's very one-dimensional.
Wolves having a shaky start against Gen G. Is it going to be the same against the PRX that will probably be super hungry for that final?
And you can hear the crowd.
It's the only half from Wolves that have disliked this tournament, because their attack half of Lotus.
Who's looking to make history, not just for himself, but for VCT China to be another team to punch their ticket to a grand finals that is not EDG. So for Sufat Baby and the rest of the squad, this is a
Why did PRX not
moment
pick Sunset? I think they have a better chance to win on this map. I personally do. We'll see. Maybe that's a true point actually. Maybe Wolves thought they were going to pick Sunset.
I imagine most of the fans here cheering the names of the Wolves players.
Wolves is Sunset. It's also something that people wouldn't have played against much. The double duelist.
They are a squad of relatively unknown players that have stepped up in Toronto, have made themselves known against a PRX who has always been the sweetheart of this community, have always been a fan favorite, the team that everyone wants to see make it to a final.
Very weird territory that we're in. Typically when PRX is on that stage, no matter what, they are the fan favorite. And granted, a lot of people still going for them, Kukuka.
Yeah.
But there is that energy in the arena where people are
Why has someone said his Ard is playing today? What the hell?
That's because Lotus still has not started. But yeah, it's going to be definitely one of the most important matches for PRX to the date. Yes, we've seen it in finals before.
Watchparty with TMV would be funny, mate. As soon as they win a round and he starts singing, I'm just going to mute him for the rest of the game. There's no point. There's no way I'm clicking that unmute button after he starts singing. It's pointless.
To make a final for Wolves. Here's your agent select, and it doesn't look like we're getting any surprises. PRX going back to this double duelist comp has been so successful for them.
Yeah, they struggle a lot against Team Liquid during the Swiss stage on their second half, on their attacking half. The retakes and the way that they've controlled the map from this defense has been very, very good for them. If they can replicate
I joined him just to mute him.
Matchup, it should be a win
It's
for them,
actually
but
pointless.
the score has been extremely tight for PRX to find a convincing win here on Lotus.
Absolutely. This whole series, I'm looking at how PRX deal with Spring. He's arguably the most important player in the server on their attacking sides, with how he's prioritizing, getting into lurk positions, affecting the team's macro in these late rounds. I want to see PRX being proactive at re-clearing space, flushing out these lurks, not letting Spring get away with the shenanigans he's been up to.
So we start on attack side. The main thing that we have to see from Wolves here, because when they played Heretics, if you look at the second half of this Heretics attack, they never re-cleared A. So if PRX go aggro A,
otherwise he will run roughshod all over you there.
I would like to see Wolves not just force over towards C. I think this is a big test from Wolves, but the demo's out there, so they could learn from it. But yeah, this is a good map for PRX. Pork Chop, thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Toronto! Are you ready for the upper bracket final? And let's go ahead.
But I think Spring, he's having an absolute event. He really is. He's having an absolute event. I think he really gets the Viper though. When he's on Viper, I feel like he has great impact.
Yeah, Mike, I think we have to kind of touch on what the desk was talking about there. This stylistic head-to-head is something to be excited for.
And it is, yeah. It's almost. I mean, talking in the lead up to this, talking about similar play style, but actually PaperX almost have the recipe to break apart what Wolves have kind of made the cornerstone of their playbook, right? This slow creeping default, looking for a gap somewhere. PaperX are the team that time and time again are able to come up with ideas on the fly to really disrupt that sort of gameplay.
And again, for PaperX, I feel like
hopefully all this sounds good.
Which is crazy, right?
Okay, PaperX on defense, we've got Wolves on attack. And like I said, Wolves, in my opinion, force sites a bit too much instead of map default.
Against probably the biggest Cinderella story run we've had in a long time.
Poetic, like almost matching EG's
PaperX want to shut down over towards A. We're going to have a TP that goes spawn. It's slow and methodical. No one shot the actual fade ISO. Pressure over towards C, but they didn't actually push through. Device still has a flash as well. At one point, they're going to flash clear this question mark. Okay, flash clear the question mark. And this is a call from Wolves. This is something that PaperX has been doing all the time. When that flash goes in, they called their teammates over. And now they're going to hit a site which in theory is weaker because they just cleared the question mark here. So this right here, this round, is very cool from Wolves. They definitely have looked into how PaperX play this map and they're trying to exploit it early on with the pistol.
Off the table here.
It's going to be a 5v5 retake. Keep it on the luck.
Must have known that they found a point of weakness here, but why you tucked into a lurk? Does it get dug out? Forsaken, lazy clearance on the first hit. Jing, next one up.
Yeah, look.
Oh, how's he got a double? How's he got a double there?
And now they've got a comfortable post plant. Remember all that utility that PaperX put to clear out towards rubble. Now, not going to have it. Going to have to go back in, guns in hand. Nice from something, needs some more. A lot of bodies cleared just on the side.
It's such a good luck on this one.
See if that baby has got to.
Great luck on this one. Lovely pistol from Wolves. Lovely pistol. See this right here? This is where I'd be muting TMV. I would give him 2 seconds of singing. That's mute. that would be me and him co-streaming together.
When PaperX try and find the timing, it's a massive investment. It looks a little clunky, sure, because they don't find anything, but has to dig out players like Spring, potentially Lysor, somebody trying to backfill that space. Actually, even this scenario, why you?
Yes.
They did try and dig him out, but instead a lazy clearance from Forsaken, and Jing just couldn't stand up to the task.
And I do want to kind of highlight
lazy clearance, yeah. It was. Again, PaperX needs to be careful of this. If they're already kind of sussed out, they are getting info over towards C and using it against them. Devi has a Sheriff, and Wolves are allowed one death.
And a very light reinvestment here from PaperX, so just that Sheriff for Devi. Otherwise, all classics. And so far, you're going to be looking at Wolves going through the protocol list. Mike Wright, try and keep this clean.
The timing on this one.
Spring, but they probably wouldn't want to.
Sure. I mean, the
contact into swing.
PaperX are these
contact into swing.
Spring.
Okay, but again, it's still nice from Wolves, right? The person who's getting info is the Sheriff. They don't get any kind of upgrade really. It's just a pistol upgrade, and then they walk over towards C site. Don't mind at all how Wolves are playing. I think they're playing very smart.
Pretty much the green light and a very aggressive post-plant hold. They want to stake their claim in some area of this. Make it harder work for PaperX. Make them invest a little bit more. I don't mind that at all, as long as they play together. It can get risky. Oh, you got on that one. Easy now.
It's a little.
Juicy's down low. This is the danger.
It's a little close. No matter what, 2 guns down. Juicy super low HP.
Nice little upgrade here too. Juicy's done really well to fight Jing, but Forsaken needs 4 to do this again.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal.
Okay, no matter what, very good eco from PaperX. They did so much here.
Like I said, there's always a threat in these anti-ecos for PaperX. We play up against some smiles on the stage. A sigh of relief. See Fat BB, ever the hero so far in Toronto. Able to bail him out versus Forsaken.
Ooh, big crouch.
You're lucky boy there.
The big crouch.
Lucky. Come back into this now with a broken purchase.
Okay, Interesting. They get that outlaw out. Only one person they can hit, and that's because they did a little bit of damage. I like this from PaperX. Right, when normally if we just use the Heretics game, as soon as you hold one here, Wolves had or were in that game just forcing sites instead of re-clearing here. So this is good from PaperX and this is good from Wolves. So we might actually see a re-clear over towards A, and they have to kind of be successful with this, in my opinion, to feel confident. It's a nice dodge of the Prowler.
Patman wants that information.
One person fake of a re-clear. Still though, worked out alright, but it's still kind of what I'm saying, right? They'd still force over towards Saints.
So Patman will be called upon. Force away by the utility, actually, using up close and personal.
Whoa, it did good damage.
But Forsaken gets involved. Nice damage on the first, but a quick trade.
Dude, if he gets a kill, I was gonna say, if he gets a kill, he gets his ult. I would have been nuts.
Clearing out the B site.
Okay, very similar from what we saw against Heretics. They don't actually re-clear A. They pressured it, but they didn't actually like create any full pressure.
And there it is, comfortable in the air.
Very nice. To be honest though, Wolves should be kind of happy with this. 2 guns, 1 armor.
Out of them. Positioned as the late round piece here. Was played out of this because I'm sure it was Juicy. It was caught on the reload here. Really rough timing for him. Yeah, I mean it's just nobody to.
Juicy bought, yeah, but he can ult here, so he can have a West gun.
Even there, I mean, see Fat BB another consolation potentially to find. But just didn't find it. Juicy already on the showstopper here, so going to see him fire the stinger into round 4.
Okay, big round. PaperX aggro over towards A. And again, let's see. Do Wolves force into a site? I'll tell you what, when you got this ult, I don't mind people forcing. Oh, nice shots though. Yeah, it's really nice from PaperX here. Aggro A again, set the 1 up, ready for some kind of trap play over towards C. Get the ult out of them.
Now getting to watch, right? It's not just that mechanical talent, that aggression. They have these little set pieces they like to run every now and then, and it wasn't overly complex.
Ooh, hold up.
What's that?
Yeah, trying to hold them to the space because they got the spike.
Asleep at the wheel there, Mike. That's
oh, hold up.
And an overstep, unnecessary. This feels like a fumble, Mike. Now it looks like Patman might be the same.
Gun out, mate. Gun out. Oh, you're scary. Holy, how have they won this one?
This is a fumble for PaperX.
This is a fumble from PaperX. Not wrong.
2 players caught sleeping, and the spike is there as well. All they needed to do
very early from Divine to get over here. Oh, he goes back.
That's set up just outside C.
30 seconds left.
Actually find themselves a plant here. Why are you?
Yeah, Killjoy ult as well. It's a good time for us to start highlighting money as well because these 2 would have to eco. And honestly, Patman kind of also. So Killjoy into this one is not the worst.
Wading back through towards the site. Problem is there's utility in the way.
Lysol's got a great pause.
To find it tricky. Position now given away, and you can see Lysol should be the checkmate. There's that layer of util from YU. Isolated!
Damn, dude. 3v5.
Devastating mistake there.
Big mistake from PaperX.
Wolves for re-engaging, but they cannot be dropping the ball like that.
Was it the timing on the smoke? I mean,
nah, it was one holding and not the other holding, and then late swing.
Picking apart this slow default.
Oh, and yeah, and he had smoke out, and the other guy didn't cover him. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
But both.
Yeah, dude, if you literally just keep your gun out there, you're fine.
That is outrageous to see somebody caught off guard like that. On top of the box.
Dude, and the other 2 both hidden. Here and here, early info.
But back in, PaperX have a very strong mental.
Okay, something gets the outlaw into this one, and there is a couple of light armors, so maybe.
So PaperX needs to kind
yeah, it's the aggro A that we've been speaking about.
You can't get lazy in this. You've got to stay lethal. Something. Nice to do a little bit of early work.
Chief Twitch, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 40 months. Thank you, thank you.
Defaults coming out from Wolves, doing the diligent work, right? They've been doing what is necessary.
We even hear damage trade-off that come out on top. Weaken something. See, the purchase is not there for PaperX.
Yeah, and they got wall though.
Even deeper here.
They got wall and they have a fast rotate. to go through. They could fast flood if they want to. That's a great ult. Yeah, and they might be able to get a plant from Mounter.
Once again, they're aware of the threat of that previous round. Yeah,
and they are.
PRX, you said it right. Those are the sort of rounds.
Especially against the Visor, kind of gives you a little bit of freedom. People can play on site, tank it, and the others can just play far back here. Actual play the spike.
In mind that there is danger. Plenty through Waterfall. 4-1 split on the retake now. Juicy turns attention. Smokes great from them. Laban on the spray.
Whoa. How did he get another there?
Maybe a chance. It feels like it's dwindling. These opportunities
Cronus Car, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate the 3 months.
4-1 will be on the board. Not wait and see a timeout soon enough here, as something's on one. Gotta get locked in.
Yeah, do a little bit of damage, or are we just saving?
Has passed them by here. Silver lining, the best they can hope for as Wolves.
Yeah, dude, it's nice for Wolves, especially as you don't have to rebuy armor.
Look, I know all of us have been enjoying this Wolves run. I think most of us thought this is where it probably ends. But you could argue someone said that about Gen G too, but
yeah.
At 4-1, I'm paying attention.
I mean, I remember coming into that Gen G series thinking, if they could pull this off,
that's the one.
Because they still effectively had a lifeline in terms
There's a lot of missed shots at the moment from a lot of people.
No elimination on the line.
You can tell the nerves are kind of high.
And even here now, it would be such a big sigh of relief to escape that once more.
Now you said
4-1 to kick off Lotus here.
The Odin goes out, and that is the counter of this.
Really humble PRX. They will
the Odin over towards A. You set the Odin up here. It's very hard for this comp to get out.
May lead you to believe it's a slower round. TP's actually stuck it like
Damn, dude, he stuck the TP. Yeah, I wonder if Forsaken had a read here.
So aware of this, and
yeah, he pretty much straight away ran over towards her.
Well, I think it's on the back of seeing 2 or 3 bodies swing out from B there that maybe they feel like the extremity is going to be the weaker side of the hold, but Forsaken shuts that down.
Certainly not, but a 3v5, I want to see discipline from PRX here. I don't want to see fumbles. I don't want to see mistakes.
Great isolation.
Okay, but the Prowler didn't check over towards side, but as we can see, the B split's not too bad at all.
Only 26. Spring's position given away. Look where the spot.
Damn, Spring.
What is that?
He did good, though. It's winnable.
So they are just
pivot over towards C, tap of the spike. We got the whoa. Whoa. Before the plant.
Drawn out the ultimate from Divide. I mean, Nightfall here from the plant as well.
Oh, the pathing. This is now getting really dangerous, but YU.
Damn, Divide was really on that. I liked it. 2 make a lot of sound, 1 just waits for the reaction.
They pulled it together there. You're starting to see
again, Batman can get the defuse as well to make sure that they have ult. Guy worried me a little bit with the Visor.
This early round aggression, able to peel away really quickly, and credit to Forsaken. I think potentially something up towards Evan. There was a couple
Casual, thank you so much for the 9 months, bro.
Pinged.
Please don't, Casual.
Really
thank you, though.
Approach here, but bold to stick a TP into the back lines.
And it got close, but I like seeing those fundamentals come together for PRX though, right? Doubling up, even in that chaos of potential plant on towards that B side. No, they pop the ult, they still stay very close. And credit to Divide, I know it's only 1 kill, but him catching YU basically keeps them safe. Otherwise, it's this kill right here from Divide. I find that to be the most imperative of them all. Very heads up work. Maybe feeling they'd have tried to have left a player behind, inserted a player. Still not fussed though, apparently. Still chilling.
They're funny. Okay, they're going to go into the Odin. How good is Forsaken's lineups of the spam? Okay, Boombot and the Fade Eye. Reveal that no one's got past this point. They get the Odin set up here, and then it's just a straight up spam. As soon as this wall goes up, as soon as you hear Prowlers. Oh, it just okay, hit the Fawns.
Activity once more as well, and active clearance out past Mount.
Remember, this is the Fade. Oh god. Damn, bro, that's nice. That's an incredible. It's an incredible trade from them. Nade pushes them away. He got Tether that got 2 of them low. This is a big duel. Oh my god, he nearly transferred it.
This man hits those shots. Mechanically sharp as ever. He's trying to read what they wanted. Similar scenes to before though. CFAT BB and YU.
Azu, thank you so much. He said they all stood up. Okay. I was going to say, does something overstep? Man, this is nice from Wolves.
I mean, they're playing such high
You saw him.
risk.
Play
It
together.
scares the life
Play
out of me
together.
sometimes. 20 seconds
Okay.
and a 1v2
Omen
to
flash into swing.
Forsaken.
Can also flash this to get the info, but he's kind of holding it here.
Where are we off to now? 14 seconds.
This was nice from Wolves in the
So limited.
2v3 though. Trigger the wall, wait for the reaction.
10 seconds left.
I'll take a timing.
They're both here. Surely not. Yeah, he's got to go for it. No
Okay,
chance.
very, very nice from PRX on this one. Still, again, I like the idea from Wolves in the 2v3. It was a good idea.
Look for that composure again, building up a little bit of a cushion in terms of the finances. That's where you look towards some of these more sloppy kills towards the end of the round.
Yeah, he didn't commit hard enough.
Finding 2 here to open. Beautiful little trap piece outside B.
The nade was off. I mean, yeah, the nade goes a little bit too deep on that, but at the same time, they don't get that trade if, I think it was Jing kind of commits a little bit heavier.
Decent sample size, I guess.
Hazard, thank you so much for the 7 months, dude. Appreciate the tier
A
1.
little bit of an adjustment
I think
towards the latter
FNATIC have a
rounds.
good chance
See, no
because
purchase
G2
gonna be
bans
available here
Sunset.
for
Yeah,
Wolves, so
pretty much.
ideally
It should be a really close
towards
game.
round 9 here in terms of any game plan adjustment.
We're pretty blessed if this goes
actually
third
that
map and we
regard,
get
first time
split,
PRX have really
and then
been
for FNATIC
able to catch their
G2
breath.
we get Icebox
It
third
has
map.
been kind of in
That would be
their
like
credit to PRX
that would
to
be
able
like
to
the
learn
best
on the fly.
possible
Again,
way
this
that
kind of like
both of these
6th
could
and
end.
7th round, obviously, have been the ones to give them the stability here. But I do want to see what the reaction is from Wolves. Again, it does feel like that almost
That's
no
what I
go
mean,
zone once
Flo.
you've got that Odin
Imagine
spam
that over
coming
here.
down. It's not as lethal as it could be. I mean, if you throw in a Viper with it, right? We've seen what that can do. But still, as it stands, it's kind of cut off those options towards A, it feels like, kind of pressuring back towards B, those C hits. But it's the re-aggressives.
Is G2 picking Lotus again? No, no, no. G2 is not picking Lotus against FNATIC. Honestly, you might see FNATIC pick that. G2 will probably, in my books, pick Haven. But we'll see. I don't know how confident they feel in their Haven.
Bigger picture wise, both these teams have so many
I think FNATIC might pick the Lotus. G2's Lotus. Sunset, they can ban Sunset. Okay, big chance to get their money good. And they already got a lot of ults here, so maybe try and get Jing's ult online as well.
So we'll have to ride this out on a handful of sheriffs. Something going to tuck himself in between.
G2 pick split, and G2 are awful at split. They won't pick split. Awful is a strong word. G2 aren't good at split. Jesus, well, that's the eco. That is the eco.
Confidence builders there.
A little bit of a reset here in between ahead of
It
this.
went okay, yeah, it went pretty good. It went pretty good in the end.
BB
Definitely clean, money's great for PRX now.
Juicy, just one away as well. Didn't even need the second piece of this setup.
One enemy remaining.
Building some confidence here. Bit of a Cobra round 4.
Okay, definitely a lot of focus on Razors at the moment. You can see PRX being like, I don't want them to get this all. We're going to fight 3-person here. We might even have the Omen flash. If Omen tunnel vision's too much over towards it, Big Joel. Oh my god, Forsaken, you're crazy. Damn, this is crazy as well. Double satchel with the far deep fade eye, and then you had the Omen flash as well. So hopefully they don't shoot the fade eye. 35 HP. Dude, how did he not get a kill?
Just sponged, but no damage.
Face your fear.
Coming through, it's only really
that's... I mean, they get the information for it, but if you're PRX, you're probably taking that. But that does also mean that they can now get the orb on the Raze, so you're going to see Raze ult here. Damn. Double info Fatal. I haven't seen them for a long time. He tried to make a play. Tried to make a play because they wouldn't hear it. They were all on top of it.
Instantly went for it. Now, not to be.
Okay, well, they got a lot of info, those numbers here. I think it didn't hit 1, right? Maybe even 2. They now go for the higher, lower. It's nice from PRX. Take the space back, go to the higher, lower.
Very difficult to break.
Prowler's going to swing out here. Oh, Omen flash on top of it. Oh, they're pretty ready for this. Yeah, this is nice. Device just left there.
Prepared for these holds. They've seen Batman as well. Position now given, and look at YU.
He's got so much space to play into.
His lurk is so nasty. And at this point, they want to pivot. They want to go back towards B. It does put in towards something's hand. Spring.
No way. It took the timing of the reload.
Just from Spring. Lurks on lurks, but something still stands. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. Where do they go? Back towards C. Safety on that C site. You don't fancy walking into something like this.
Trying to do a little bit of damage. Wolves' money's low.
In a 1v4.
make an honest go of this here. You can see on the X-ray why you already racking.
Yeah, I think PaperX have
turret here to play contact off as well.
I think they're doing half of it right. I think they're doing like pre-barrier stuff right, but as soon as they set one up towards here, I don't know.
I think now relaying that
they can could be fighting. Could be just holding the sights a lot stronger and just waiting for them.
Back and watching this, Alex not going to be happy about this spray into the smoke with the. It's
still nice from Wolves. The fact that they were ready for this double setup is pretty impressive.
Spring just comes alive.
And it feels like this was a whole book.
Yeah, it's just the boxes at the back.
This beginning, the box apparently being on Wolves' side, and then you had the TP coming in, you had the
it's nice movement from him.
This all happened. All of this was in the same round. And again, that paranoid being just tilted up, it felt like they were so aware. There's the wall from the
Patman's on a reload. So Forsaken fully committed towards that. They're both spamming.
Every time he just gives them fun up. Dude, the anti. Oh, it's nice, bro. They knew he was going to buy the op. They knew he was going to push. Dude, Wolves have come in really prepped.
Timeout seeming to work well, at least for these early couple of exchanges, right? Something's want of space and wanting to play towards bound is fine, but you've started to see how Wolves are approaching this.
You never see PaperX really relent in that regard.
No.
It will continue, and that's where they catch teams off guard, where it's like, yeah, your aggression hasn't worked 4 rounds in a row. No, we're coming again, don't worry.
That 5th time, it'll work.
And they're waiting for them to go
aggro.
aggro.
A bit of a tempo switch up from Wolves too, very, very slow. Holding here, waiting for that re-aggress, which is coming. And again, they're so prepared, Mike.
No, they are so ready for everything.
And they understand it well. Still got to handle the players on the other side.
That's a great shot.
Great shot from Batman, but it's traded. And the numbers simply so advantageous. A quick rotate.
Yeah, and you guys been doing really good at taking timings and keeping the pressure up over towards B as well.
Ooh, tricky. Still not easy on this though, is it? It's
Oh my god, oh my god. Keep an eye on the Killjoy going fast behind though. Does Divine consider it? Wow, they took the space. They might only lose 1 when potentially this was going to kill 2. High HP though. Keep an eye on the time on this though.
Punish the plant, but no, can't quite catch him. Spring again.
Wolves are doing good. They're doing really good on this. They're just ready for everything.
Blow for blow. This
yeah, you had that anti-pause for the push over towards C with the op as well. Twitchy, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the 6 months.
That's how he gets found. But again, it's a similar thing. PaperX, they lose 1, they stack up 3 to actively re-clear that space. And ultimately, again, it feels like it's their demise in this round because of YU. Now sitting at 11 and 5, leading the board for Wolves. Almost the executioner getting plenty of shots to the back of the head.
It's a good time for a timeout for sure.
And it was impressive again. This it feels like it came
they're doing
out
half of it
as well.
They're doing half of it, but every time there's just like a kill done. And no joke, if they set one up towards A and they just go 2-2 on the sides, it should be so fine.
First blood comes through. They know PaperX are going to re-clear. So there's going to be 1, potentially 2 other lanes on the map that are totally open.
Sometimes they find the wall and they don't trigger it, and then they just use it as a timing for lurking. Really interesting. Like he late commits with it, or they wait for the Vice to potentially overstep.
Right? It makes perfect sense. Liquid, Sen, G2, I mean, they're a dangerous team.
Wolves are, they're super prepped, dude. It's really nice to see. They've done good work. As soon as I saw that pistol, though, I was like, okay, they kind of know what's going down.
Maybe just, very, very ready for what PaperX like, understanding the tendencies.
Prepared, yes, but
okay, PaperX go for the Vice far back. Dude, this will suit Wolves pretty well, though. I do think it's fine, though. PaperX has got to try to change something up.
Run like this, an underdog dark horse, but actually improving game by game. Upsets along the way, sure, but actually showing they've got their head screwed on.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Now for PaperX, so once again, you kind of go into the archives, right? As much as everyone likes to look at these guys as underdogs, they've had to rebuild. That is true. Bringing in Patman was fantastic.
Yeah, this is good from Wolves as well. What I call the FNATIC, just hold a default 15 seconds, 20 seconds, wait for some kind of aggro.
These guys have sat
especially
in
if you're trying to look for some kind of change up.
Champions finals. They know what this sort of pressure's like. They are never going to be the underdogs in my mind. They're too talented for it. So as it stands, they need to adapt here.
Just look what's happened here.
Yeah, and still from Wolves as well. It's not like they haven't taken any space. They realize they're not going aggro A by keeping 1 close. These Spring's taking a lot of space.
Looking to pressure.
This is what I've been talking about. I think a Spring on attack is like one of the better Vipers for... He takes risks when he needs to, and he's very good at just creating a lot of pressure. Yeah, but they also clear over towards here, so speed up over towards A. They got wall and flash, but no one to capitalize off of it.
Actually, I really do. But the problem is the stall out's fantastic from PaperX. Denying that space being taken freely.
Oh my god, if he committed there, they would have killed the Yoran.
Galore in 25 seconds. We are now at pressure stations. Forsaken down on 30. Has to respect the paint shell. A spray through the smoke here doesn't land, but
no way. He did so much damage here. Something's doing really good on low HP.
This adjustment from PaperX.
He did really good on the low HP. Didn't commit, just knew that the pressure was enough so they could tap the spike. That was good. It's a great retake. Zach, thank you so much in the YouTube chat, man. Thank you, thank you.
Much thrown towards YU.
Zach, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much, bro.
Wolves just kind of need to go, 1 for 2 in terms of approaching A site. They do that. PaperX still come back.
Something? Yeah, he did great here.
Nice,
he did really good here.
Again, even seeing a disciplined start to an extent, right? That dose of discipline at the beginning. The second contact's made.
A sprinkle.
Okay, good amount of ult still.
That's as much as we're going to get. But honestly, I like that though. And again, those quick rotations, starting to read what Wolves are doing, identifying YU where he was. And yeah, the trap was there, but even those rotations coming in so quick. Back into the mix of things.
And I like this from PaperX. They make it look like they're going aggro over towards A, but actually this time they just got device here. But again, I feel like Spring is going to work this out pretty fast, and he's just going to be able to take a lot of space again.
And a wanted punish. You can see this trying to read this, maybe mound pressure.
Dude, how is Forsaken still lane?
Expectations off of that fade utility.
They kind of know Forsaken's the key stakeholder in terms of those set pieces.
Look at Spring again, he can just call them back.
Try to shut him down here. Again, beautiful read or assessment, I guess, of the previous situation.
And some people may look at these two teams and see them as just those mechanical monsters, but this is a really cerebral game so far.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
He called Devi over to ult to retake fast. What do you do? Oh no, they can't fast flood.
That could slow things down.
Yeah, no, I think that might have stopped their original plan. Big Jewel over towards A.
The plant's going to come in. Now this should encourage movement here. Just going to kind of eat the Prowler, still close range, still able to use the shorty just fine.
To get the knife out. Something on his Jewel over towards A. We definitely got to keep an eye on this. This is a big play from the Fade. I'm not sure he's going to have time for it. Let's see. Everyone over towards B main needs to stay alive. Oh boy, rough.
The position becomes questioned. They don't know where he is, but they're going to hazard a
lining up, kind of.
BD does well on one. Draws to fire off the defuse. Just needs to keep his cool here. This would be everything for him, trying to play to the time, play to the tempo, play to the clock.
Wow, he's good at these. Damn, he's good at these. Damn, he's really good at clutch rounds.
This guy, time and time again, looks so
He's really good at it. That was a great half from Wolves, man. Fair play.
Fantastic stuff from Wolves.
This has been an exceptional game so far. Just brilliant from both sides. And again, on surface, you may have thought, it's not going to be this, really cerebral matchup. But this has been a wondrous
that
really has. That's
the 3v5 at 1-2. That was the costly round for PaperX.
Yeah, we will, because we do have a bit of a treat as well coming up. We do have the one and only Mixwell standing by for us. So that's where we're going to in just a second. So I can't wait to hear from him. He's been in these scenarios. Let's see how that feels from the other side.
Well, one of the perks of being here live during finals weekend is being able to run into legends such as Mixwell, who's co-streaming here from the venue now. Welcome back to Canada. You've been here before. What do you think about the crowd so far?
I think the crowd is one of the loudest I've ever seen, to be honest. I traveled to a lot of tournaments in VCT, so they are doing a great job.
Yeah, it's very exciting to be among them now. You have a little bet when it comes to Wars. Can you explain it to everybody what happens if Wars win this event?
I wasn't familiar with their game. At the start of the tournament, I said that if Wolves wins the event, I'm gonna go bold. So now I'm afraid I need PRX to win today, please.
Toronto, what are the chances do you think of him going bold? Come on, are Wolves going to win this event?
Fork, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 3 months.
Good for you, Mix. It's not looking good. Now, some of the players on stage, we've really seen their personality. Sufa, BB, Forsaken, they're on their feet. They're hyping up the crowd. As a former player who also enjoys that atmosphere, how important is it to have that hype man on your team?
I think it's really important, especially when they are down. Some games, Wolves were down and Sufat brought Juicy back, for example. And I think it's crucial. I think that you have to play with the crowd, you have to enjoy the moment, you have to be in the moment. And Wolves, especially, they are enjoying it a lot. And a lot of people want to cheer for them as well because of that energy. And now I like them. Even though I might go bold, I like them.
All right, we shall see. I hope you do go bold at the end of this event. Thank you very much, Mixwell, for joining me. And let's see if PaperX can maybe save him in the second half.
They got to win on pistol.
The one thing
Dude,
I
this one's crazy,
absolutely
man.
agree with is
Look at
this
drawing.
crowd has been amazing. For both teams
Oddly,
as
thank
well.
you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you, thank you.
Back something we were talking about in the cast the other day. We do see the econ report here from Coinbase. Again, very evenly contested first half here. Why are you the ones to really pull ahead here for Wolves, but also Divide on the other side of things?
Yep.
But just to come back to that same point, again, the resilience. Juicy the other day, an absolute stinker of a first half.
Yeah, really
But
struggled.
again, the vibes never changed on stage. You could see maybe hints of frustration coming through, but that's where players like Sufat BB really pay dividends in terms of a team's mental.
I mean, we talk about the sixth man, right? Being that crowd behind you to get you back going.
You almost need a conductor
All right.
actually from the stage to be able to actually channel that back into getting a team back online, and Wolves certainly have tapped into that here in Toronto.
All right, PaperX now on
1-0.
the attack, 5-7.
Flash above the... Wait, this was cool. Flash above the smoke, and it goes above this, so it flashes people here. Wait, that was sick. Sick round from Device. That's nice, though. They smoke so deep, the flash goes above and goes above.
Now you can't sit back in the
Double
default.
above.
We'll bring the fight to you. Now, why you in spring? Well, just why you.
Yeah, I think he might have had that one as well, to be honest.
An ace needed.
Okay, that's a convincing pistol. 1-1.
Any hope of recovery. Kicking off the second half with a flawless round victory.
And you're right, I think what you said.
Dude, look at the confidence he gets from his flash as well.
Controlling that tempo.
That's all he needed. It didn't even really flash him that much, to be honest. It maybe got him like the first shot, and the rest is just pure confidence and aim. It's a great ult to get early. It's a really good ult on this. Right, you got loads of positions where you can use this one.
To kind of stabilize a little bit in the second half and really get to grips with what their opponent's going to try.
Wolves on this. This is definitely something that teams can know when they play against Wolves. Wolves gamble on every eco, and honestly. I'm going to flame a little bit here, and I think it's because the Chinese region maybe play anti-ecos pretty rough, right, where they essentially just force over towards sites, so maybe this works a good amount for them.
Yep.
Whereas like most, I mean, to be honest, PaperX kind of forced this, so it's not like the best example, but like most teams will kind of bend the feelers out of the human drones.
It's like, yeah, it's third 3K or something.
One off now.
So far.
That's brilliant.
Said wow and rude. Dude, EDG are one of the worst teams I've seen against ecos, and that's like one of the best Chinese teams.
Wow.
Guys.
A response found.
Easy, Tiger. We shouldn't get more dangerous
Oh,
than this.
nice timing with the double swing.
Stop it. Stop it. Jing and Forsaken, keep this in
Whoa.
control.
Whoa.
Stop it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What has gone on?
Whoa.
Forsaken left in a 1v2. Come on, Forsaken, surely you keep this safe. Backpedaling away, trying to play the time now. This should never have been this close. See that baby forced to move. But that got way closer.
Oh my god.
Come down to a Red Bull clutch here.
Wait, that was not. I gotta see a replay. How's he killing 3 with a classic here?
Now you're almost relying on Devi's ult to be
Yeah, I mean, they lost 2 guns. It's like, no matter what, it's an insane round for Wolves. Okay, so it's normal. And then it goes to a 2v5.
I saw finding so much value here.
Jesus.
Oh,
God.
Okay. Blood pressure check required.
That was so much stress. Okay, but at the same time, are they buy? They NA buy? Okay, big round chat, big round. Do I like the NA buy? Not really. Do I like it a bit more when you got a Vice ult? For sure. They Vice ult and they TP to try capitalize at the right time when the gun's getting changed. I think this is good. They got to fast flood this, right? Dude, everyone going from heaven and here. This is not a good retake from Wolves.
It looks like something wants to try and hold this
Guys, you
back.
gotta
They're
create
ready to try
pressure
and brawl
elsewhere.
on the site. They're not sitting deep at all here. Something wants to draw blood. PRX still standing by.
Oh, it's a great satchel though.
And now there's an opportunity. PRX though, banking on
He can't do this.
You know he'll give you a couple here.
It's a criminal retake.
From him. Now down in the 1v2. Incredibly difficult for CFAT again.
Oh, it's a criminal retake. Okay, really nice from PRX. They've been leaning into this a little bit, right? Judge over towards Jing. This was good from them. Force by, one's a judge. They get Vice, ult, TP towards the site. Good timing on it. Get the judge set up over towards B. It's an absolute classic.
This judge
he can't play the retake like this, Wolves.
Good progress towards the showstopper as well. Potentially, what should.
When you're retaking over towards B, this is the most important bit, okay? And this is the second most important bit. They didn't do either. You will always lose if you do this, in my opinion. Or at least like 80-20, something like that, percentage-wise. Like you're meant to lose 4 out of 5 times if you do this.
Oh,
Jesus, what a shot that is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a gun down. Instant speed up over towards C. Got alarm bot, got Molly down.
The game should be given away to an extent. Obviously now.
Who picks up the gun?
Noted by YU, trying to buy time, but
He's got the gun.
It's hard to hold this back, right? It's a flood of players, full kit.
Nobody was watching, don't worry. We didn't see it.
Yeah,
we didn't see it.
All good, all good. PRX though got to steady the ship here. Can still get a little bit scary.
If Patman gets a kill, he gets his ult. And honestly, I'm not saying he's going to use it in this round, but if it gets close, it might be something.
I mean, he's got 4 sheriffs basically to
yeah, they got great stall on this.
Here and try and make this rifle work. Round the first, Patman's forward.
Divine now.
Uh-oh.
Gonna have to do work here. See if BB does well. Divine.
Okay, it was eco, but he absolutely saved them. God, the impact he's having on attack is absolutely unbelievable.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, wins him a pistol, wins him this.
3v5. Probably ever seen.
Look at this.
That's one of the fastest.
They needed this. It was all going wrong.
Dude, Phantom.
It's just magic. Beautiful to watch back.
Man, Alex is really going through it, man. He's really going through it. The 6th round from
They're
Dubai.
getting close on these rounds, getting a little bit scary, but the scoreline looking good for PRX.
And the good news is as well for them is that they keep the fade ult.
They have to stop the rock
Fade ult, raise ult. Ah, dude, Wolves are in trouble here.
This could be the round to find that
Damn,
response.
look at PRX. Raise ult, fade ult. They get C control and they don't insta pop ults and send it. Who is this team?
All outside C. There's a bit of a gap here with Forsaken, the solo anchor towards A. Obviously,
Flash close right to clear this Prowler to see if they're dodging it. Could have found the timing still, so they still got to worry about it, but it's still nice.
player actually to come across fairly quickly, but
this is interesting because in theory their comp shouldn't be that good at retaking this, but obviously we can see Wolves are just letting them take it. Dude, I think you might just hit sight as that hits. One goes in, 2 over towards B. You could definitely hit A.
Okay, counter on counter. They can't hear a thing here.
There's a lot going on at the moment. Fade ult hits so many over towards A.
The paranoia burnt early. And Lysol needs
Lysol's
to be
going to do a lot. Stick sight on his own.
You're going to hear the ults coming out to secure the plant, but Lysol still does the damage. Can't do the dance though with Forsaken.
Oh boy.
Catch from CFAT BB. Punishing Jing on the push-up. And now the plant gets
No plant.
hindered. Problems down
No plant.
mountain. Spring at the door, and now it's just on Divide. Position noted earlier, they should be aware. But this man's dangerous, but not
Damn,
today.
bro.
Spring's got his number. And Wolves back
We
within
wanted to
touching
pivot
distance.
over towards B.
so we needed them
Fade
to find
ult,
a
fake
response
over
here.
towards A.
They finally
This is kind of nice from
stopped
Wolves
that
though,
string of
just
rounds.
sticking strong with the 2-2-1.
Getting costly here on both
That was
sides.
a great fade, eh? It didn't actually give him an
Showstopper
extra kill, but
shut down here from Jing, desperate to try and convert.
It's broken the money from PRX.
damn, force them down to an eco. That's a costly one. Raise ult, fade ult.
Necessarily been a walk in the park for that string of rounds, but
Jing with the hero gun, trying to capitalize off the
put this
Uto and
rifle
on
to
playing
work.
close. This is interesting from Wolves. A lot further back in terms of the info stuff. Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, and Jing committed as well. A great change up from Wolves in terms of their C hold. That is going to get really close. Really close.
What feels like the cursed rifle at this point. It's dropping hand to hand. Divide did well last time in a scenario not too dissimilar to this, but not be able to get it this time. Yeah.
Tried to do the falling smoke. Yeah, this is nice. Little anti-Yoru.
Was it both nanos actually into that corner? The alarm bot was there as well.
He died so fast. He got melted, man. Double damage from the alarm bot and the molly.
Second time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the second is here.
No escape, really. God.
And actually, yeah, Jing's forced into the line of sight as well. So great little setup here from Wolves. Will actually get them a second round. Force a timeout as well from PRX. So
it's a good time for a timeout.
Required to stand on their own 2 feet now.
It's a big buy round. They re-cleared over towards A, which is interesting. C's kind of free at the moment. They're not fighting.
Keep thinking, oh, okay, PRX back to that 4 in the row.
They're giving him a lot of space, basically.
You've got Divide doing, acing out. It looked good.
I do think they probably need to default, like, chill 15 seconds just in case Wolves do something aggro.
It's always possible.
Mini Shui, thanks so much for the Prime, bro. I appreciate the 5 months. Thank you.
Very considered.
Find themselves in a really good position, actually, here in terms of defensive ultimates. They got 1 away from the lockdown. Springs 1 off the pit.
Oh, true, yeah.
2 more for Juicy to find the showstopper. I mean, yes, options on the side of PRX, but in terms of this defensive ult cycle, got to feel really good about themselves. So again, even with that string of rounds now,
so what's the plan?
For PRX.
At least the plan for Wolves is to go aggro over towards A and maybe set one up since they saw them retake A and make it look easy. I think for Wolves, trying to show them that they can't retake A would be nice. 4-person stat up here.
This was the one from the timeout, right? This is the one with the
smoke
plan in
lineup,
mind for PRX. The last check-in with the coaching staff, unless we get OT.
Wait, all the way? Damn, getting real aggro. Something's waiting for it.
Is PRX aware? Something. There's 3 players in that smoke.
Guys can get nuts.
But will he expect all 3?
He did good. Omen flash, TP. Oh, what happened to the TP though? This is a great reaction from him.
Lovely. Big
1v1 on site, big 1v3 at Rubble.
But look at towards the site. It's, yeah, Juicy still standing here, pops the ult, plays it well.
Oh, that's nuts from him. And over towards site, fade 1v1.
Back to life before from CUBB, and now he's standing on his own 2 feet. Divide left. All on his own.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the money. PRX have the eco.
He doesn't even know it. You thought that TP might have cut right through him. It didn't. The Wolves still standing together, fighting together. Divide does what he can. Putting up
Divide's looking kind of on.
Wolves taking the lead.
Great round from Juicy.
Executed to perfection here. Get a crucial trade from Juicy, but then to find the second the showstopper comes through, that splash damage. I can't believe that even catches on Jing. Outrageous scenes here.
It's Water Swordman. Thanks so much for the Prime as well. Thank you of that. Low buy goes in. Again, they got some good ults for this one. Wolves, 3-person A, so maybe not as aggro as last round.
So we go again. Money not looking good for PRX. It's Stingers, it's a Sheriff, it's a Bulldog.
Dude, look at this.
Brought together from the bargain bin basically here. Can they make something with it? Ooh, a little bit of chip on the way. Position now noted.
Wait, what is this read from Wolves?
On the site here. Still got C's and his Prowlers, but they are fastest.
Oh, that's...
sleeping. Not expecting.
Whoa, you crazy guy.
Wild play through the smoke. Gonna find 2, but Springs now here. It gets a bit messy, but it's working out at least for now in Wolves' side.
Not great here for Pac-Man though.
Oh, do you really go for that? No.
He certainly doesn't feel safe to just stick the plant out, so they're waiting for something. Does have the ultimate here, but again,
Pac-Man has to be the one to do it, and he's 21 HP.
Pac-Man too, they're starting to feel it. Something's going to have to go nuclear.
Double the stinger, ain't happening, mate.
None of these fights, these engagements are fair.
Dude, they're very confident.
does well, even Pac-Man with 21 HP, and
Damn, they're very confident.
Wolves again now. Round
It's an important round, this one. They got the ults, they got to use it.
Hit 11 here.
As soon as they A defaulted, by the way, 2-person heavy rotate over towards B, so they could keep 3 on A, and they had 2, and they had no one over towards C. They pretty much had 4 with the rotate here. With Killjoy just getting from B and C. Like, they got good reads at the moment. Dude, look how many ults we're going to see in this round. That's going to be crazy.
Obviously, the round loss bonus is going to be a consideration, but could potentially face Wolves here on map point on a broken buy.
On PaperX's map choice.
Yeah, but Dasp to leave C like this?
It all starts to compound here, but they're not there yet. 4 in a row, unanswered. Ult starting to build, money looking solid. We're gonna need a PaperX round.
Alarm bot, sure, but they still got the space. Okay, it looks like a set strat. We got your ult spots too.
And the rest now filling behind that.
So whether or not they were trying to set up for potentially a paranoia.
There's 2 on site, gonna get wrecked by Omen Flash. Wait, what a return Omen Flash that was. Next duel is everything. Guy in Heaven should probably get the trade.
From PaperX, unwilling to relent on the site now. Spring and what? Oh my God!
Sure.
What a shot!
Better late than never, but yeah, that guy in Heaven needs to duel a little bit heavier, but I think he was scared of under.
This would be something special. But a lifeline for PaperX.
Yeah, a lot of ults coming up. Patman gets the kill. It's probably the best outcome here for PaperX.
Time's been bought. Couldn't get the punish fast enough. And now they know the position. The cross should be the death of YU. I say should. Yeah, they're not giving him an inch here. Very well handled by PaperX in the end.
Okay, and they still keep the Visor. Last time they had Visor, they went over towards B, so might see Wolves be ready for their B here. Dude, that Omen Flash there from Lysol is kind of sick.
So sloppy on that first kill. The paranoia almost.
Dude, what paranoia this is.
Forsaken just
so much good stuff going on.
Just absolutely bulldozing his way onto site.
Those were your last words.
Wolves at late timeout in the half in the map. Round 22. Comfortable financially.
Yeah, Devi's playing really good.
Those ultimates actually building back towards Juicy and Siu Fat BBs. Almost a stacked deck here in terms of this cycle.
Yeah, it starts looking a bit scary, and that Jing's 2 away from his. Forsaken 1 off and 2 away from Patman's, but as I said, this feels like we're getting really...
Well, yeah, and again, you think about it as well, if you don't invest these ultimates
Thoughts on fixed versus rotating minimap? The only like benefit of rotating minimap is if you're good from minimap shooting. But I don't know, it's like preference again. I don't mind it either way.
Set pieces around these ultimates, you're really looking towards Spring and YU to mitigate that risk and sit deep enough where you're not really going to be able to rely on it too much. But said PaperX, they're a team that reads into that sort of thing so well.
Well, I'm probably going to see a paint shell. I imagine maybe a C's perhaps, who knows, but...
Yeah, this time Wolves are actually trying to take the space with the aggro A, instead of making it look like they're taking space. This could be,
God, this could be right.
Yeah, this could be it within the first 10 seconds.
Here we go. Already paint shell comes in, C's not going to find
Dude, what a fade eye that is. They know the second one's there.
Juicy going to go down, Forsaken doubling in.
It's fine, the trades are good.
See if it maybe does answer back in kind, but PaperX aren't stopping. They want the site. And
What a flash that is.
Beautifully done by something. Yeah, that's
What's the money? Ooh, money's low.
They...
Actually, it's not that low. I take it all back. They can kind of go for this. See what they can do. They need to be careful. In an ideal world, they probably shouldn't. But I think the belief that you could win the 2v4 is probably pretty high.
This shouldn't be possible. A 1v.
Damn, nice damage.
Shouldn't be possible.
Hey, they gave that a good try, especially as Papman there went for a reload, it looked like. That was a lot closer. It was actually very close, to be honest.
But it's getting close here. The money's still
there was a warp. There really was a warp, man. He went for a reload.
Was everything.
It's a great flash.
I guess just caught off guard.
I mean, it was nice that aggro towards A as well. So they can't really stop them from getting out A at the moment, and they give up with the idea of doing it. Look how many ults there are.
Slower approach this time around. No resistance shown early on, at least.
This is the first time where PRX have had someone over towards B ready to do some kind of split over towards B. This is the first time that Wolves, instead of rotating like this, have actually pushed and taken map control. Holy. Wasn't ready for that one. Fade ult goes in, doesn't hit anyone. So they know it's a fake over towards B. They force him to force in A. The Grey Omen Flash. Wait, Forsaken TP'd over the Omen Flash. That's nuts.
Ready for the swing, but not ready for the shot. Lysol hammers Forsaken, waiting for the pop of the O, and Jing's landed it.
Jing, don't do that.
Tension rising, something holding the push through the door on the other side now. Rewarded, nice from him. Man advantage and Plant next on the cards.
See the lockdown invested here. It's a 2v3. The response comes through from Pac-Man.
Big duel Pac-Man. Holy hell, they're stuck in there a little bit. Oh my god, I mean, he just eats it.
Jing, what do you do?
And he's in the position he was last seen.
They can just stick it.
Yeah. I can't believe it. YU just has to hold guard. And for Jing, he just has to stand.
Holy, what a rough round. Pac-Man went early. They kind of needed to double it. Oh boy. Okay, one chance for Wolves.
See here, the purchase going to be rough for Wolves, but they find that response, finally finding the opportunity to invest the lockdown. I mean, it's another situation.
There's a great shot from him.
Again, just digging so deep. Jing hitting the drive-by as well.
So many important duels.
That killed Rob with a follow-up here onto something. This is one ultimately that can bail Jing out in that
okay,
situation.
raise all and the backup
still have a pit, still have a
and the backup judge. Omen Flash was used over towards A, so first time they kind of actually managed to force one holding A at the moment. Here's the gun. Dudes.
The moment of silence will drop.
This is scary on B.
PRX poised now. Cover going out. Once again, it's like actually a big info there.
Kind of worked out well, to be honest. It worked out well. They get hit by the flash. They don't really know exactly where he was.
Tip of the spear on some of these set pieces, but PRX are actually going to contact up.
Dude, look at this double C hold. They're so confident that they're going to go back over towards C.
Almost scratching their heads here. They invest the pit over, expecting maybe that with that information, PRX are rotating towards C.
Damn, that's a lot of information, but the Omen's just stuck. Does the Omen get out of there?
How do you play it for Lysol?
Lysol, don't do what you're doing. That's madness. Absolute madness from him. I mean, he got one. It's all about the raise ult, it's all about the vice ult.
No one's given him that yet, though. And the time ticking for PRX here. This is good for them. Still ults in play though. Juicy has
something loves this bounce.
That invested. Flies on the site, but something does well. Gets one back to showstopper. Does one. Wait, something got lost. And a trade for Spring. It's into a 2v2.
Jing still has nade.
You look at the post plan for Devi and Jing here.
It's still a smoke.
Can they hold on to this? Paint shell posted by some seconds. They needed to stay alive. Devi digging deep, and they're not dead yet. They're not done yet. You should have killed them when you had a chance.
This is intense, man.
Bringing it back.
It's actually intense.
Of course we see overtime here.
Dude, Lysol's last round TP'd back into sight to play solo one-man sight. I mean, I guess he didn't have Omen Flash, but still, man, the smokes are so important.
A brazen approach.
No fear.
Almost their trademark game plan here.
He sprang so fast around the corner that he didn't even see him. That's so funny.
Everything gets reset now for round 25. Those ultimates will be reset as well. I mean, Wolves.
Okay, Wolves now back on attack.
To close out now, but back onto the attacking
Oh
side.
Jesus, bro! We got a 3. Wait. What are we? My God. This is 9-person duel from B.
Same piece we've seen previously.
And it worked out well for
Uh-oh.
Jing to trade in the end, but this time, Jing, something in unison. They're not going to let him even have a chance into this. Denied from the very word go.
They still duel though.
Back in, they're taking the fight. And he can't do that. PaperX locked in on this. A 4v2. They should find stability, Mike. But Wolves look unwilling to back away. They don't want to go elsewhere.
They're expecting PaperX to rotate away from this and give up the space, but PaperX reading this perfectly.
Wait, it goes behind
Still
them?
got both extremities controlled as well, so
it's so difficult. They
It's a great flash.
They need something, and
They didn't get full info on this guy though. They're using the E2 well. Using the E2 well on this. It's a nuts game, man. It's a nuts game. What was it? It was a 7-5 first half to Wolves, and it was 1-1 on the pistol.
once more at the back of the season. This time around, no casualties, no trade found. Able to stick the landing.
Oh, that wasn't my PC. That was one of their PCs.
To call a timeout here. Ahead of the second round.
Unplugged, yeah. Either that or Prius is just unplugging his phone or something.
So
Had it on charge.
PaperX's mental here though, because they've been put through the
Cat Kitty, wow, thank you for the 21 months, dude. Thank you so much for that. Disala as well with the Prime, appreciate the 20 months. Oh, how is this guy with this sign everywhere? He's running around the stadium.
Yeah, again, usually with Wolves you'd be talking about, this unknown quantity and, hard to read and stuff like that. The fact that we're talking about actually there is some familiarity between these two teams, it makes it a little bit more interesting because we've seen kind of counters to both approaches.
Yeah.
PaperX showing they're able to dismantle those defaults, and Wolves
Can we
also
remove his VIP for that sound? The problem is we can't prove it's him.
Early round aggression, and I'm with you on that one.
In overtime, Jing has bought a judge.
You look at PaperX,
so we know they're going to be.
Team here, right?
But obviously,
they have
Wolves
that
don't have that info. The
in
Rella song, thank you so much for the 2 months, dude. Appreciate the Prime usage. Thank you for that, mate.
Standing in their way of that grand final. And it's down to the wire between these two.
Teva Nate.
So we go again.
No,
Similar
just a
scenes,
Teva.
it looks like, right?
Fast road. There's
It almost
3
looks like
here.
Repeat, but Jing this time is fast. Oh, and he does get it.
He's still alive. He took 1 bullet.
It looked a little laboured, but YU swings in. Oh, he gets a second.
God, what's going on here? Spike is still retrievable.
Spike just behind the wall as well. Not necessarily a comfortable push out here.
Yeah, Forsaken might actually just have to smoke this one off.
Yeah, Divine and Forsaken.
Wait, do they not even know?
Will be given an opportunity to reset a little bit here.
I mean, they picked the right site.
Themselves in a 2v3.
Oh, I thought they were leaving Divine there. God.
Shadows traveling. Said no paranoia. Going to be a little gap on a follow-up.
Divine's been playing great, but this really would be nuts if he won
still
this.
got satchels. Spring still with a snake bite, so a couple of tools here at Wolves' disposal.
They go aggro. They want to try get a kill fast.
Oh, it's so tense now.
Smoke on Heaven so they can double swing. Oh, they're so proactive. It's so nice. Holy, just landed as well. That was a nice 2v3. Again, coming up with an idea. Smoke over towards Heaven, double duel. Waterfall, that was sick. Dude, what a banger map. Wolves came out prepped as well. The coaching stuff once again did work.
Hey, this standing pistol round, huh?
Why you never stand up?
Nice!
Nice!
He's legit NPC cool, they should take it.
Okay, let me upload the log. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. You can't say when does Liquid play when they're in the chat. Come on, dude. That's just disrespectful, man. Where are your manners, mate? Come on. Get back in a little bit.
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready for map 2. Make sure you get your snacks, drinks, and bio breaks in. Or, if you're like me, send in your Yoru clones instead to do the job. Let's get ready. Where are you going, Yoru? What do you see? We're going straight to the left. Oh, okay. Good form here, good form. Don't shoot the clone. Are you running to a wall? Got the pistol out too on top of that.
What an exciting way to start Masters Toronto here today. I'm now joined by PRX's coach Alex. Now, everybody credits Wars as a team that has a lot of structure. How did you and your boys manage to find those gaps on Lotus?
I think it was a very close affair. I honestly didn't think they gave many gaps. We knew what they were doing, but I think we could have done it better. We did a lot of research. I mean, they have a lot of research on Lotus, so it helped a lot.
Nice counter-strike there, coach. Good luck on map 2.
Oh boy, choo-choo, because the train ain't stopping. as PRX managed to pick up the win, 14-12.
Dude, that drawing is nuts,
there,
bro.
and one has to wonder.
Can someone clip that for me? That's crazy.
That map 3. Now, for that though, let's actually take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. We got to give this one to YU because there were some great plays in this one, but Mimi, this one in particular shined through.
Yeah, and this is more about the round as a whole because I think this starts so well for PRX. Something they did great on their defense was these active trap plays. In this one, they get 2 picks, but then in classic PRX fashion, I think end up overstaying their welcome just a little bit. They lose 2 players there, and then Wolves, after getting this nice double from YU,
oh, this was a close game, man. This round was the one that made it really close as well.
And it was rounds like this, the ones that started strong for PRX, that Wolves bounced back, that made it look like Wolves was gonna take this game away in that first half pair.
I love the balance also of having Spring being more the one that is going to push from the defense and YU being the one that was in the lurks in this first half of Lotus. But in the end, somehow, even with them losing these advantages and whatnot, PRX manages to get back on the board and secure the map.
It's funny because they got theirs back. They gave away some advantages in the first half, but they were the ones winning a lot of clutches. They were the ones bringing it back in the second to push us all the way to OT.
This is nuts, dude. Look at
That's
it.
what you know this PRX team for.
That's sick.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
Dude, even the slug's unreal.
So many good things to talk about with this PRX team. One individual in particular, got to give it to the man himself, Divide. We saw some wild plays. This one in particular was nuts because my guy just walked out there, not a care in the world.
Blue Jay with the prime, thanks so much.
Pop got 2 out of the break.
Thank you.
So many 3Ks, so many very high impact kills that he had. He even got an ace, even though Alex's reaction was not showing that he got an ace. But it was this is one of the disadvantages that they won, and one of the reasons that PRX was able to secure this map in so many occasions
Ascent.
was thanks to Divide's performance.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to work out how to
this
play
year,
against
missing
the
out on Bangkok,
deadlock
having
stuff.
a rough start to stage 1. A lot of fans were calling for Devi's head when they were asking for roster changes. They were saying that he should get dropped, they should find someone new, but I think he's really proved himself in this tournament now, stepping up in some of these later games.
Nearly 200 damage around.
That we've known has been so strong
On a
since
Vice?
all the way back at tournaments like Masters Copenhagen, where this team has made finals before.
Yeah, well, of course, a lot of pressure, though, on the other side of the stage for the Wolves as they're facing a potential trip to the lower bracket if they lose this next map. Let's actually go ahead and check in with Coach Fade to hear what he has to think as we get ready for that one.
I'm now joined by Coach Fade from Wolves. Now, this is the first map you've lost this tournament since that Sentinel series. What was the focal point in your team talk before map 2? And is there any concern around stamina if this series goes the distance?
I think we kind of show nerfs once again towards the end of first map. And I think stamina shouldn't be an issue because we had a 3 days break previously, so I think we will be fine.
I hope so. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and there you see the results that you heard as well. Like they feel good about their stamina for the Wolves,
split
but
if it goes there?
that
Split should be a banger. They're both very good split.
For them as they get ready for map 2
teams.
For sure, especially like
you think it's too far ahead though. It's still got
Ascent.
Ascent.
Has not lost a map since the series they dropped to
Track by
open
track for a
Toronto
reason.
against Sentinels. They have been on a non-stop roll up to this point, but now having to go all the way to 3 if they want to make it into the final here.
Oh, but there's such good maps for the side of Wolves. And now we're about to jump into Ascent. And we're going to see something for everybody that enjoys the map that we don't usually see. Is one team on one hand, we expect them to be playing with the Viper, right? Double controller. And on the other side, a double Sentinel with the Deadlock. That is, of course, if we do not see any changes in the agent select. And I think that we were highlighting how well Wolves was doing from their attack with those executes, how good the utility from Lysar is in that agent.
I really like their Deadlock, in particular on the attacking side. It's another map where they play super slow, just like you were watching on Lotus. But what they do well here is putting down their Sentinel utility on space they take, then resetting as a team and
they won't play a
clearing
Reina,
elsewhere.
man,
So
you're
they're kind
fine.
of putting down these little checkpoints.
They'll keep it there, Ascent,
parts
my
of the map they
thing.
have, and then being able to call
I'm not
back
100%
them
sure.
really late. I think a lot of teams miss out on those
I would imagine
little
most of
details,
the
juggling
days of
Sentinel utility.
prep would
They're
have
great
gone
there. It's the
into
same on defense.
this.
To me, this feels like a really strong map.
I think they
for
probably would have
Wolves to bounce
predicted this is
back.
the map that
I
gets
like the way
picked.
they chop up the map, right, and really give themselves.
They
like
definitely
you
could have
said,
come up with a
lot
new
of
comp.
these openings. The thing is, though, is that we have seen now a couple times PRX kind of feed the beast one too many times here. And I think with Deadlock and the way that this team can play this one, Mimi, it's going to be quite problematic for them if they're not careful and checking their
KO? Wait, they're going...
Sure, yeah. They have to
they're
be
going,
on point
oh, they're going
with,
old school.
taking calculated risks, but it definitely paid off in the first game.
Yeah,
Here,
they're
let's
going
take a look at the
old
Cahots
school.
and
Real
PaperX
old school.
locking in that jet for something now.
Oh, they're going back to something, you know, more standard in this case. They've moved away from the Gecko and the Race. I had a feeling that was going to happen, but I love
with the Viper, sure.
With this double controller and the Viper.
I really like the Viper comps on this map. I think they've always been strong on
Might
defense.
be a lot of luck and going on.
Looked great, but this is much more sensible in terms of the rest of the utility. You're going to put a lot into something.
Okay, so again, I imagine this is when most of the time in the days off from PaperX when.
And what protocols Wolves have to deal with that.
Another player
Yuko could have a really fun time lurking against this.
Performance in the first map, something that is very, very different from what we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament from him.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of responsibility.
The double
here
Senti against
like,
the no
you're gonna want
Senti,
that
yeah.
KO maybe to try and like clash a bit with the Deadlock there to prevent
And they
that
start on
utility from
defense.
being a bit of a problem. Try and sniff those things out. He's going to have a tall task ahead of him without a doubt here. Curious to see how this one plays out because really it feels like both teams are doing their homework coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I think that we also need to look at Forsaken. I think that one of the things that PaperX have to take great care of, number one is YU, because he's going to be most likely the one that is playing outside of the pack, and that could bring some...
Fade better with a Viper? Yeah, Fade combos better with Viper.
Like to wait so much, and that is why I'm looking at these players to focus on.
Oh boy, all right, well, it's time now to get ready for map number 2.
It's
Toronto,
at least easier to combo.
You want to see a map 3?
Probably works a little bit better with the wall, and just like the Fade eye works a little bit better.
Let's send it back over to your casters who very much want a map 3. Here's Pansy and Hypod.
And you really can't blame us after map 1. 14-12, it tipped the way of PaperX in OT. But what a wild ride it was to get there. Now on Ascent though, Mike, has this changed any of your expectations?
I mean, you look at this, really, the upset would have come from Lotus for me. If Wolves could close out here, PaperX struggled domestically here on Ascent. They obviously have the loss to Genji previously here, sorry. So
no map 3 for APAC viewers. Yeah, it's late over there, right?
And force a third, because Split should be an absolute.
It would be a banger though, I'm just saying, if it did go there.
Look, always delivers, man.
It'd be worth staying up for.
Always.
Oh, God. Okay, well, let's see if they can get there
Okay,
first.
PaperX on defense, Wolves on attack. Double Sheriff. Devi after his pistol gets another Sheriff out, and just a wall for the pistol. 1, 2, 3.
There was a great line from Devi, I think, in one of the interviews, talking about every time he sees the Champs LA finisher in-game, it haunts him. A couple of them actually, I saw them brought up on map 1.
So again, you've got to have been starving to truly understand hunger, and for PaperX, they've never really got that first place.
Recon goes over towards middle. Got a fake over towards A with a TP over towards B.
Time, but still, it will be Wolves on the attack. PaperX on the defending side. Something tries to stake his claim towards middle, but will be
damage for damage. Okay, they actually commit to this, it's looking like.
With a flash. Close and personal.
Nice shot.
Actually, Forsaken caught on the retreat back.
Yeah, maybe not thinking it's going to fill that space yet, but there is still two
Works
players
out pretty
on the
well
side
as
of the
well.
map for
Spring just
PaperX.
avoids the knife.
Still here. Jinx
Keeps
still on
strong
this side
too over towards her.
Slow and steady again for Wolves. And it looks like PaperX wants this back, but it's just going to end up being a brawl, isn't it? They're ahead of the smoke, but what's the util on the corner? There isn't any. So Jin and Batman do really
yeah,
well.
they thought there might have been a bit of pressure over towards A on this.
Wolves keep the man to
Looking
the
very
good,
nice
and they
for
get the side
Wolves.
themselves.
That's the good, something down to 34 HP as well. But 2 Sheriffs on the side of PaperX here. Good pack a punch here on the retake. For a spam, that's the exchange back and forth. Still got a drone in play here.
We still have a drone.
That is lovely.
And someone in place to spam.
Keep themselves tucked in on this. I think both potentially spotted yet. And that was huge for this. Something
Okay, very, very nice. For pistols at the moment, 2-1.
Great beginning. But again,
Every attack pistol's been won.
work on these attacking sides.
Absolutely do. Talked about that being the main objective on Lotus. He did deliver.
One enemy remaining.
He'll repeat it here once more. Something. You can't get that economy building, as Mimi mentioned, what he can get done with the operator potentially on the defensive side, always.
Yeah, there are a lot of death,
on
a
Ascent.
lot of Bulldogs. Forsaken gets a shorty.
Fairly invested here on round 2 as well. Respect being shown.
Insta trip down just in case they're doing some kind of Vision Strikers flash dash. EP to bottom and middle. Probably recon in. And then you know it's creative pressure because it's for sure safe.
But again, a reminder of that last map too. These rounds aren't free. When it comes to that second round, it's just a share.
Yeah, so fake TP over towards mid. A little bit of pressure with the trip over towards B in the cage. And then group up over towards A once they felt like they'd done pressure around the map.
Doing their due diligence. And Sufa BB will be working towards, as said, that, or I imagine probably getting priority on that here. Caution needs to be shown. That deep haunt over towards B, you should have seen on the mini-map.
Oh, that's nice.
Pretty indicative that no one's there, and the connection of the knife. So
3 pass and stack.
Pretty locked in for what's happening.
I have the spike.
Considering set piece here around the cage from Lysol, but...
Uh-oh.
Are they cancelling on this?
Uh-oh.
They need to find progress somewhere.
Jing?
Dangerous.
Especially with players
What's
like
the spacing like?
Very deep position. Laboured, but YU comes out on top.
Yeah, the paranoia goes into sight, so they should be able to kind of springboard through this. Unless someone wants to smoke, now you can't.
Yeah,
now you're held back.
they walk completely
it feels
behind
like
them.
the anti-PaperX, doesn't it? But they still find a way through. Divide, up and over the top, but at this point, the plant's going to be in. So very difficult to find much surprise, even ahead of maybe that deadlock util. You've got to be cautious. Again, you can afford losing one player, that being Spring. The rest you don't want to lose, and YU took a risk, but he should be fine here. Yes, stability looking good. Sufat BB.
Yeah, they might even get a server ult pretty early here. Okay, in terms of just macro stuff to play against this, Wolves, Deadlock is just... It wins you off the plants. So PaperX need to make sure they hold onto the sides.
I got scared here,
Just eco and pistols, so not like super wide for them, but...
The Bulldogs sometimes can be a little hard to tame. Sufat BB not having that issue in that regard. Sticking the spray. Now that purchase, especially with Spring upgraded as well.
This bonus is incredible.
Makes this round 3 doable here for Wolves. Actually 2 light shields on the side of PaperX as well for something and Forsaken.
They're fighting on every front though, PaperX.
This is interesting. Because you got the wall here, so once this recon goes up towards middle, in theory, you could have someone either side of this, so they shouldn't feel comfy using their TP.
So there is that, and
Heavy fight over towards A main, Omen flash and KO flash. Dude, that's, I mean, it's so much pressure around the map at the moment. They just fought for B main and A main at the same time as prowling middle. They just got full info everywhere.
Incredible for him. So in the meantime, look at where the spike's going, Mike.
Yeah, but they picked the weak site.
Show presence or something actually. Forsaken's walked all the way up as well.
They don't know about Forsaken.
God, what a shot that is. A nut shot. Devi has to kill 2 somehow, and he's on 35 HP. Okay.
But still standing and still breathing on 35.
He still has to get another because the Deadlock's
out of the
alive.
equation. Now starting to flounder a bit. You can see it with Wolves. This was only their bonus, but still struggling to find the landing on this up against the 4 remaining for PaperX. That's going to be dealt with. You look at that middler coming into effect too, but that's not going to find the value they want.
Wait, that was nuts that they killed that. Killed him straight through smoke on this one. 20 seconds spike down. He's got to deal with his own wall.
It's risky off the back, but
Can
still.
Devi still get one?
And now the smoke dissipates on. Oh! The smoke going down on CT opens up chance here. Devi tries to find that second before the paranoia lands, but 8 seconds now. Stop it, Wolves! One by one, they are taking down PaperX, and Jing seems unaware of the possibility of Spring being so close. Smokes of his own and a couple of TPs. How do you divide and conquer this? I do not know. But all eyes drawn to that potential in the smoke. Jing steps forward, smoke goes down!
That's a nice idea from him. Pressure over towards it with the fake TP. Yeah, I mean, PaperX need to play heavier over towards the sides though. The leaving one that they did, even though it like the Explorer over towards middle, you're not up against the Killjoy, right? So the turret's not there. But as soon as they get over towards side with the Deadlock, it's so hard.
For some key pieces of utility, key damage towards Devi in that initial exchange. Pays off massively for Wolves. Get themselves the upper hand here to kick off map 2.
And I'm waiting with bated breath, right? Because that's a huge start for them. Because I feel like once you get PaperX on the attack, they come into their own, right? Able to control the tempo, kind of do what they please. But if you can stake a good claim for yourselves, the opportunity's yours. Why you? Quick reminder.
Instant reaction over towards A or not? I'm pretty sure 2/3 maybe got hit by the knife here as well. And there's 3 over towards A. Wolves are actually in trouble in this one. Oh, there goes the drone. Okay, they put the ult into it as well. Wall goes over towards here, so there's 2/3 stuck on site. It's a nice ult. Great shot though. There's a lot going on, but they have so much safety of the wall being over towards short.
There ain't no 3v3, sure, but look at the HP of Lysor. See if BB does have his ult, but I don't think he can get away from that default plant spot. So Spring waiting.
Yeah, as soon as Forsaken shoots, that trip comes up.
Are you aware? Going to be held up back towards heaven. The 2 players on site can focus towards short. Nice from Spring, but he goes down. And now Something and Divine need to come together in this.
Lysor's low.
Somehow figure it out.
Damn, that is a great bait though.
Was lovely. Leaving Divine. What a shot! You got one more of those. You've done it before. You had the ace before. The man is a monster, but he's got to prove it now and see if that BB has been ice cold in these. He knows the time. He knows the tempo. What is that from Divino?
Hey, Divine's playing unbelievable. He's playing unbelievable.
The Red Bull clutch here from Divine.
And so he actually finally lost the clutch. Like he always wins them.
Today in this series.
Okay, well they needed that. He had some great shots. He had a really good shot over towards heaven at the beginning.
3-piece for him to add to the list. It's rough as well, the reset again. Default plant spot safe initially, but that position from
Okay, now Something can get the op out as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 though. 4 people, 1-9 loss bonus. Like if PaperX lose this, Wolves just get too many rounds really. So this is the round. Obviously they could eco them again, but the thing that I like about this is they've been going B aggro all the time, so it's not like it's out of the blue when you have enough money for the op. They've been doing it anyway.
Backstab this.
Or not, we'll see the op.
Maybe some deep presses. Yeah, we'll catch the backside of Something for sure. And the second player.
Yeah, he's just going king forwards.
Why are you swinging that Forsaken doubling down? It's a mistake and a punish. Is why you will lap that up.
This one
and now that B-side looks
is looking
so
rough.
Flash. Guaranteed across. Juicy's going to find Divide as well.
Yeah, they got a save. Just as their money starts getting low, 3k for everyone. Can't get much better than this for Wolves.
No point feeding into this potentially with Juicy. Close to that ultimate. Springs at you.
Will they go for a force?
He wants to prevent
1-9 on
semblance
this.
of safety here.
I mean, he could drop.
The remaining
He could
PaperX
drop.
players. He's going to pick up a deep position in spawn though. There's still maybe a question mark if they're in towards market or in towards spawn. Well, they will
Something. I think he
progress
just
any
didn't think
further,
they would
but
go aggro. It's something that's been pretty impressive from Wolves.
Usually you talk about discipline and that was a lack of respect for Something.
They're not scared, basically.
Yeah, did he even get a shot off?
There's
Why
been a
he
lot
was
of like
so
confidence
quick
plays.
Yeah, they seem really well.
I think Boaster spoke about it the other day
not
when he said like people in practice are a lot more confident.
But, you know,
And this might be one of those plays where you're like, I'm not sure he would follow this up, but I mean they're doing it.
It was really well dismantled. Again, Forsaken's fault as well, just felt it was too late to be going for that. There's no trade to be there.
Yeah, he's holding on to the space.
I think, yeah, again, once you know it's the drone that's come forward, you're not just swinging onto YU there. Again, it's almost an expected response here from PaperX. They deal with the trip. They want to post something on a much deeper sight line. Again, the Prowler's sent through as well. So it's actually Wolves that have the upper hand in terms of the information.
Yeah, they could force
it's a
this.
question mark for PaperX, actually. Who's behind that?
And if they force it, it's pretty much an early all-in.
There for them. We'll leave them with a 4-1 deficit now. Timeout called. There's a purchase. Considering the rifles behind this, maybe want to make a play for an orb here for something.
Hello, Bacon. How we doing?
Slightly.
Bacon, sorry. Dude, Bacon, you never messaged me properly, though. I helped you with one thing, and then you just stayed silent.
Coming into this, but already a fantastic
Sometimes you got to push it.
Wolves. Looking composed.
Yep.
as well. Just hearing from Faye talking about how much actually those days off have paid off, because they've had, like we said, with the comeback in Gen G, the resilience shown, that takes a lot from a team, even if they're all smiles and on their feet on the stage and stuff. Behind closed doors, no doubt, no doubt that reset absolutely necessary to continue here in Toronto.
It's kind of an all-in, but then something saving enough money for his op after he uses his ult next round.
PRX so far with that one round, but of course did have that timeout. Can hear the ults coming through as well for something.
Fade, I went out. They might cancel this one.
Yeah, so
kind of all in. The good thing about this drone as well. Okay, divided great here. I was going to say the good thing about this drone is probably going to push him far back and then it creates the pressure over towards Wine, but he pretty much cleared this instantly, so you can definitely hold just the one person in this ult.
I think I did just hear something pop the knives. It's not necessarily looking like as bad a situation here for PRX.
I must wait a moment.
TP over towards him in short pressure.
TP back here from Juicy to potentially collapse on B side very quickly with YU
What
Spring.
an absolute shot that
Do
is.
that to something. Can we just like highlight the fact you're doing that to something twice now? He's been outswung.
What I'm saying though, that they're very confident.
You are absolutely wrong. But now they've manipulated the map well. Now
Well, if he swings out, you can see that, yeah, two people are attached to it.
Is going to start suffering. You're not in the right place, but Jinx still going to hold
Big
his ground.
flash, big TP.
Paranoia primed and sent down through. Tries to escape, but he gets out for now. Patman's found light, Story's got support.
Oh god.
See that BB, they're just flying
Whoa.
into Roger. Patman!
Whoa! Not shots, dude. Oh god, the only round PRX are winning is just hero plays though. they needed this, they're still in it. They are still in it, but only just still. And it's so early on in the game.
I need to watch that one back.
Hey, hit some great shots.
It just jumps down, able to get behind this so quickly.
Oh my god, it's instant.
Beautiful stuff from him. No semblance of comfort back in the coach booth whatsoever.
1, 2, 3, 4 can't buy next though. It's the similar same story, but at least for PRX this time, they could actually break the econ of Wolves. It'll be 2-4 on top of this.
Who's next?
Your ult goes out, 2 over towards side. They kind of get a stick strong. Great shot.
Reds it round the corner there.
And something seems unafraid at all, and he gets out of danger. Trying to combine it with a Hunter's Fury, but it finds no value really. And now Forsaken just stands his ground. This feels like it's fallen flat here for
It's a really big win at the moment. As long as they can. Oh. I was gonna say, as long as they can win this round, it's a really big win.
So close. Great trade for Devi there.
Especially getting the double ult
now
out.
Just 2 remaining.
Ults the
Juicy
combo
and
well as well.
In the 2v4, Mike. I mean, it would be a tilter.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to walk into an op here.
2v2 on either side here, but the issue being something is posted up. The operator. You get not many tools left to. Actually, no, I haven't said that. Recon and Juicy with a full belt.
Recon over towards A main to make it look like they're taking A main. The problem is, everyone knows that they have a lineup from here and here for this.
It's not going to dissuade these players. They don't need to move.
PRX can sit in this
it's not going to
now,
do too much.
Wolves, because they don't get a bite.
I think as well,
Cancel.
I'm not 100% sure. when you do this from A main, right, you bounce this off here. I think it goes way more in this corner. Like theirs is too far to the left. I'm not even sure where you would bounce this off to get this one.
PRX will find.
It's not a standard one at least. Okay.
Keep things honest in the start of Ascent.
PRX needed this though, 3k. Get that money going. Get the op out all the time.
And as you can see on PRX now.
2 in a row.
Absolutely nothing and a million miles away from anything, to be honest with you. So a slight advantage in that regard, but it's not much. I mean, Lysol going to be potentially the next key ultimate for the Wolves.
I've got to say as well, for me, good start.
Yeah, I like the idea of Patman tried to shut down the Sova ult as well with his KO.
Map one as well, so seeing him come online, certainly a positive.
Oh, Forsaken.
Oh my god, he tanked the flash though, and I think this is a bit of a mess up. Even though he gets a lot of damage through the cage, I don't think you can play retake from this site. So if they do just commit over towards it, they will win the round.
Still not noticing
oh wait, the deadlock's
Stalls
dead.
there.
Maybe
If
it's
they
kind of
try
open at the
disrespect it,
moment.
it's gonna be brutal,
Big shot.
And it is. Yet way too difficult.
Big
Right,
jaws.
Juicy, what is that?
It's
You're
open.
1 HP, you're not meant to be
Wait,
doing
what?
this sort of stuff.
See, look how far away he is to hit that.
As well. So unwilling to deny that
He had to be 1 HP, right?
They're wrapping the spike as well.
He had to be 1 HP.
Both Jing and something.
This guy's paranoia, smoke,
He was 1 HP. Probably the
though,
longest range
He's left
shorty kill I
guessing.
think I've seen in the game.
Potentially, yeah, going to get himself a clean plant.
Things are going right for him.
Kind of implies he's not expecting this wrap.
They could swap guns and he could dash lane if they wanted. I don't know how they want to play it.
paranoia. What do you do with it? Yeah, a little interested on that, but the corner.
Fair play. Did he see him on the updraft? He must have. He wasn't even looking anywhere else. Well, that is the only reaction he can make though. But dude, that I got to see that shorty kill. It's so far away.
Initially, that first kill was a Forsaken. Yeah, Forsaken gets caught here with the flash. Again, you look at the minimap at that moment, and there is a huge gap in the PRX defense. So happens. I mean, Juicy picks up a little momentum, but that kill there, he was down to 1 HP, and the shorty connects from here.
That's absolute insanity.
Just as the door is about to close.
God, there was a stacked replay. There's so much in that.
Potentially stealing that post for Wolves, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Felt like it. And now Wolves starting to run dry, it looks like. Again, when we're talking about these sort of big stage games, it is that level of comfort on here when you're under the gun, because yes, they did lose out to, what was it, Sen early on, but beyond that, they've not really dropped a map for Wolves. They've been on that kind of momentum run. So now they're starting to hit that brick wall, right? You kind of expect it in towards these sort of games. The caliber just keeps increasing. I want to see how well they do in this. Obviously, they did great against Gen G. That, to me, was the tick in the box of authenticity.
Yeah, almost a turning point.
Yeah.
Dark West Suit, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you.
Yeah, because you have that step up again for playoffs where it's like obviously the stakes get raised. And we're not talking about elimination for Wolves, but certainly the caliber
Vision Strikers here. So Wolves are pretty good at chilling for the first 15 seconds. But I get the... I definitely think a lot of teams would do this. But Wolves are pretty good normally of just like
PRX, I mean, God,
chilling
I said it
for a little bit.
When it comes to the international stage.
Truly not. And again, I think that because of their lack of, you know, let's say international trophy, that there has been that worry about them, how well they do, their expectations. But they are still a grand finalist team, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's just something that doesn't even
force them down to a low bite.
But at this point,
and there is a little bit of aggression here. We've got someone to hold top middle so that we can swing out towards here. Again, no Killjoy turret up here, right? So you can swing out to this angle.
He knows where the man is.
Yeah, still got Forsaken the whole time, holding over towards top mid. Knife goes in, hits one, so they know there's one over towards main. Fade eye. Wolves are just going to explore around the map, I'm pretty sure. Forsaken, don't do it.
This feels very classically PRX.
Yeah, it really does, man.
He could get outswung here, and he is on his own because you saw the
dude,
rotation
chill.
coming out from something. So times it well to back away, and that sees obviously giving it a couple of seconds and actually plays back in something. You don't often see fights this deep on the map, but welcome to PRX, I guess.
Yeah, PRX
yeah, as soon as he kind of clears this line here as well, they should be able to hold so strong with 3A. Jump, peek, or hold line over towards B. I mean, they've locked him in.
Still commanding this space, and actually knife will reveal.
They don't. See how he doesn't want a knife. He doesn't want them to go back. He just wants them to go into this.
Probably still knowing.
Yeah, everything is the right choice.
Yeah, look at the
snake bite and the fragment.
Yeah, wait for the util fast. That's nice.
Side to have to try and approach basically dry at this point. Yeah, Juicy still going to get Jing down, but we're... Okay, guys.
Dude, honestly, it got pretty close there.
Divine looks like he's trying to do everything himself.
What game is he playing?
That's unfair. That's
chicken video. Hello, Reese. Thank you so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate you, man.
Scales on their side. And I've got to say, Wolves looking a little bit shaken by this.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't want to say lost for answers, but unable to really troubleshoot with some of these approaches that PRX are displaying here on Ascent.
Yeah, it got a little close, no doubt about it.
A moment where Divine can't ping down Spring.
PRX Watch Party loving that one, but 5-4 we go back through.
Something still gets the op out. I guess there's some kind of
simplistic in approach. It looks direct.
flash over towards
and
middle.
something was to turn this operator
I got the spike.
into a shotgun.
Mate.
I mean, he's feeling himself here. It's a really risky play.
Mate.
Oh,
No way.
target selection. Catches Sufat Baby just in towards.
Oh, misses as well over towards Jenny. Omen flash goes in. Didn't hit the Omen though. No way, and he hid over towards the wall the whole time, so he was ready to go, and they felt like they were fine over towards short because the wall was down. Wild plays, man. Absolute wild round from Something.
Something's been dominant about this so far. The double swing. Position noted. Something's going hunting. Hungry for his 4-3 already in the round.
4 is all they get, do they? They're doing really good, man. I was so worried for them at the beginning of this.
Especially not now. Already a solid idea of where he's at. PRX just want to decisively close out round 10 here.
No escape.
Oh, God.
Nowhere to run.
Really nice round from him. That first op kill is it's insane to watch.
As the game goes on.
Especially as they smoked over towards her and they could literally be wine.
Building up now 5 rounds unanswered.
Yeah, and then he's just hiding. He's hiding in front of the wall the whole time, so they don't expect. I mean, they just don't think that the fast blood can even happen over towards door.
The tides certainly have turned. We'll actually draw out a second timeout here for Wolves. And the opening stretch of Ascent.
Wait, double timeout. He's
desperate.
He's so confident in their defense.
From Fade to try and recover things here. Hope for a 6-6. Actually, see Fat BB, the one to really lead this dialogue.
Yeah, it's not Fade. This is the captain checking in with the boys.
He's insanely vocal.
See that pressure starting to mount.
Because I guess this is the uncharted territory for this team, right? Is being on international stage.
Yeah, bro, I mean, bro's been speaking for the whole minute.
You just can't crack through that first sort of line of defense. Again, this is where these guys really earn their money, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming up with the goods here.
Still going.
It's all good and well to have those Cinderella runs, right? And it's why we love them. They're such fun to witness. But the reality is normally that fairy tale falls short. There's been very few occasions where it's gone
and
the
they're
whole
kind of
distance.
accepting this round.
EG at Champs was probably one of the only ones that ever made it.
The outlier,
Yeah, a little bit more.
It. PRX have been that fairy tale run in the past, but they never quite made it themselves. For Wolves, they have to face that reality now. How bad do you want it? Do you have really what it takes to push someone like PRX
Smoke
away
middle.
from something they are
Vision block on short.
focused on? That grand final.
Flash over towards middle. It's a 4-person duel on middle for PRX.
Juicy not getting what he needs there.
And a tag or two.
Yeah, and they can hear all the sheriffs and they can kind of relax, but I am looking at I'm looking at Devi really out in the open. I mean, at least everyone's doing it. There's no chance of them like getting what. There's no chance of them getting like one gun and picking it up. Everyone's dueling over towards middle.
And this is when it's rough to play against PRX. They know when to keep.
Yeah, it was nice though. The flash over towards the top. 2-2-1.
When he's saying a half as well. That's 6 now. With no response.
KO flash fade eye same time.
Didn't even look like that was going to land as well.
Simply lovely from PRX. And as said, the pressure starts weighing on the chest for Wolves. It's still a manageable scoreline.
Oh, absolutely,
still smiles. Yeah. But we can see these rounds and they're feeling these rounds and there's aggression again. Something wants that deeper line.
Yeah, fade eye deep as well. There's a chance someone could be behind this box, but that's about it. They can kind of heavier rotate, and the KO is here with double flash if they do try and take the timing. I do like when you can get the Yoru over towards here. Again, getting Yoru towards the right side of A main, B main does give you a lot more TPs that you can do.
That discipline, that capability in the high pressure games now is the biggest test for them. Looking a little fraught here so far. Last couple of rounds just not quite been in the wheelhouse.
Oh, that knife's incredible.
Again, the timing on these knives, rather good.
Fragment to prevent anybody
Yeah,
slipping.
and with that as well, something keeps on pushing, even though he's locked down A. Not sure about that one, but
guard here.
okay, he doesn't overstep.
I mean, PRX can sit in this formation.
Oh.
Oh god.
Okay, just wanted to clear over towards A, but they don't know for sure.
He does get caught playing ahead there. That is one thing that's worked in their favor. He tried
They're
to
not
lean
through the choke.
forward,
Smoke
get
is down.
punished,
Fade
but for
Eyes
Second,
out
the
as
Guardian
well.
in this one, keeping them at bay.
Jing, you
And
gotta
look
go
at who's
crazy,
sent towards
mate.
the site in the meantime. Jing still here, doing the dance, does it well, takes down another. Forsaken popping off with 20 seconds. The leader for the Wolves side.
He just runs on lane. We can't hear him running. Dude, they got 8. Wasn't it 4-1?
8-4. Such a commanding scoreline.
Really is. Wolves' resilience
Wild.
will be tested once more to try and come back here. I said 7-5, doable 8-4. I mean, it's a pistol round 2 potentially that makes this such a huge deficit to come up against.
Fade Eye down when the smoke's there is so good. Dude, Prius needs to stop charging his phone, man. He keeps making the sounds. Everyone's checking their PC.
So they need to prepare themselves. And it seems like we're about to send it over to Vansili with Sid City standing by.
Thank you so much, Pansy and Hypog. We have a hell of a game so far, but I'm joined on the floor right now by Sid City. Toronto, give it up to Sid City.
Dude, I thought they said Sen City.
I'm doing
like the
good.
Sentinels
The
thing.
energy in the stadium is insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last time we had a chance to speak with each other, it was during an Americas matchup in LA. What's the vibes like here in Toronto in a sold-out Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I think it's insane because the East Coast and Canada hasn't had an event like this in a long time, and Los Angeles always has events like this. So the crowd, I feel like you guys are like super excited to finally be here in person and watching the games. Like, you guys are insane.
Toronto, you're excited? Hell yeah. And now you have some experience playing in Game Changers before, so you have an eye for skill. In this matchup so far between PRX and Wolves, who do you have your eye on so far?
Okay, honestly, at first I wasn't gonna say this, but after that ace with the deagle on that diffuse round, Divide.
So does that mean Divide and PRX are taking a series?
Yeah, I mean, I got PRX rocking on my sleeve right now, so I think they're gonna scare us a little, make it a close match, but I think PRX is gonna like close it out. I'm sorry, Wolves. I'm sorry. You've been great though.
Well, Wolves,
You've been
you know what
great
to
though.
do. It's time to. Thank you so much one more time, Sid City. Let's bring it back to the game.
Vansili sending it on that. He's such a
good,
bold man. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
he's actually been rehearsing that for the last few days.
That's what I've been hearing in the
heard
hotel.
A few howls, yeah.
Yeah, fair play. And they're going to need a couple because 4 rounds isn't many, right? PRX sat on 8. You can see on the Coinbase Econ report kind of just the lay of the land, really. And it has been a bit of the something show in my mind. He has elevated. I was worried after that first round with the operator. It didn't seem to phase him. He was right back into business.
Yeah, and I think the issue being now coming into the second half, you see the string of rounds. It's been collected by
Yeah, I mean, Wolves need another good start.
Wolves haven't had much of a say in some of these losses. Yes, coming down to maybe a 1v1 here and there, but all the crucial kills feel as if they went
80 in the highest. Now someone hit over 100, right? I can't remember who it was.
4-1
Someone had 101. It's 2-1 for the pistols at the moment, so I feel like Wolves need to get this to a 3.
Often seal the fate of the team.
Punish over towards middle. Recon over the top.
And a third now noted. That's a lot of info. See if BB is being bold about this, but he's been revealed. He's been just about everything, but they've weathered the storm.
Yeah, I think initially
It's still nice from Wolves though, and I like this from PRX as well. They create a lot of pressure. Well, they're not going to go back towards A main. Oh, dude, this is going to give them so much freedom on A.
I think there's potentially a little bit of a stack.
Oh god, they're going to hit everyone.
Lovely timing on that.
Free.
But something is free. A little bit of a dink though, going to do some serious work. The spring's already down low. Now even lower. Cleared.
No way. I mean, it's just so many numbers swinging at the same time there.
Their goal, and the plant's going to be in.
Dude, every single attack pistol.
YU and CUFAT BB. A 2v4. A couple of members of PRX tagged up, but certainly doesn't swing this in Wolves' favour. Have to overcome the odds here. PRX just poised for anybody to step out. That's it.
Uh-oh.
A second.
Okay,
Oh god, not like that.
Ryu's going to come into this as well. Jing's quieted him down, but see if that baby's going to see both players, basically. He's got to know where they are, but he can't
nicely handled. My guy felt pretty scary at the ending here. 2-2 though, 2-2, 1-1 every single map for pistols.
Step in the right direction.
No defense pistols, all attack.
The brink of double digits.
You can't really force on defense as well.
I guess what they
there's
perceive
just
as
so many people
the
dueling.
point of weakness. They follow through. Wolves not able to even backtrack. Well invested here for round 2 as well. Don't want to leave anything up to chance.
Yeah, every single person. I mean, honestly, they're doing it just in case they do force.
Actually, Wolves set up in a little bit of a stack here. Flash in's only going to slow down the inevitable, it feels. Maybe toying with the idea of testing that orb, but
Omen flash if they want it, but
I think PaperX probably smell something.
There's a trap around that
I
corner,
mean,
guys.
it is an isolated gun though.
Feels weird over there. And something looking to farm. If he falls, it would be a prized possession garnered.
I was curious there if Forsaken was going to show some utility on the other side of the map, because it's just Lysor, but Devi actually is calling a cancel on that.
That's one. There's more, and it's cleared systematically, one by one. The flash through smoke is nice. See that BB is already noted as well. Can't really fall away from the stairs. Jing already takes the angle. PaperX looking locked in here, Mike.
First the Forsaken as well. Get that plant, get that ult.
Again, showing
Nice and
diligence
early.
this time around. And that's when it really flips the switch. Wolves the ones to left, kind of to sweat in this scenario.
Well played. I mean, yeah, again, just everyone swinging together. I like the Prowler flash as well. It's nice.
Jing, a third found and a 10th on the board for PaperX.
Hey, this is the one.
This buy round.
It ended right here.
It's huge for Wolves. And this bonus even bigger for PaperX if they can find it. Only the one casualty.
That you're gonna cry, bro.
So they come into round 3. Flushed out in terms of the inventory. And Pac-Man actually just going to ride a Sheriff through here.
Yeah, still keeping it as a bonus, but they want to go for a fast B. Obviously, they've got the backup option if they actually get heavy shut down here. Oh, we're trying to get the ult. Sure.
Just initially, Forsaken going to retrieve one orb.
Have a go at it. Okay, no matter what, he gets his ult for the next round.
All good.
But don't have control over towards A main, so...
A little bit cagey as a start, isn't it? You can see the...
I mean, it's a huge ultimate to
Yeah,
have.
but it also creates all the pressure over towards here, right? Pressure over towards B main. Right now we have the drones clearing it, so question mark gets cleared, and they have 3-person here, so the rotate to 8's actually pretty late. Break the wall, but it's with multiple people. It doesn't really matter. Dude, if they hit now...
They've cleared B main. If you're looking at Wolves' side, they cleared B main.
Where's the spike going?
Here, but you can already see that rotation coming in from
Dude, I like this though from Wolves. They cleared over towards B main and checked it with 3 people, then put the aggro trip. Info, 3-person strong.
No, and that's going to encourage the play forward.
No way. Got stunned by his own deadlock trip.
It's laboured, but job done, and Lysor does well. Tucked into hell, he drags down another with him. The walls aren't done yet, but Forsaken captured and held in place. The spike now left loose. With 20 seconds, he's got to make a miracle out of this. 3 players. Forsaken. Not gonna get it.
Wait, how did that hit? He's full running on that one.
3 left standing as well, just an armor.
Nice from Wolves though. I like how proactive they are, and I like that they put their trips down as well to get them the early info if they do end up coming back.
It was the bonus, so PaperX is going to come back in, and because Pac-Man only brought a Sheriff to the party,
Spike down A. Spike down.
It's almost rinse and repeat here. Not out of the woods just yet. Cannot get the ball rolling in terms of the comeback.
But again, though, this was something that was said about that BB was building up his players, right? Keeping them confident, trying to keep them in the game. He's going to have to keep doing that because PaperX don't stop.
Welcome
Even in
back.
their
Yeah, it feels
losses,
like something
they
you would
will
do to
still
flame the other team, if, to be
play
honest.
confident games.
Okay, I like this from PRX. This I can't remember what team was using this smoke, but there was quite a few. There was like a period where Viper was getting used all the time. This one's good, right? Smoke creates a lot of pressure. You could be walking into either one of these areas once it goes up. Also means you kind of separate over towards short so you can clear close.
Nightmare to play into.
T1, yeah, it was T1. Thank you, Russell.
But Slice Saw dancing with death here.
Still have that trip, so they can still have confidence behind that. But they've read it wrong to an extent, right? They're kind of falling for this fade pressure on towards B main, but we know where it's heading. PRX are once again eyeing up this A site. This is brutal.
Yeah, so again, as soon as this goes up, there is the pressure that they could get over towards here, especially as the knife goes in and they saw the Euro close.
Looks the wrong way and gets punished. Spring does well.
The great Omen flash.
Tries to slow the roll here, buy time for these rotations. Pressure
That looks nice for Wolves. They got a lot of people here. Do they fight together?
Closer. Juicy play in the corner. Gets denied. Looks for the follow-up. No. Spring barely
2
alive
HP?
on 2, but he's still breathing until then. Down to a 3v2.
They didn't really fight together. I've never seen the smoke that leaks that heavy out.
We're going to be coming from heaven here.
I think the Omen should be swinging that when his teammate's holding it, though.
Nobody from PRX overstepping. They're tucked in right now.
Got to see discipline. Oh. That's a shoulder shown. Some damage made. So they could know two
Knife
players
over towards A main, clears all at A main. Keep an eye on Forsaken.
That third being Forsaken, but they're losing out on the site. Couldn't quite get the follow-up.
That's nice as well. His teammate's just running, so he's looking at the top as well. Yeah, I think Wolves messed up on site here, really. And they're going to hold that smoke strong if his teammate's holding this.
Tough loss here for Wolves. Like I said, with the bonus being as well invested as it was.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, now seems daunting to approach this round 17.
Awesome, down to an eco. I mean, that is it, isn't it?
Sure, yeah.
Your money's
that is
rotten. You haven't really found a way to handle PRX. Maybe your chances existed and died on that first map, but they're not out yet. At 11-5, though, you can start hearing that music play, can't you? That 12th round looking likely.
Why are you so angry? You guys don't remember the DFM game?
Ghost. And a team with a whole lot of hopes here. But for PRX, they've got their own plan in mind. And that's a big investment.
That was a big TP to dodge this one. Multiple people here with an ult. Do they insta-react?
Yeah, PRX actually aren't in a position to capitalize elsewhere. They're
No,
spread
and they
so
don't pick
thin.
up the gun, though.
Spike not committed anyway.
Did imagine he actually got out of there with the TP.
That man advantage will stand for the time being. No weapon recovered, though.
Wolves gamble stacking a bunch? Not really. On the rounds they need to.
Nice from Patman. Big kill there on towards Juicy. And that knife should reveal at least one more. So do they need to turn away from this? Or do they just keep stepping forward? It feels a little headstrong for my taste, but it's PRX. You kind of know what you're in for here. Lysol was the one to do the damage. It looks like they're trying to trail up towards heaven. Something bulldozes forward. YU, great shot. 25 seconds.
Nice shot.
Lysol still standing.
Yeah, you got to hit some shots here as well. One's low HP.
One down. He's doing the dance.
What is that movement? That guy with one body shot. He's dancing, man. He's dancing.
Forsaken is not. I know. Oh, Hail Mary!
Oh, it's a small window. Yeah, you could see it on him as well. Small window.
But 12 found, and the final stand has to be now for Wolves.
This time, PRX able to wait out, navigate their way into this defense. Get everything they need. It comes down to a fine margin once again. PRX undeterred in terms of the finances here. A couple of ultimates.
Okay, 7 chances for a 2-0. Fatal. Good second fatal at this half.
A few members just want away from some of these key ultimates, but we'll even get a chance to see them. Juicy, Fat BB. No command here from
Yeah, but anti-KO setup.
Which is nice. So they're still going to get a bit of a reward from this, right? It starts feeling very, very likely.
Fatal only hits over towards one side. They still got to deal with the wall.
Be in trouble here. See Fat Baby trying to get on site, but Juicy goes unattended, unchecked, and he's rewarded. Great kills on 2. Finding more would be be mythical at this point, but for PRX, they are left in tatters. Mike, I don't know if they could do it, just these two players. Desperation play from
Nah, not like this.
Okay,
I was going to say that would have been criminal.
Stave off
Absolutely criminal.
feels like the inevitable with 3 still alive.
Okay, 6 chances.
Clinging to life here, the Newell theft being the catalyst for PRX. They know they have to fight for sight then. I think Pac-Man walked down to just a lick of HP.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, here. Nah, it's fine. It's tried to end it. They just didn't check.
Juicy, really the one to...
Like, he shouldn't be allowed to get away with staying log seg into.
Second ping, paying off there.
Breaks the money.
Yeah, it does.
Does break them on, and he will give them a little bit of confidence. They got 2 ults that combo well, especially if they want to start playing retake.
He's had a really good map here. Can they deny him
smoke
now?
going here? I think he can play retake.
Spring forced away, looking a little shaky, but something's fallen.
He's caught on the trip. Nobody broke it for him.
Which is a little bit worrying. That could be a tilter for him there, because that was meant to be their kind of, I guess, main part of the piece.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a nightmare for a duelist to play into this composition, but you really
Like
need
this,
that second or third
they're on top of
man in
this.
line.
As soon as the TP came out, let's overping this.
Deal with that sort of thing here. Juicy deals with Jing handily.
A bit worried there that he'd found like a, the dream gap to try and punish, but not to be. So PRX try and do what they can, and Wolves aren't allowing it. Pac-Man does well towards sight. Let's see if BB's still on the back lines. Doesn't need to overextend himself. Waits for the swing.
This is a convincing round from Wolves, obviously, to the guns though.
Double digits. That's where I'll start.
That's where we start. Yeah. So it takes 1 round. PRX up to 12 here. And that is a frustrating one for something.
Yeah, again, just looking at the minimap, there's 2 members here down in arms.
It's unfortunate.
The time that happened, and again, I'm not saying dealing with a trip and something goes wild there, but Bladestorm invested in that sort of round in particular. You never want to see a Jet having to invest a knife to deal with a trip, especially with 2 people in close proximity.
Still got the combo, big buy rounds. Bit of a change up from Wolves.
Big deal. All things
Wait, where's
considered.
He holds onto a trip.
For revenge up here.
Okay, it's a late trip. Off of what's going on the map, maybe?
Playing top mid. Looking at the rest of the team split throughout. A bit of a default coming out from PRX. Maybe trying to.
I mean, this is a nightmare on short. Double trip.
As well. Gonna spot out Lysol.
Wall goes out. Jin can get them the info. Obviously, he can TP behind it. He also calls a big distraction. Why they got towards short. Okay, they want some info and they clear all the B here, so Sova can start leaning heavy over towards A. Omen Flash stops them on the short. Damn. Yeah, they just had no idea. No one was close enough to hear the TP. Oh my god, that's a play. That is a play and a half. The Omens are going crazy on this round. Omens are trying to outdo each other.
Spike is there. It's picked up.
And they got the Viper they have to go through. They probably have to go heavy heaven.
Oh my god, this is going to be down to the wire, isn't it? Divide disconnected towards A main. You have Jing tucked towards sight.
Jesus.
Wait, just missed him.
The timing, unbelievable.
Jing's owned it. I think he just chill heaven, right?
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, they don't go to the best pos with this plant.
They don't know about it. Obviously, they don't know about it. The pit's going to fall. And now you're looking at Jing. Divide strikes first. YU holds on again. Can he take down Divide?
Damn, dude, fair play. Fair play, that's a lovely 1v2. Dude, he moved away from heaven. I think he has it there. No plant for where they want to go in the after plant. Might see the last timeout from Alex there.
To keep Wolves alive.
I can't believe that. Look at this round.
Jing owned it by dodging and then went all the way around.
You know it's a mad play.
Dude, the double Omen TPs from each team here was sick.
That's a mad one.
Don't interrupt. 3 bullets left for YU.
That's the killer instinct I want to see, though. To be able to do that against 12?
No timeout. Force them down to an eco. Odin comes out. Odin off.
They play themselves out of line of sight of the spike. Yes, it needs a miracle.
Odin for mid to kill off the trip.
It's still only 8 rounds. We said we start
you know he's there.
At 10. They've broken the buy, but it's still PRX. They can do it with classics. But something seems so unwilling to let go of this mid pressure. He wants it so badly. So Juicy's got to be careful. There is a world where he could get timed on this one. Those stingers.
You had to have heard the trip. You couldn't have got away.
We're going to go down. Camera here. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome. Could do some
Smoke
support
deep
on
mid.
CT,
I mean,
but
the
they do
split's
have a
looking good.
open
It's
path
one
straight
trip to
across.
stop them. They got to deal with the
Divide
one-way
gonna
as
deny
well.
that. No one's gonna be able to
Smoke
help
laid
out
over
YU
towards
here.
spawn, goes
Doesn't
down
at
now.
least evade the
Recon to
siege,
help
but
from
they're
spawn
right
doesn't
knocking
get
the
any.
door.
Dude, this guy in sight has to do so much.
No damage done just yet towards the side, but actually now, why are you going to have his hands full?
Ah, dude.
Outdone. PRX making something out of nothing, and maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Plan's looking like it's coming in. You're looking at that late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good. PRX hold the advantage here. Divide could be timed in this, though. It's all going a little topsy-turvy. And of course, this is the round to do it. Lightsaw asked so much of. 3 to 5.
Okay, extra layer of the lurker as well. Damn, nicely done from PRX. Okay, another final. Another final. I've been here before.
Is now locked in for PRX.
A couple more tracks.
On the side of PRX today, overcoming. Quickly become a fan favorite here in Toronto. Still, got to come away from this series with their heads held high for your Wolves.
Last stop, yeah, one more stop.
But PRX deliver an absolute banger here. And a 2-0 victory over Wolves.
That was nice from them. See, dude, I thought this map was absolutely done, to be honest.
Again, calling the uncrowned princes, call them what you want. PRX have another shot at this now. It was never about
Who is it? Divide on site? Divide on site, and then Patman got him into the actual half itself, and then they just didn't lose any.
Who will they be standing up against is the big question, but a great performance here. 2-0, Mike. They've got to be happy with this one.
Absolutely, and for me, Patman and Divide being two
Dude, and they get a
key
double
stakeholders
ban.
here for PRX.
So they get to ban Haven and then whatever on top. And honestly, depending on who it is, it might be Ascent. We'll see.
The visual check, I guess, it's tough to really see his role within this roster. And
Haven Ascent, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Again, it depends who they play. Like if they get Wolves again, they might be feeling confident after this.
His value alone in some of these maps is exceptional.
How do you look flashy alongside some of these teammates along the way? So, yeah, beautiful stuff.
Really, really good stuff. And I keep
Nanahachi78, thank you so much, dude, with the gifted. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for that. If anyone got gifted, please add Nana and say thank you as well. I appreciate you, dude. Thanks so much for that.
It does seem as though we are ready. So let's hear from the players themselves. Down with Yinsu.
It's been 2 years in the making, but PRX are finally back in another grand final. I know, Jing, you're a man of few words, but I gotta get your reaction on this because, JJ, this is your 3rd grand final on the global stage. How does this compare to LA and Copenhagen?
I think now we have like more experience, so hopefully third time is the charm, hopefully.
And speaking of that experience, you know, your very good friend Forsaken and you've been through a lot. What's Jason like as a leader these days on stage?
I think he's doing a really great job as being a leader. He's like keeping the whole team hype and keeping all our energy good, and I think he makes everyone really excited as well and really hyped. So yeah, I think mood is really great now, and hopefully we carry on the momentum to grand finals.
Okay, I have one very important question. The crop top. We have been promised the crop top in Pacific. We haven't seen it. Now you're in a grand final. Are we bringing out the crop top finally?
I mean, like I said in the press con, if we win grand finals and my team wears the crop top with me, I'll do it.
All right, okay, we need to get PRX behind this crop top. I know one person that might be down for this, of course.
Dude, I missed all of
I'm
this.
going to get told off if I don't get David here on your thoughts. First of all, Divide, your first ace on the global stage. Was that fun?
To be fair, I just want to win the round. But now I got an ace. I mean, thanks to you guys, and very happy.
Anyone you want to dedicate that ace to? You know, it's your first one. It's a special one.
I mean, I got to dedicate to my bro Pujan. I think he's here now, right?
I'm glad you mentioned him because I think, of course, you have a lot of fans. You know, they're all here very keen to get your pictures and signatures. But I do think you can probably flex a little bit about just your fan base because it's not just these guys out here. It's FNS. I saw Tens and Kaide wearing a PRX jersey as well. So how grateful are you that all these people in the community want you to win?
Yeah, I mean, we are very thankful that we have so many fans across the world. And even yesterday, Tens and Kaide and Mel came to our place. So it's nice meeting them. Probably it's Tens buff, you know? So yeah, hopefully we do well in grand final and hopefully not second place again.
Oh, I hope so for you as well. Everyone in Toronto, as I let him sign a few more things one more time for your first grand finalist, PRX.
One away, chat. One away. Crazy run. This is a crazy run. If they win this, it's probably the best in VALORANT, in my opinion. Sideshow, it's not a run. Dude, as soon as Sideshow says the magic words, that's it. As soon as he says someone's not on a run, it's actually just, it's destined to happen. That's all, if you're a team, that's all you need to get him to say.
Try and beat it.
Tesla Junkie with a tier 1, thank you so much for the 12 months, dude. Appreciate the whole year on that. Thank you. Oh, why did it say treasure train at the top? What is that? What's going on? A train for a train. I don't know what this is, but... A train, I don't know, it says at the top. It says at the top. EMB Copenhagen? I mean, it's still, again, Wolves still look kind of good. It's a good little run for them. You want a toot? Akilos is here for the toot. That would have been my best one yet, chat. Not gonna lie. Give me the practice. Okay, one more. Who do they face is the question. We've got G2 against FNATIC, and all I want is Icebox third map. That's all I want. I'm not asking for too much.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Okay, chat. I will be back in a bit. I might be a little bit longer. I'm just gonna get some food. Okay. I'll be like 10 minutes or so. Go back.
System updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Undercover, they don't know.
code, they don't know.
Welcome back to Masters Toronto and our lower bracket semi-final. We already locked one team in the grand final. Shout out to PRX, but now we set our eyes on G2 versus FNATIC. NA and EMEA are fighting to stay alive in this competition, but only one region will make it to tomorrow's best of 5 lower final. Of course, I'm Golden. We're here alongside Mimi and Kukuka as we look to break everything down. And Kukuka, for both of us, this is a stressful moment here, right? Your boys in FNATIC,
Yes.
my boys in G2. Oh my word, what's gonna happen?
I mean, it definitely is a very exciting one. I think that both of these first seeds have a very good chance of winning today. I think that they both have shown the growth, that was expected from them coming into this tournament.
And it's especially interesting given the history. This is going to be an opportunity for revenge if you're the boys in orange and black. They lost to G2 at Champions, got eliminated in the lower rounds there, went out way earlier than they would have wanted to. That was still back last year before they lost out on Dirk, before they had to make all their
Sorry, it was
roster
the other way around.
changes that-
FNATIC kicked G2 out of the tournament.
Ooh. Bold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right.
So how about, I think you need to go over your history a little bit more, because I understand that this is, Mimi, that this is EMEA versus Americas, but I will
I'm
not
just
give you that
rewriting
win.
a fan fiction in my head, and it's lived out there. No, but you are right. I misspoke there.
But there you can see the journeys that both of these teams have taken. Back when this core was the guard, you have this FNATIC squad. That core is stuck together for quite some time as well here. I mean, no matter how you slice it though, Bea, you're looking at an incredible matchup between two masterclass teams.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the new names, the new additions that we're seeing. It's not like Joe is going to be especially a stranger to FNATIC. I think that the question is more on Kayak and on the other side. But again, to me, is how G2 has adapted to the Tejo meta not being there, but also still implementing him with some changes that we've saw them make the other day, and FNATIC is finally finding their pathing.
Yeah, it seems to be the case here. Now, ahead of this elimination matchup, Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with Trent for a quick word.
If you ever had questions about what Trent thinks of Tejo, I think it's pretty clear now. Speaking of the Tejo, your coach spoke about the importance of taking risks. How big or small of a risk is it to bring in corporate Tejo? And what are your thoughts on changing comps mid-tournament?
We've changed comps before, so we don't think it's too big of a risk. And we were very confident in it. We like the idea. And yeah, I mean, I just like Tejo a lot, so it kind of fits.
How much do you love Tejo? You know, I know you're wearing the t-shirt, but how much?
I mean, I like him so much, I got a t-shirt.
Based. Thank you very much for your time.
Where do I get that t-shirt? I want the t-shirt.
You love Tejo too?
Yeah, I have my I Heart Emmy shirt, you know, but
Okay.
Now I want my I Heart Tejo shirt.
Gonna
you know?
build it up. It is funny to see him wearing that, because they did go back and show us the Tejo in one map here, which was a bit of a surprise, because G2 in Americas, in Bangkok as well, was pretty much the most Tejo build you could be. They were playing that agent almost every map, and they've had to really give him up going into this tournament versus a FNATIC that was never as into the agent, so didn't have to make as big of changes. But despite all those switches, G2 still had this unbelievable comeback in the Gen G game to stay alive here.
Absolutely crazy on this icebox that we're seeing right now. At some point, Gen G gets to 11 rounds, and 11, folks, is all they get. G2 starts getting round after round, going back into the matchup, and we could see it in the energy, in the celebrations as it was getting closer and closer, and they ended up removing Gen G from the competition.
And Gen G is that team who came out of Swiss stage. Everyone was talking about them as the strongest team from Swiss, one of the favorites to win the tournament, but they go out in that comeback fashion, and look at them all with their I Heart Tail.
Yo, they have a lot.
Together.
I bet they have one for you, Alex. I'm gonna try and get you one for the second.
You know what? I gotta hit my boys up. I gotta get in my shirt.
It's crazy because I think that Trent beat the Teo one-trick allegations this tournament, and they're just reinventing the narrative. They're bringing it back.
It's just nice to see, though, how this G2 team, despite the changes, they're still finding ways to innovate, but more importantly, and I like using this term for them, Kukuka, because this squad is the definition of resilience after what we saw in that Icebox game to come back and win it.
Yeah, and many times we speak about the form in which teams get into a match, and I think the G2 right now with them changing them back, because I assume that when you're seed 1 and you're seeing all of these teams playing without the Deco, even if you had the idea of, I think it's still viable, I think we can still use it, you still have to go back to the drawing board when nobody picks it. But I like the fact that they went back on their tracks and thought, hey, I think that the way we use it, we might still make it work.
Yeah, there's ways to innovate. That's the beautiful thing about Valorant. Even when you have an agent that might get quote-unquote nerfed, there's plenty of ways for you to integrate.
Slow comeback team against the slow comeback team. Yeah, that's true.
But it goes further than that as well. And let's actually take a listen on G2's comms and hear what Valorant had to say to his team in the big moments.
Wait, let me.
Today's game,
let's see this
I want us to just be high energy, okay, and always optimistic and focus forward, all right? And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, "Oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2." Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team and for everyone around you, okay? We're gonna change the narrative of the tournament today, all right? But it starts with us believing in each other the most. Help your boy out. I want energy today, guys. If you guys want to get hyped, if you guys want to yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're going to take us out easy. They said that. They said that it's going to be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0, quick victory. If you guys want to shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us, okay? All the pressure's on them.
Yeah.
Valorant
all the coaches, sorry, all the IDLs are coming in with.
When he was coming up from Tier 2, he used to watch a lot of Boaster's games on FNATIC. Look up to him when he was winning very early on in this game's history.
No,
but now,
Valorant
he wants to be his own IGL. He's not here
funny.
to emulate any other leader, and he's shown how good of a leader he's become in such a short amount of time, having the year they did last year, pulling off that comeback against Gen G.
There's a lot going on.
And now going into
Mini says one more stop.
But he's not the
hopes that I know how to park a train.
As well behind the scenes.
I have no idea how to even run a train, dude. We've just been blagging it the whole time.
And to help Valorant with that leadership.
Yeah, and even behind the scenes, but also we can see it in the server, because clutch after clutch, Leaf will be on your screens. And today, he will be on FNATIC's screens.
Was the Ascent a banger? It started pretty good. It started pretty good, and then it kind of got low one-sided, to be honest.
He fell onto this lower bracket, which was pretty early on. He has been delivering. It doesn't matter the map, the agent that he's playing, you can always count on Leaf. And if you're on the other side,
don't you just stop? Yeah, but again, we didn't really install break.
You're not getting it.
For my money, this guy's the top 3 in the world, right?
Yeah,
and really, the
Unless
amount of
did
confidence you have to have to take 1v2s the way that this guy does in those clutch situations is really something that is astounding, Mimi.
But there's a player across the stage from him that is also
Desp wants us to rate his food.
And that's Alpha Year.
Desp, only because it's
you. Look back at FNATIC through all the tournaments
where's
had
the
where
picture?
Things have gotten close. There's a common thread. Alpha, when they eliminated G2,
we're not turning
like
into a rate food
about,
stream. I don't care about food that much.
Plus 21 in
Other than to survive, obviously. Desp, where's the picture of this? I can't even find it.
Again, he is such a monster on the international stage, and it feels like every time he comes back, he only gets stronger. He only gets more comfortable in these big games.
head-to-head between these two players is definitely the treat of the day, especially if we get to see that Ascent, if we get to see that Chamber. I think that for Alpha's confidence has been very important, because then in other maps, like for example Haven, where he on the ISO
what are you guys giving this?
Sometimes the different, well,
mozzarella, banana, because that's what they do in South Africa, right? Like cinnamon, sugar on top. Wait, what? Kind of the dessert pizza,
hey,
right?
And what helps him is that he's going to have some vets in the back line helping him out there. You got Chronicle standing by with Yinsu to get his thoughts ahead of the matchup.
As an Italian, this is a 0 out of 10.
Now, the last time Kron you faced G2, roster was a little bit different. You didn't have Kayak or Crashies. Tell me, what kind of impact have they brought to this roster, and maybe to you individually as well?
I think the biggest difference in terms of our roster right now is that Kayak and Crashes brought very positive vibes in our team. Also, like, not talking about the skill and other stuff because it's quite different, but the positive impact on our vibes in the team really helped a lot. Right now I also have to focus on different stuff, not just like thinking about how to make my team control my team being much better in terms of positivity, mental, how they like feel before the matches. I trust them, like they trust me, and we are doing good.
Well, that's great news to hear. Good luck today, Kron.
Like that a lot. Hijinks for the tier 1. Thank you so much as well.
A lot on the shoulders of that veteran Chronicle to keep this squad
again,
pretty much
Rigmond,
in
thank you so
line.
much with the prime. Thank you.
Is Kayak, who's coming into this one, the fresh face with FNATIC.
Okay, again, before the game starts, if you want to go to Champs Paris, where is this? Up here, you can scan this. You go sweepstakes, you can win for you and one other hotel, flights, tickets paid for by Coinbase. All you got to do is sign up. You don't have to do any kind of purchasing. First 3,000 will get a gun buddy of Mosh. Go on my Twitch, scroll down and see what it looks like if you want it. Did Destroyer, thank you for the sub as well, bro. Sorry that I missed that. Thank you. Again, you don't have to do any kind of purchases. Just you can win for you plus one as well, so you can bring someone else.
Kayak, it hasn't even been a year since he won Ascension, made it into the EMEA League, then chose to leave his team, take this opportunity with FNATIC
Top 3
to
food
replace
dishes,
one of the game's greatest duelist
chicken
players,
rice,
and somehow
some other kind of form of chicken and rice, and then probably chicken and rice in some kind of other form.
In these higher and higher
Just
pressure
goated, man.
games. And now for him today, this
Not
is
much
going
else
to
I
be the
can do
biggest
about it.
game he has ever played, but he showed no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and really on the other side with G2 as well, right? They have also showed no signs of slowing down after that comeback win that they've had. Can they feed off of that momentum here? Because it's going to be really difficult to stop Kayak.
On his counterpart, with Jogemo being back in the Euro, being back also in the roles that he's been practicing the most throughout the year and shining the most, I think that we get the most evened out ground for both of the teams in the
well, that's a
involvement
good
that
point.
we've
Let's
seen
try
in the
that
tournament.
today.
Yeah,
Which streamer should we
even
use?
there too. For Jojimo, having lost to this FNATIC team,
Should we use TMV because he
having
lost?
that rivalry with them when he was on Evil Geniuses, now on a new roster this year with this G2 team, trying to reach those heights again.
I felt too bad.
This very
I think that's too much.
Let's actually take a look at the talent predictions one more time so we can get a read on the field.
FNS, we used FNS last time.
Let's actually take a look at the converted from G2, and that of course is our lovely
Okay, let's use
EMEA
FNS as an
amigos.
example.
We
We'll be
got
happy.
Kakuka as
So,
well as Yinsu.
for people that are watching, if you watch at the moment, you click subscribe, you scroll down here, you might have a Prime sub. You can use that. It costs you nothing, and it supports the channel. Supports me, supports the mods.
Awesome.
Want to check it out, see if you got one?
Yeah,
Or you can go to FNS and use it there as well if you want.
Teams
But
in this game coming to a head again
use
in
it here
an
also.
even deeper part of the tournament than they were
Costs you
before.
nothing, 'cause
Either
you
of these
absolutely
teams
nothing, yeah.
could win a trophy,
I
but
just
only
have
one gets to stay alive.
You can see the players getting ready in the back over there. So the question for everyone here in Toronto,
Brandon's
are
a
you
ninja.
ready?
Dude, we did it last time. It really paid off.
Let's try it again.
There we go. President
ready for the
Yeezy, thank you so much for using your Prime on me, bro. I appreciate that. I'm calling
to
worth for
hear
just
it,
that one.
folks. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out the #1 teams from Americas and
Military
EMEA.
chest as well with the Prime. Everyone's checking it out. Thank you for the 5 months, bro. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You Fedora as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Everyone from YouTube chat's coming in as well to check theirs. Like Grainy as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Rando Jen's gifting as well. It's not the Primes, but he's gifted 10. Thank you so much. We've got Nightmare Painter as well with the Prime. Thank you, thank you. If anyone got gifted as well, please at WTF Rando Jen and say thank you for your gifted. I appreciate the support, Rando. Thank you for doing that. We've got Corrupt Val with the Prime. Dude, it's nuts, dude. Pickles Penguin 58 with the Prime. Thank you for the 10 months. He says I forgot the Prime. Thank you for the reminder. You're welcome, mate. Thank you as well. I appreciate you. We've got Bad Z as well. Thank you so much. Or Baddie Z, even, I should say, with the 2 months. Thank you for the Prime usage. And Music and EU as well. Thank you with the Prime as well. And Houston's. I appreciate that as well, mate. Thank you very much for doing that. Guys, I appreciate you all. Thanks for supporting the channel. Sina, MR as well, and Hamido, 1979. Hamido, thank you with the Prime. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for doing that. Okay, chat, what are we thinking for the veto? Because I'm thinking these guys are minus power, and I'm thinking G2.
Every #1 seed in this tournament lost in the
I'm thinking they get rid of Sunset, they get rid of Power. Whoa, careful. They got rid of Ascent, but then they didn't pick the Sunset. Then they forced FNATIC to ban Sunset. Wait, they floated the Sunset. This could be pretty good from G2. But then they pick Lotus. They pick I mean, sure. But, and they got Haven last. Actually, that's a pretty good play, to be fair. They got Lotus and the Haven. Dude, these teams really like the same maps, to be honest.
On that map, it's a very good choice from them, I think, in the bans. But despite being able to have
Sapegram, thank you so much for doing that as well, man. And Yenica with the 6 months. I appreciate you also, dude. Thank you for doing that. Eyes Leaky as well with the Prime, I think is how I say this as well. Thank you so much, dude.
Unlike G2, they haven't had to change up a whole ton. They've been playing these same
G2 think their best map is Lotus to beat them. And they're playing the Teo comp.
So this could be the last Haven in the tournament. In fact, it's either that or we do not see it again. But as you were saying, Mimi, I agree. The first 2 maps, they've been good for FNATIC. In fact, this resembles of EMEA, FNATIC banning Pro and picking Split.
Arc 1 with the Prime as well. Thank you for the 10 months. Thank you so much for that.
That Lotus, I think that we have also seen showing from both of the teams. This is one of the maps.
Chat, after seeing the maps, who do you have? Because I'm leaning a little bit more to FNATIC after seeing the maps.
FNATIC was playing the other day, that they're literally back the same composition, playing the same way. We saw that Odin control on A, the same things that we've been seeing for such a long time.
You could watch a FNATIC VOD from 3 years ago,
and it would be the same counter.
Wait, chat, who banned Icebox in the end?
It is, because they've always just been.
But that's so crazy though that you can do that, but they're still so
You took away my Icebox.
Even when you know what they're gonna do.
G2.
They should not do the same today.
The absolute peak in the current meta, right?
Yeah, they kind of own them, right? They floated the Pearl and had them pick between Pearl and Haven. Like, they did really good to get Haven as the last map. I think they just got to get it to the last map. Okay, I'm going to change it up. I'm going to say 2-0 to FNATIC or 2-1 to G2. I think FNATIC needs to 2-0 them.
There's G2 fans coming out full
I think they just need to get one map.
Fans letting their voices heard. Look at them. They got the onesies out. You love to
Oh
see
no,
that.
it's my nightmare.
That's cool. Get me one of those.
I thought I dreamed this up, dude.
They're pretty cool.
I want to wear one of those. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll sweat my butt off in there. Okay. Okay.
Jesus.
All right.
That looks
I
horrendous.
had to question a lot of things there for a brief moment, but all right. In any case, though, as we get ready for this one, Mimi, you can tell, man, the crowd,
Maybe I cancel Champs. Dude, if they're going to Champs, not a chance.
Become crowd favorites. You see Boaster playing up to them. I think he's trying to do his jinx on them that you've seen in some of the little videos. Always trying to do something fun. Make the pressure fade away for his teammates. Here's your agent select. We shouldn't expect any surprises. G2
yeah. Go with that old one with the Teona. And then FNATIC been playing the same comp for 3 years.
It's the comp they've been playing all of stage 1 back home in
Destiny's gonna fight me. Just me and the mod team against people dressed as Wingman. That is absolute content, to be fair. Instead of the show match, we should just do that.
Very old stuff, but especially with this Tejo, I think that G2 is going
Put
to
a
be
ring
one
in the
of
middle.
the first things that they target. As I said, Kayak on the operator. If they start snowballing,
W content,
around,
yeah.
this could get
That's
too
the
easy
show
for
match.
FNATIC. But right now, they should be like, hold on. They picked Lotus. Are we this obvious? Because we've been having such good results in the map.
Yeah, could it be a trap, right? That one has to wonder. But at this point, right, both teams are going to go out there, play their game, and hey, you just got to see where the coin lands, right? That's all it is.
You absolutely do. You have to look at the battle between these leaders, both Valen and Boaster as well.
What are the Teo stats for Toronto?
So
Not great, mate.
Building up their
Let's see.
teammates,
Sorry for the leak.
bringing that energy to succeed on stage, but there's still such a gap in experience. When Boaster was winning trophies. Valen was
They
bringing this team
played
out
fourth
of tier
1-1s.
2, dragging them
Not
through
great.
Ascension to
Not great.
make it into the Americas League.
But now here they are, an opportunity for them to be able to march forward, send an EMEA team home, but alternatively,
But it was
FNATIC
G2
can
that won,
end
right?
America's hopes
G2
here
got the
and
win.
now.
Listen, we can have the best of both worlds. How about FNATIC wins? And since we
Chamber
have
though? No,
Crushies,
Chamber's got some crazy.
you're
Look
still
at
making it onto
Chamber,
the
100%, 4 for 4.
I can't concede that, but I
Dude,
don't
look
know.
at
I'm a
Yoru.
bit of a
The
G2
Yoru.
stan, so you never know. You never know.
Non-mirror, 11,
Great
81%.
call there. How about this, Toronto?
And everyone lent on
Who
the
do you think's
neon.
gonna win? Let me know right now.
Come on, guys, what are we doing out
We
here?
got a little bit of all over the place. All right, is it FNATIC? Is FNATIC gonna win? What about G2? Oh,
He's just stats guy. Saint's my stats guy.
for G2 Esports.
Saint's got all the stats.
As they get ready for this matchup, players setting up on that stage. And now it is time. Toronto, let's make some noise as we get ready for this lower bracket matchup. Here are your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get back into this one here. We have two Titan teams, Josh, that are facing up on the stage in Toronto, both looking to carve out their own spot in the history books for VCT itself. Two
This
teams
is a banger
that
jumper,
ended up
though.
in the
Fair
lower
play, man.
bracket right at the beginning of our playoffs, and both of them trying to pull off the improbable, the
Looks
impossible,
comfy
but
as hell.
not for them. These are two teams with the most confidence to know that they can do it.
And two teams that you've seen make historic comebacks within maps. You only have to look to recent history.
I'll be honest
for
saying
G2.
I didn't have
You're
time to
thinking
click
about
it.
comebacks on Icebox. Well, the team on the other side has
Quite
pulled
right
off
with the
legendary
Prime.
stuff
Thank you for the 3
themselves.
months as well,
This
dude.
is NA
Thank you for saying that, man.
versus
Appreciate you.
EMEA, they haven't won a trophy since FNATIC themselves won those back-to-back tournaments in 2023, and that's what the region is hunting for. These are two teams with similar styles as well, the lower bracket, with players such as Chronicle looking to continue being the winningest player of all time, Jorgamo looking to join the list, a tiny list of players who've won champs and masters, only Sassy there. There's so much rich history.
They missed the train. No one on the train is wearing a wingman onesie. That's all I'm saying.
To battle Wolves in the lower bracket final.
There's no rules for actually. That's a lie. There's 2 rules for the train. No sideshow. No one can dress up as a wingman. That's it. Other than that, it's a free for all.
Let's get loud!
And what a bold pick this is for G2 to be going into Lotus, which I would consider
Can
to
he
be
dress up his
essentially
sideshow?
home ground territory
Sure.
for FNATIC. It's
As long as it's not
home
him,
ground
though.
for both
Okay,
squads.
FNATIC on defense,
G2
G2 on
rebel
attack.
control as FNATIC get ready for a trap
Kayak
play up
gets
front
the
B.
sheriff. Dude, Kayak with a sheriff is
Slow
very scary on
It's
pistols.
going to be the name of the game for both of these squads on their attack sides, feeling out what the defense has got going.
They really thought there was going to be some kind of B, by the way. 4 plus another 2 up. Whoa.
The opening kill.
Whoa.
Blood's going to be drawn out. The G2 bodies are dropping.
Wait, did Jorgman just really
Relenting,
send
though.
it on
G2
site?
looking eager to try and take site control, but they've got a crossfire center to try and contest.
Oh my goodness, what is this pistol?
How are you doing that? Jonah P. drive by, swings by, and just like that in a blink of an eye, it's FNATIC now that are on the back foot.
What a plant as well. They're planting so that they can take heaven control. They know that at least one of these players is on the flank.
Alpha is going to try and deliver shoulder to shoulder, him and the IGL. Both
What the hell is going on?
To connect. Not anticipating it. Boaster delivering an Alpha
Whoa.
from the side.
Dude, this
Boaster's on his feet already round
This is
one.
so wild,
We'll
man.
be seeing a lot more of that. G2 almost there, turning around a 3v5
This kill was
situation,
crazy.
but they just couldn't
Then
quite get it
Jorgamo
done.
sends it on site with a
6 shots towards the
TP.
end. A bit of a freebie there as well. That's
And then that's
a rough one for
mental.
Jorgamo.
And then that's
But these
also
shots
mental
towards the end, Alpha
in
hit
terms of his play.
Jonah P, untradeable. And then cleans things up towards the end as well. He's cooking.
He's ever
I mean, he is cooking there. The 4-1 pistol.
I think having the fans so close
And,
to this event
yeah, I
has
mean,
just
everyone was
spurred him
there.
on to greater and
He
greater
done a nice fast kill.
showmanship heights.
Absolutely.
He does love it. He's talked in interviews as well, Boaster, about trying
Okay,
to just get
Aloe
the
goes
best
out. Everyone can get
possible
one shot, but they
results
also
before he thinks about
go up against.
retirement,
Ooh, that's
which is
nice as
mad,
well.
But he has been in the scene for such a long time.
Yeah,
and his
now
teams
it's Leafs
have been
time.
astoundingly successful. He's talked in this tournament actually about becoming the greatest leader of all time. I think if you made the list right now, it would have to be Boaster at the top.
Boaster is at the
But he'd
top.
like another tournament here, just to properly seal the deal.
Set it in stone.
We're expecting a slow and methodical game from both of these teams. Going to be taking their time with it.
Might feel like a bit of a
Boaster, I think Boaster can break the record for the oldest pro.
Both of these teams,
especially with this event, I feel like some teams are like too slow to make some kind of reads and do risks. I mean, not saying they're the riskiest team ever, but FNATIC always come up with like pretty good stuff. And I think that'll get you far.
Holding close. Catches the contact over the
He's like
reswing.
5-6 years away though.
Towards the back. The ghost in hand, and he's going to be by
Angel will be doing it till 50. Maybe.
Get active, Kayak. Tearing them apart. Leaf's just going to try and do whatever damage he possibly can from this spot. Has the spike in his back pocket, but no time really to work with. And FNATIC.
How old / is the oldest CS pro?
Happy to wait it out.
Howard's Carrigan. It's probably him at the moment. At least at like a top level.
One shot here. Leaf's seeing if he can bait somebody out. Ends up falling to the Outlaw of Crash. He's posted up towards spawn. So fairly clean
Carrigan's
at the end of the day.
35.
FNATIC managing to keep 3 decent bits of weaponry heading into their bonus round. And I think a lot of it's about figuring out what these setups
Like
look
a slow jump peek as well.
Bait and switch setups. On the pistol round we saw that.
Depending on the timing of the swing, yeah, probably going to go for that guy.
Lurker starts walking towards B, they get hit with the paranoia and pounced upon. G2 are just going to be trying to feel this out. Figure out what kind of game FNATIC are playing. Where does Boaster want to?
Okay, they know the Outlaw's in play.
Where does Boaster want to tell his team to fight?
But they
This round, potential.
They've gone for 3
For a bit of a collapse on
light
Leaf
armors.
if he does take that aggressive
Well,
lurk
regen
timing.
armors.
Chilling for now, though. Pressure from G2 up towards B.
It's a bold one. Open the door on this one. We've got a line.
Should be a bit of fear into the back
Oh
of your
boy.
mind. Jorgenman has a bullet to
Okay,
the
well
back
there's
of the brain.
still 3 people that can get one shot from this. Roman Flash.
Be careful. He's getting
Oh,
tagged
it's
up,
looking
tagged.
kind of nice for
Still alive,
FNATIC on
though,
this
now
one.
reinforcements arriving.
Boaster
G2
doesn't
looking
get
to clear
smoke in.
this all the way out
Boaster doesn't get
entirely.
smoke until
Crashes
5
get
seconds.
dropped.
And maybe Crashy's
Shot
needed
a
to
P,
stay
but a watchful
calmer.
eye. Exploration of FNATIC is getting punished here.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird push actually from Kayak. I think both players that died towards
I think
B there,
both of them need to
Kayak and Jorgenman
chill.
probably could have played that situation better. But G2 end up slowing down the pace, hitting the brakes in a 4v3. And this allows Valen to just test out the map again. Trent still has both of these salvos to work with too. So they could play a really powerful post plan. They are set up though to split into B, and that's exactly where Boaster's waiting with the Stinger. They don't realize A is empty.
Boaster
Oh god, the timing.
with a Stinger in hand. He's got a util out.
Outlaw's here
Fortunate
though.
for the timing.
Does he get an angle? Smoke, vision
Run all
block.
over these
Yeah,
players
it's going to
here.
be hard. They got a molly to maybe stop the plant.
It's a
Putting
nice
in the hands of Chronicle is not exactly
So
set up for
close.
success.
It's a nice use there from Trent of just a solo salvo into that B connector, the waterfall.
It was looking
in order
so
to push
good
back
for
the players,
FNATIC.
and he's still got a salvo to play afterwards.
And then 2 kind of misplays.
G2 want to keep this clean.
Toxins going up.
All signs pointing towards it. Alpha, he's tepid, just tiptoeing in. Chronicle will be able to trade, but
Hey, very
it's
nice, dude. If you're
fucking
G2, you're
kind.
taking this for sure.
So a round on the board now for G2.
Boaster does have enough money to drop an op, but
A couple of players getting fairly close to some ultimates.
is this Crashies that was on
Jonathan
0 here?
Trent winding their way up to double initiator ults. It won't probably be online here, or if they are, it'll be in the post plant. But we've got a pretty important eco swing round coming up in round 4. FNATIC are going to go for an Odin purchase as well. Crashy's picking that one up to play it from tree.
Bacon art. I'll have to check it out.
Aiming to do chip damage
I've got
early
something
on to
for you
these
as well
G2
that I
players
showed
contesting rubble.
Keeper.
It's going to be a hail of bullets and lead. Sways him for a moment. Leaf is still...
Okay, but they create the pressure out towards A, so question mark for G2 and Kayak.
Instead, G2 are creeping up towards B, and Kayak, he's got to defend.
Oh.
Salvos pop up into the walls. The door there, you blinds it as a
My
five,
goodness.
still G2.
Oh,
my!
how's he done that?
You can't stand up to
5
it.
HP survives as well.
Chronicle obliterates 3.
And even though Kayak maybe melted a little bit, Chronicle's
Perfect timing,
completely
even
cleaned
though
up.
FNATIC weren't 100% sure how that B exec was coming through. Does Crashies get caught just jiggle in the corner? If he did, it would open up the A site and make a 2v4 possible.
Missed the timing on it.
Oh, Leaf saw him.
Backs away anyway.
It's going to be very difficult for Valen and Leaf to dig themselves out of this spot. FNATIC are giving them room though, giving them respect, allowing them even to get a plant off, assuming that they'll be able to win the retake with bodies and with the paranoia, with the C's, with the horn, tools that they still have to be able to work with.
Should be a clean retake indeed. Discipline still there from FNATIC. Wing it out. Jump spot of Crashies has missed the potential timing here. Just swinging wide. Trying to take that fight towards it, but smoke into your face, Valin. Has to really just try and get a move on. Now he's onto the side. It's an off-angle play from him, but still player advantage. And the Paranoia is beautiful. Splits them up with just the right amount of time, but no way! Valin!
Damn, bro, that is...
What a beast!
Yeah, what a beast.
What
He
a
made
play
that look
there.
so easy. Oh, boy.
Too cautious
Two
from
really
FNATIC,
rough
I
rounds
think.
from FNATIC.
Talked about the fact that they love playing.
There's
Give their opponents respect
2v4 at
and
its
play the
peak.
advantage in the retake. But the Paranoia pushed Valin off onto an off angle and they just weren't there ready for the trade. It was only Chronicle that swung through off Alpha's contact and he only had about 6 health to work with.
Want an early timeout if you're FNATIC, maybe?
Lose a really
I think they should have won both of these.
round here. And now the ult cycle is going to start to get online for G2. Assuming they can clean up an anti-eco, FNATIC might have just lost control of this defense half early on.
Mentor swinging. Just
Oh,
back
boy,
of
we're
a
messing up
Rolex and a
Tethers
captain
as
in
well.
G2.
Jesus.
Two of our greatest minds in the game facing off against each other.
Feels like a battle of the generations when it comes to the IGLs as well. Valin, bit of a new kid on the block compared to the experience of Boaster, but he's been fantastic.
Oh, boy.
And Boaster caught out in the open
They
again.
gotta
That's
call
twice
a
already
timeout.
in the very first quarter of this map.
I mean, some of it you could say is unlucky, but...
It's not full steam ahead from G2. There's still a level of caution. FNATIC are stacking this with a multitude of bodies. It is the eco
Okay,
round.
it's a chance for G2 to get a lot of money.
Here with a
Oh!
in the hands of Alpha.
It's a great shot.
Snappy. Quick scope straight to the head. He is taken care of, though. Chronicle's still trying to
Do you have Viper Molly?
square up, take a fight, posturing ever so slightly. Taking it with the off-angle play. Crashies is highlighted, lit up. There's no more. So G2 taking the lead early on here in Lotus.
That damage from Alpha, yeah, with the Marshal. It looks like FNATIC are going to need some more moments like that. What Alpha's been able to do
Definitely a timeout,
recently in their games has been spectacular. And those are the danger moments that you need to be able to add in there. But otherwise, G2 dealt with that really quite cleanly, even though they went into the stack in the end.
Oh, timeout.
And here's the ults that we were talking about. But FNATIC, by saving, have managed to get Kayak an operator in his hands. Looking to try to
Odin
get him
up.
posted up over towards A. That's where the Odin is as well. And only Alpha defending here on C.
Yeah,
Pushed off
Salvo to
immediately.
force over towards C, the
Salvo's
great question mark, and at the same
Push off
time,
the early line. Doors
Leaf
opened up. Hello, Leaf.
uses his smoke
Get an
and
early
wall to
fight
get out
as
over
soon as he
towards...
potentially anticipates he's going to play his life, try and back the hell out.
Oh
of there.
my,
Straight
Trent.
over the shoulder, that bait and switch.
Yeah, that was
Crashies,
lovely.
I
And
think,
they
made
tunnel
the call
vision
to
too much
fight
on
with Boaster and didn't realize that Leaf
Leaf
also had backup.
getting
In
hit
came
by
Trent.
the Fade Eye.
And down went the IGL again of FNATIC, who's having a rough go of things here.
I mean, the bait was lovely, yeah. Everyone had backup. Especially they created pressure over towards C. They definitely thought there were numbers over towards C.
It's difficult to get value out of the pit here in the mid-round when Jorgamo still has his dimensional drift to clear everything. But here it goes.
Yeah, using it nice and early. Just trying to spot out
Yeah, I
most
like
of
this
his
from
players.
Kayak though. This was great from Kayak.
Time to strike.
Oh, this was really nice from FNATIC though. One pass into bait, two people to swing off of it. Misinformation from the Yoru ult. That was really cool. That was great play from Kayak to hide on this one. If he gets another kill, they gets all.
Set up a pit of their own in the post plan. So if G2 want to win this round, it's got to be
Yeah,
proactive.
Jonah with the
think
plant
FNATIC,
manages to
they
get
know it.
Fatal,
Crashies
and this is why this
Kayak
guy's
wait for
fighting
this
here
push.
because a lot of teams will try and take this map control to put their killjoy down.
Reclaiming his space now. There's an
Yeah, as soon as he TP's out of there, they realize they got to take it.
Angle. A whiff from Kayak with how he's been playing. Okay, damage kicking in. Get a TP. Valen's barely out of there.
But Jorgamo's the player. Yeah.
Chronicle wins this fight out, and that's going to be locked down to
Yeah, I mean,
secure.
that's a one round.
FNATIC have all the advantages here. Everything in the world going their
Nicely
way.
done. You can understand why G2 are doing it though, right? They got to fight this area just because of the killjoy ult.
Just to make sure,
Just the pure pressure of it being there, they got to fight it. So still a nice idea from G2. I think FNATIC handled this Yoru ult insanely well.
It's a big recovery in this round from FNATIC. If they'd lost here in the 4v5, would have been a disaster. But Kayak gets good value out of his op, and honestly, the way that G2 were utilizing the Yoru ult, FNATIC read the timings, and they just knew that people were going to start pushing up off the back of it. Chronicle has got great reads on that kind of stuff. He's been around the block. One of our most experienced and one of the greatest
It's been their permaban bacon.
players of all time. You
Is
look
in
at
G2s though.
The accolades, man.
He's already got 3 trophies. If FNATIC can somehow pull off this lower bracket run, he will just be out miles ahead of everybody else with 4.
Making a serious case for one of the greatest of all time. G2 feeling pressured into the timeout here.
G2 timeout. They managed to take a timeout before FNATIC.
A pretty serious shift in FNATIC's defense now that they've got the operator online. They are still finding holes over towards A early on, but what G2 are struggling with is being able to take the site without getting caught by one of the FNATIC players who's just trying to get one and back up. It's not like FNATIC are trying to defend the sites to the death, but they're just trying to grab one G2 player and then back it up and always force G2 to be the ones that have to overextend and overfight to get the space and get the plant. Take a look and see what the adjustments are coming out of this tag timeout.
A lot of ults on this one. Crashies needs to make sure that someone can drop him.
Showstopper in the previous.
I mean, it's just a big pivotal round.
Because if you get caught, pull out the ult, and you can often stop yourself from getting punished. So he's actually going to go maybe for a solo peek over towards B, which is
looks like it.
Properly aggressive. Oh no, backs it up early.
Yeah, he's tempted.
Just listening for audio cues.
Yeah, it looks like he knows where to stand once the Prowler goes in. Dude, with more sound, he's ready to insta-pop it. This was nice from G2. See how they were ready for this? That's impressive. They Prowlered here, the fade goes away, and then they realize that off of the actual Killjoy turret, they ult. This is very nice from G2. Great ante on this one. Yeah, read into their setup once they have a defensive Razor.
We've seen people even pick up attack side ops to try to punish that.
Alpha.
Dude, the Yoru,
feeling the heat, and
the Yoru pressure at the moment, and the Yoru value in this round is insane.
Doors opens up. B is called for. There's lots of ults to try
TP into this corner as well. When flash goes in. Oh, the C's is very nice.
He's locked G2 down.
Jorg teleported into it.
TP past. Poster is here, laying in wait with the Odin up through the high ground. The attempt there made Chronicle just the one before the trade is
Fado into spam. Maybe mistimed this a little bit. It's a great tail.
Clearing out a lot of the extremities. G2
yeah, I think with a lot of the util that they had, they probably should have waited with the Fado here. Reload over towards Heaven, didn't manage to use the raise nade.
He knows that he's going to try to take the timing, calls for backup, and now realizes Alpha hasn't committed.
Has he done that?
Just gone down there. I'm not sure if these are just stray shots coming through. Alpha.
Perfect trade.
It's the one traded instantly. Now the drone.
Leaf's playing really well.
Spots him out, highlighting across the board. Leaf is going to back away, trying to play his life. Sliders of corners, snaps the one.
Leaf played it perfect though. Leaf played it perfect on this. Yeah, I think the Fado was just really off with what was going on. The rest of the team just weren't even ready for it.
Look at how tight the timing is on that one. Jorg just escaping with absolutely no damage done.
Shot.
Crazy kill on Jonah P there too. But what I like from G2 is that they were hyper aware of the threat of Alpha here on the flank. Alpha is going to be playing C aggressively, and when he opens that door, Trent and Valen doubled up to deal with him. You've got to put 2 guys on Alpha at all times, and even then, Finesse will tell you it doesn't always work.
Yeah. Alpha perfectly capable of taking over. We've seen it, especially in their prior game.
Is it going to get spammed? No spam?
Risky setup here, but necessary. It's a half-buy round for them. That is sharp. Over towards the mound, though. This is about to be a bloodbath that's occurring, and it's all going away. Surely
absolute shots, though.
Into a 2v2.
Leaf, though, he caught the perfect kill on Boaster on the other side of things, and now it's all on Kayak with only a Bucky. I mean, he's just begging Valen to walk into him. If he doesn't, how is he going to take the kill?
Scurry of the footsteps.
Yeah, dude, Valen was on top of it the whole time.
And at that kind of range, Kayak, unfortunately, as good as he is, doesn't particularly have a chance. We were talking about how dangerous Alpha can be, and that setup over towards Mound almost found FNATIC a turn of the fates. The shots were good, but the weaponry, I don't think was quite up to scratch. And once again, actually, this kill, when Leaf's able to pick up Boaster, and Boaster's kind of, you know, inside his smoke
to
again,
walk forwards to do his smoke. Yeah. Do you even can you not smoke there without pushing that corner? I think you can as well.
Is that Boaster's frequently getting caught out.
Maybe not.
He's 2-6 right now, but it's not necessarily about the score.
You have to move. Okay, yeah.
Playing, you know, those kind of numbers and be playing a great game, frankly. But at the moment, he's trying to hold important positions on defense and getting caught out by unexpected timings. And I think that's going to have to tighten up if FNATIC want a chance of being able to win the rest of these rounds on their defense half at least.
I mean, it's been a sloppy half. There's been some nice stuff added in there.
A timeout taken for FNATIC to recoup. See if they can dig deep. It's only a 2-round lead so far for G2.
It's well within the realms of being able to recover, but when you say it's a 2-round lead, FNATIC also won the pistol here.
Okay, Odin back out
the other
towards
6
A.
rounds that we've seen when rifles have started getting on board.
So they want to try set up the 1 over towards A.
Very
And
consistent.
G2 have
and
3 people
no
here.
operator in the hands of FNATIC. They don't have the wealth to be able to put that into Kayak's hands. And once more set up to go for some kind of B split attempt. The spike headed up here and a potential for a wrap through blue room.
Potential for a brawl. This is FNATIC stacking 3 bodies. Trying to retake some of that rubble control away from where Leaf has just been lurking.
Leaf, he kind of needs
That's
to kill
nice,
that
yeah.
balance,
He makes
create the threat
it
that he
feel
could
like he's
still
actually
learn.
close. Big play from Alf. Oh my
Trying to see if they
goodness.
can lay claim to that B site still.
A little bit bold on this one. Okay, let's see how they handle the retake. They at least did the good thing last time, the opening door creating pressure. Do they open door before they turn this corner? Yeah, open door, turn the corner, double swing. Damn, Leaf did it. Leaf did great. This is very nice from FNATIC. This is like the best way of retaking here. Right, these we said it in the Wolves game. Right, they take the 2 most important positions.
But time needs to be played. It's already taken away. And it's up to Trent to
It's
see
a
if
good
he
play
can
from Valen.
delay,
He might
but
be fast on both here.
What really can you do from this spot? Timing is taken into a 2v2. They got to know where these players are. To smoke, obfuscate, hides the intent.
Yeah, very nice. Good retake from FNATIC. Priority of the right positions.
Nice and pretty for FNATIC.
Bit of a strange situation there towards the end. A couple of the G2 players left in the clutch, and it almost looked like they didn't know where the plant was. A B pop. Alpha swings through, but it's this flank play that made the difference. In previous rounds, Leaf has been escorted into rubble at the start of this round. He got pushed out immediately. He got caught by a horn.
Dude, how is that a red smoke
fully out through
on
A
site?
and get the rat play working? The more they can get the read on that, the more they can actually figure out exactly where Leaf is on the map, the better their defense half is going to look. And they've knocked G2 down onto
Was
a light
Valen
5.
smoke? Yeah, that's what it looked like from the replay. And then I was watching Bolster, he didn't throw it.
Really far up. It's going to be a paranoid blinds it up, and there's already players just on your tail.
My goodness.
It's close quarters. It is carnage.
Oh my god, bro, what is this?
Caught up into the corner from the seas, and Valen was very quick.
Look at their HPs. Oh my god, the molly nearly got him. There's 3 people down to 1. And they don't get
Snakebite easily
anything
could have
from
claimed a
it.
couple of lives there, though everybody on G2 was weak, but that was chaos.
Dude, it's real scrappy
Alpha,
at the moment.
with the wrong read of what was happening, they thought it was going to be an A-side default again, and G2 have found an opportunity to pick up a couple of weapons and slow things down a little. It's looking more even now.
Look, smoke from G2. Praying that FNATIC would go for some form of re-exploration, clearing up the map.
And I think this is a really important situation where you've got to look at Boaster again. He's going to be doing this jump spot. He's been caught out in positions like this, throwing smokes a couple of times. He's got to make sure that he maintains this information.
He's gone forwards. Trust the advantage.
God,
He's
it's
got a
insanely
read,
bold
and
from
it is a
him.
good one. The solo
It's
player
insanely
trying to
bold.
condition with
2-person
that
hold
drone.
still over
There's the
towards C.
punish
Great
kayak
shot. Nade
towards
as
the
well.
back. Alongside Chronicles, a
Very, very
scoreboard
nice.
defense. The lock and key here. There's only one left to stand against it. Jonah P.
The awkward double close range guardian. Yeah, they got a lot of ults as well here.
And I think it deserved
I mean, I
pop
like
up there
the idea from
Boaster because it's
G2.
something that he struggled with a little bit so far in this defense half.
Fake
But he
calls,
played
you
that
don't hear the
situation
TP.
beautifully, didn't he? Had the read that it was going to be a fake.
It was pure mayhem here. Let's do this a
Managed
team
to get the
stun.
timing on the drone and catches Trent as well. So not only does he get the kill, he feeds
Dude,
fully
how is
the
there
rest of
so
his team.
Guys, so much team util wrecking them?
100%
Team
this
stun,
A-pressure
round
is
before,
fake.
team smoke to make sure that
And this
FNATIC
is now
could
an
full
even half,
defuse.
5-5.
Like, what's going on here?
With arguably better ultimates here for FNATIC to close out on defense.
Door's going to be opened up. This is G2. Attempted a bit of that slow siege.
That is so
Dude,
much damage
insta-lock.
onto Jorgamo there as well.
Down to 61.
I think he would have been aiming to pick up an orb in this round, see if he could get the Ultimate Online. 4 players from FNATIC over here doing a re-clear.
Yeah, it's a lovely re-clear. Get that Odin set up as again.
Could be the timing to try to activate somebody like Leaf on the other side of the map. But
Oh, dude, it is just their Razor. This is interesting from Kayak, though. No way! Hit the pillar so it didn't go all the way through. Trent was too far back.
That's amazing from Jorg and Trent.
Oh god, this could be disgusting as well. 76 bullets on this one. Doesn't need to reload.
Plenty of bodies about to be coming towards you.
Dodges the fatal. Do look at this spam. Boaster takes the timing. Wait, Boaster ramped back into the ult. Oh, and then gets spammed.
Not to be dismayed, trying to get a bit of a move on, trying to claim that A site. Moving forwards, that game of time, it's Chronicle. Gets the better of the adversary.
He's been really good so far, Chronicle, a pillar for his team to rely on. And G2.
Dude, I feel like I'm watching the same rounds over and over again. You left over towards here, now they can ult. Surely they check behind.
Huge, but look at the wrap. Look at Alpha, yeah, already aware of
Have we seen the same round 2 times? Saw the same thing with the Razor earlier. 4 bullets, make your bullets!
Lays down that snake bite.
They can just stick it, right? Oh, this is nuts. This is so nuts. Great shot. Are they planning a little bit more for Heaven? Holy hell, I see them from G2.
Dismissed entirely.
Another round for Valen where he comes through in the clutch, and my god, what a
I can't bother to point out all the mistakes, man.
Dismantling Kayak's ult. Oh, it landed on the pillar too.
Oh, Jesus.
Tragic.
Not again, man. Not again. Why did you run into the
fatal? Up through Heaven and around behind onto Alpha. Alpha decides to swing aggro on a timing, thinking that it'll catch them off guard. And maybe doesn't account for the fact that they're both going for the flank. And the fact it was planted for Heaven as well, it's a really nice way to play that situation.
No, the idea from G2 to go all the way around was awesome. They knew because of the round before they were going to do this. I didn't realize FNATIC was so telling with their ults as well. Saying that though, G2 do the same Yori ult.
G2 looking to at least take this space. Doors are open wide. Paranoia already expended. Most going to be using it.
Absolute chaos. How has Crashies done that? Crashies did unbelievable. Didn't get his ult off, and that's a huge duel. It's pure chaos. It feels like I'm watching PRX against PRX.
Incredibly aggressive swing there from Jorgamo.
Forwards, no committal. Also just looking for that information, and the timing potentially is here for Trent.
Alpha, yeah, worried that he's getting flanked from B main, even though the turret is actually watching it. So I think Alpha probably could have just stayed over here. But Chronicle is tightening the net at all times.
Toxins going up.
Putting a squeeze on him now. Already revealed to the side there. Chronicle.
Somehow we get to a
6-6. 6-2-6 at the half.
What a scrappy half.
A strong recovery in this half from FNATIC after it looked like G2 were running away.
It's one of those halves where I feel like every team could look at it and be like, yeah, we should have had like 9 or 8.
I think this implies we've got a great game on our hands with how even things have started here on Lotus.
Yeah, competitive between these two juggernaut teams. All the way through, 6-2-6. Could not ask for a better start to the series overall.
PRX Wolves look cleaner than this. Way cleaner. Especially side-by-side Lotus, yeah.
Stuff. We're going to send it down to the floor. Vansili is standing by with G2 Hammy.
Thank you so much, Brent. I'm joined back on the floor by G2's own Arabian Stallion, Hammy. Hammy, how has Toronto been treating you so far?
Honestly, Toronto's been amazing. The people here are amazing, and just like, yeah, overall great.
What about the event? You were telling me you were walking around the venue the whole time, checking out the activations and everything. How's the experience right here in Masters Toronto?
The experience is amazing. I mean, like I said, the people here in general, they're just like lovely to meet and all that, but yeah.
That's us, man. That's Canadian. We just love hugs.
Yeah, I do.
Let's get back in the game, though, and talk about G2, because you're basically the honorary 6th man for G2. Talk me through the tale from Trent. Why is he bringing it back?
Okay, I mean, I feel like Trent gets too much disrespect. He doesn't need Teo. It doesn't matter who he's playing. He's the best initiator I've ever seen play the game. But yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to hear it from your words as well. And also tell me why G2's in the golden era and why they're going to win this series against FNATIC.
Yes, we'll be winning this series. Not only this series, but we'll be winning the entirety of Masters, I think.
Oh, the whole Masters.
We will be winning Masters, yes.
Okay, and so WOL's coming up next. You think you're going to have this easy against Sufat Baby and crew?
Yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, I want you to give encouraging words to the G2 players playing up there and also to your fans around the world.
Okay, honestly, G2 doesn't even need it. They're going to win. But I hope everyone's doing good. I mean, that's all. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, I love you guys.
You got it all. Hammy, thank you so much for your time. Let's toss it back to the game.
Heart of Gold with the Prime, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate that. Not wrong as well. And Noon as well, thank you for the Prime, appreciate the 21 months. And Cramvy as well with the 5 months. Thank you for the Prime usage as well, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Talking about it when it came up as well, because it's a great map for FNATIC. It's one of the ones that they have been lights out on all year.
Yeah, it's at the top of both teams' map pools, and I think you really get the clash between both of the callers. Opposite sides of the spectrum, actually, in terms of results. You can see reflected in the Coinbase Econ report. Chronicle having an amazing half. Boaster struggling a little bit. Valent's at the top of the scoreboard, actually, if you're just looking at kills as well. But I think more than productivity, it's going to be the game plans that are going to make the difference here in half number 2. I mean, when I've been looking at these teams, G2, they play for retake a ton. They're on their defense half. They've been winning almost 40% of them. FNATIC are winning post plants 83% of the time. One of those stats has got to give today. Is it going to be FNATIC closing out these rounds cleanly?
Clash of those styles.
Sure.
Leaping into the
So control for FNATIC. That's it on this one. Got turret for the info over towards B.
Slow and steady for FNATIC.
They are the slowest team on the attack side that we have, but they're extremely diligent with it. They use the time to make sure that they dismantle trap plays. And yeah, it can get tense towards the end. The clock can sometimes be Boaster's worst enemy.
Oh, boy.
But Alpha might be his best friend.
Double pistol. His timing on that swing was outrageous, by the way.
I mean, that should be signed, sealed, and delivered on the pistol round. FNATIC with a potential here, a great opportunity to win both pistols on this map. And that can make all the difference in spots like this where both teams are good. Jorg might be going for a bit of a re-exploration over towards B as well. He's just trying to backfill this space, but it's all on Valent to defend here with one paranoia.
Okay, so Jorg going to swing, the turret's going to go off, and then are they then just going to straight head over towards A? Yeah. Everyone goes over towards A, and as we can see, it's a free site. Valen with the classic.
I take a few risks of his own out towards the blue room, and this is all covered in time. Kayak is
nice shots, nice shots. It's nice shots from everyone across the board.
Two players. It's a pistol round in the back pocket here for FNATIC.
They're on the
like
pistols.
Said, it could make all the difference in a map like this.
Absolutely flawless. I mean,
the timing of it is
from the first hit,
it's just insane. This is a great shot from him, though.
And then how clean Kayak looks with these shots coming out from his ghost afterwards. It's a beautiful round. It's clean, it's sharp.
Whoever it was.
I mean, Kayak, I think you should probably give credit to your newest player.
Okay, 2-0.
It's going to be tough for G2 to recover from this kind of situation. You will sometimes see them force, even on defense. But this is not one of those times. G2 just playing for money in the bank. Another really important thing to pay attention to between these two teams is who has more of the utility once we get into post-plant scenarios.
Omen flash with 2 here.
Yeah,
they just had the spike go down.
Paranoia in the back pocket. Primed by Valen, looking for signs of life at the spam. Surely that's it.
Oh, Alpha, mate.
For a little bit further, there it is.
Jesus, headshot.
Button's going to be called for, but that paranoia.
God, look at everyone. Honestly, I think Chronicle should have had another there. It looked good. It looked like it was on him. Oh, for God's sake, Alpha.
Clean up duty.
Some really nice shots, man. I can't believe all of these were
It's
headshots.
allowing the players on FNATIC to build up more and more towards those ultimates.
Hello, Yumpy. How are we doing? Chicken and rice today. The
Trying to
classic.
get cleaned up.
Oh.
Nice for the classic.
He did the right damage in the end. Okay, managed to keep the main guns, though.
Chronicle is 19 and 10 right now.
He's shooting so fast, yeah. His aim was on there.
Calm. And like I said earlier, he's been a rock that the rest of the team can rely on in these difficult positions. He's not making the play to change the round necessarily, but when G2 force the aggression into him, he just collects it and absorbs it perfectly. You can't get past him. So FNATIC with a bonus round, but a bonus round that they've also forced an attacking operator into.
Punish Leaf, he's been peeking this one often. The defensive setups differ, though. G2 making changes to it. Quick dink there through Mound. There needs to be some call for help.
They get a good amount of info. Look at the damage done.
Essentially single digits.
Leaf 15, regen armor 62 on Valen. Realize that they're fighting this heavy so they can take A for free, and they're going to fight both of them at the same time.
And realize they got caught by the drone there.
Okay, so then they secure A control and they can leave it. Prowler goes out as well, so they feel like they might have a good timing. Might see a BC default.
So they'll have to be hyper aware of areas that Alpha's going to try to peek.
Door opened up here by Chronicle.
Are you perma-bulking is a crazy statement.
Done so successfully.
not on purpose, but I do sit down a lot.
Freeze up this re-exploration towards Mount. This was the area, remember, that G2 were fighting over, so it's likely they would have left.
Second thoughts here for Fnatic, looking like they wanted to end over towards C, but despite now, it's way over towards A.
Maybe overthinking it just a tad here.
Yeah, I mean, the time's really late. This is looking like a classic Fnatic. We've got a two-person fake over towards C without the spike. And then we've got a... we've got a... Wait, where are we going, guys? 20 seconds!
Maybe door's broken. No clearance onto the
Whoa!
Has his back.
How is this around? Guys, you got 10 seconds, dude.
Shots are rattled. You can feel it. It's getting hectic. It's getting messy. Trent cleaning up on
They killed the
Chronicle.
Plana.
It's against them now.
Yo.
It's fully against this Fnatic squad.
What is this, dude?
G2. They make the call. Not sure who it was, but to stack the bodies in the final moment there over towards A.
I never want to see this round again.
That round is on a nice
Don't even
edge.
give me a
You see
replay.
Chronicle come through from tree, and he's got players running away from him.
Oof.
I mean, the fact that Leaf also gets caught in this situation, the Guardian barrel just sticking out slightly, but it's this kill, Trent onto Chronicle, that I think really changes the game because...
I mean, Valid onto Boaster changes the game. That was the spike.
And Josh is begging them to play time at the end there because there was no opportunity for a plant.
Dates Cowboy with the Prime, thank you for the 17 months, dude. Hold up, let me read this in a sec. That's a big kill over towards C. Force them down to an eco. That's the round that forced them down to an eco.
They know that Leaf is going to be on this line. They're trying to punish him with marshals, with attack op.
They forced round before and then did that. Oh my god.
He can hold it down.
It's got to be careful here. Spots the body. How do you want to play this one? Backs himself into a corner.
He does have a little bit of support from Jonah P.
Poison's off.
And one of the things that this G2 comp is really good at is being able to passively regain information in the mid-round from the Tejo drone, from the Prowlers, from the Horns. They have used all of those now, though, and only Jonah P's Horn will be coming back later on.
Here.
Chronicle just sticking around to try to break that and make it feel like they could be going for a C re-hit. There's the Horn, though. Chronicle breaks it. But the shot comes from so far back that G2 already have the read anyway.
Valorant's going to be seeing signs of life definitely occurring now.
Cover going out.
A long con here for Fnatic, just trying to earn up a few of those ults. Really working the map in the process. And they found
I mean, the pivot over towards B doesn't look too bad. As soon as the smoke goes down towards A, near door,
I think G2
you kind of know that they've solved the
ready
fake.
for this. Jonah and Jorg.
Palm a question mark over towards here. Stinger's on B. Good shot. Wow, man. The double Marshall. Can they pick one up? Yeah, they get one upgrade. Fine to plant on this one. I mean, Crashies maybe could go for something wild here. Who knows?
Can he
Big
strike a
Jules.
dagger blow back
They
to
take
his
a
own
gamble
region?
that no one spawned.
Stun.
Great shot.
Just snaps at the Crashies. An off angle by Chronicle, baiting out with the first shot. Now you're going to see that.
Really nice from Leaf. Really, really good run to pick up the up as well.
G2 never without it, and it has brought it level 8-8.
Both teams playing that round pretty well, honestly. Just at the end of the day, a weapon difference.
Ooh, it's on.
That's a sick kill, though, from Leaf. You can see that Kayak, he knows exactly how Leaf wants to play it, and Leaf is still just daring him to come and challenge. Fnatic have a lockdown to try to work with here. Difficult to
They're
counter.
up against a Euro ult maybe for the retake. We'll see.
But G2 pretty happy playing the retakes as well.
Another big buy round. And G2's money's been kind of low. It's not been like crazy convincing. But if they do lose this, they're gonna have to eco.
Leaf is holding it. They wanted to
Three-person fight over towards Mound again. Prowler goes in. My Omen flash off of it.
Still looking to reveal
Nope.
their hands.
Okay.
So rifle shots ring out. Even trying to see if he can punish somebody going for that jump spot, but Hort's out into the open, counter spam. It's Kayak trying to get the punish online, but
damn, early TP over towards A as well.
Stood into that Omen one way, got caught.
Then we blind
Feels
Omen
like
flash
G2 have been winning a lot of these opening duels.
Toxins going up.
Drone's going to be expended.
Prowler just cleared front B, and Alpha has pretty good timing. Thing's going to walk through a smoke, but he might take a 1v1 on site. Oh, dude, he was tempted to.
No matter where Boaster calls the team to
Boaster,
end.
did you see him?
Has the escape
Kind of looked like Boaster saw him there.
Alpha detected over here by the Haunt.
Just trying to spam.
Headshot through the wall.
Following the traces. Still going to be alive for now, 41 health.
And in a 3v5 like this, you don't really want to invest the ultimates from Alpha Air and Crashies
they're
unless
gonna
they
save.
can find a pick beforehand.
30 seconds left.
But look at the time. This is one of the problems with how slow Fnatic play.
Oh, they're
you get into
saving.
spots like this where you're down and you're not really in a position where you
It's
can
the classic.
make a play to turn the round.
3K's coming
this
out
is
on
just
top
going
of
to be
this.
a save that waiting out the clock, and it's not a high energy way to end a round.
No.
It feels, I've got to
10
imagine,
seconds
a
left.
bit brutal to have to give up in spots like this, especially because
Leaf.
it allows
Really?
G2 to then put pedal
Yes.
to metal and try to punish.
Still
And
gets
that
the
is
kill.
such a punish. Looked like Leaf was just running the operator in to its doom.
To his demise, though. Two rifles intact for Fnatic, and that was the goal of it. But you're right, it's a low energy way in the round to think about what's coming next.
Yeah, there's that moment one-way finding value. George just spots Kayak, who's trying to get value from the Haunt. Like, you can see what Kayak's going for,
Gun here.
but it's difficult amount. And Fnatic are going to take a tack timeout here. I think it's desperately needed. They've won both pistols in this map. G2 didn't respond with a force at all, and yet they're still behind 8
Yeah,
to 9.
G2, they look alright. They look kind of.
Yeah,
I mean, it's been a scrappy game, but I feel if you take some of the small little things out, it hasn't been too bad. Right, you had the little self-stun, you had the smoke to enable defuse, but if you take that out, like overall they look better.
Always getting information over there.
Leaf looks like he's just having C on lock as well.
And that makes it way harder for Boaster to call.
Did Fnatic overbuy into the bonus? 100%.
Might be
They
time
did.
to
They
change
did
the
NA
tempo
buy.
around coming out of this tack timeout.
Honestly, they should have won that round. So it's not like the buy. Well, it's not like the buys at fault, but because they do the buy, the mistake of their mid round cost them 2 rounds instead of 1, basically.
Scrap together a buy. It's a bit rough. Boaster's going to be left with just
This means it costs even more. Okay, this time Jorgamo gets thrown the op, and we got Fade ult for the Killjoy ult, and maybe the pressure of the orbs at the moment is here. G2 4 pass and push over towards here with a fast TP to B to react.
Trying to take this one. Overwhelming with the bodies in the util.
Okay, smoke out here, the kind. Okay, but he didn't get spammed, so they kind of know the smoke's coming.
So Fnatic get the information.
And I do like the smoke that Boaster goes for over towards Rubble, but it's just been cleared immediately by the salvo, and G2 weren't really worried about it.
Change the stray shots.
Leaf has actually been pushed back this
He
time.
did hit him.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fnatic create pressure over towards here. But if you were going to hit C, would you not pick up the orb? They kind of get info that maybe they haven't taken it. Or they might be going for like prod, I guess.
Expecting this reclear, and they are so right.
Who's catching the plate up? Strength, jump spotting. Potentially sees it.
Great shot.
Unaware. Trying to get a move on.
Great ult.
Kayak!
Oh, he was so ready for it, but he wasn't at the same time. Big play from Jonah P.
Oh
my god. Oh my god, my god, my god, my god. No way.
Shut down by Alpha. Safe pair of hands. Jorgamo.
Spike planted.
In his hands, trying to go for it. Flick of the wrist does not connect. A way to exit other than having his ult, but putting it in this spot in a 2v4. Not wise.
Jorgamo, man.
He's still going to be able to afford an op in the next round anyway, so
Last player standing.
when Jorg gets caught.
Yeah, he couldn't really do too much once he was over there. And he just doesn't want to use the ult. It's just pointless in the
Really,
2v4.
looking at how G2 executed in some of those moments. They had the right read.
That's so unlucky. Was this Jonah? It was Jonah, right?
But they didn't have somebody taking contact well
This was a
enough
great
for Valorant
shot.
to play off this. Kayak snuck all the way back in off the back of Chronicle's Viper wall. And then I think you could argue the execution here wasn't great either. Jonah finds the timing, utilizing the fact they're on land. It's difficult to hear these kind of footsteps, but he can't land the shot. And Alpha shuts it down.
Prius getting praised.
He's going to go for the attack side.
Got signs for Prius.
Taking a peek. Seeing if he can punish a jump spot
What
on
world is this? And it's not insulting him, it's complimenting him.
Util from G2 looking to take control towards A Rubble. Post players up.
This smoke is a really nice adaptation. Coming out of the tactical timeout, it really has neutralized Leaf and allowed them to regain mount control. I mean, look what
it might be sarcasm. You hold it up on the rounds that they did bad. Okay, yeah.
Gate crash in
Honestly,
spawn as well to try to support Leaf.
I'd like to think it's
and
that
it's
still.
just softened up the A side of the defense. Really good macro adjustments from FNATIC's coaches.
All grouped up now from FNATIC though. Trying to push players off away from A Rubble and just trying to take it slowly, steadily, but still that's bullets raining down.
They got to force away here.
Nightfall preemptive, and that's going to be a tag onto absolutely everyone.
Very nicely done from G2.
You're seeing push out by G2 across the board.
Yeah, and with the information, Leaf's
tucked himself in.
Takes a lot of map control as well. This is Spike. He's supposed to TP across to open door. Omen flash, TP across.
Leaf will respect it. Off onto the corner.
There's a duel over towards B at the moment.
Where is this ending?
Poster's trying to fake as if it's ended towards B. I think the spike should be headed to A.
Chaos, man. 20 seconds. 20 seconds and we're going through the door over towards A main with the spike. I can't believe what I see when I watch FNATIC sometimes. 10 seconds we're pushing through this smoke.
And it's all dropped down. It's all crumbled. FNATIC, Chronicle. It's cheeky with the kills, consolation prizes at the end of the day, but it's not a round win.
Popping everyone. He's absolutely popping everyone, but there's just no time.
The G2 have won based on the clock. And you won't see any other team in the tournament that loses as often as FNATIC. The EMEA teams do tend to be slower. But FNATIC, honestly, they take it to a whole different level. And they're getting punished here. Trying to work the map as much as they possibly can, but not taking the right risks at the right time.
Chronicle saves. With force buy? Okay, shot.
No, they decided to go for the force buy. They've got everything up
Dude,
here.
this was a last second force buy, by the way. There was like 3 seconds on the clock and they called the force buy.
The players are on light armor.
Investing into it. Salvage towards the back. Rubble. FNATIC are grouped up though. Flash overhead, no signs
John
of life.
Peak didn't see anything. Open door, try and see what kind of reaction they get.
Yeah, passive kind of setup. Not looking to go for the reclear, the refight G2. But why would they need to? I mean, Leaf has still got pretty good information over towards
vision block, vision block.
Jonah P is getting them
Creates
info
a lot of
B as
pressure.
well.
They could be walking into any of
They're set
these.
up quite nicely right now for an A or B finish.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping through, dissecting this B site. Go either way though. Okay.
Attack Killjoy. Oh, this is nice.
One salvo is going to be weakening it, but not enough damage to really do the job. They clear most of the way here for FNATIC.
Another smoke? Wait for it.
This plan is almost destined to go down.
Okay, this is a nice round. This is a nice round. Do they hold on to the most important bit of map control? No one here.
A luck at a draw. G2
That worries me.
Take into this one a bit of random spam perhaps.
Not a good plan for Heaven.
FNATIC should be set up to bring it level once more to the post plant. Util is even available. Again, bullets raining down. Not much cover. FNATIC will take it. Paranoia nade, ricocheting, rebounding. Tons of Util at their disposal here.
Poor observers, man. Get the sarcastic sign out. What is this?
They're also going to do crazy economic damage to FNATIC because they're just essentially trapping them in the site. One escape path found though from Crashies and Kayak, so at least 3 guns are going to be
It's a nice run from FNATIC though. Killjoy ult, smoke into Viper ult. It's simple, but I've never really seen it like in the split. You force them so far back as well with this ult.
Kind of gave up the ghost. And FNATIC draw things level again at 10-10. It's actually a rough buy here for G2.
Okay, they force.
Guardian for
Wait,
Jorgamo.
at 10-10?
Valen only with a stinger.
God,
And a big
these are really important rounds.
Signs of it.
Wait,
It's a season of
mate.
AIDS.
Dude, that is one of the most perfect timings I've ever seen of that.
Time to save him there, Kayak.
Off the fast pop of the nade.
Wonderful opener.
Can't get much better than that.
Seen that previously
Yeah,
too.
and it
Jorg,
was
he tried to go
intended
the
for
teleport
Trent.
in the moment, but was just a little too slow on it. That's a great start for Fnatic. I think they've really struggled
He was
with the
one
opening
away.
kills.
Very proactive from G2, looking to try and push all the way out of rubble. There's a paranoia, even expending it, but this is being held all the way further back. Crossfire setups. I think are good for them, and G2 realised that would be an overextension.
I mean, a classic boaster is reclearing
All of
this.
that pressure, though, that was on the flank.
Classic boaster would always
As
reclear this.
G2 pressured forwards, it actually pulled the defenders back, and it allowed Leaf
He would
to
never
get set
not
up on C
reclear this.
properly.
Jonapi's still staying around. There's going to be smokes on smokes. Hiding the intent of Fnatic. Has to be respected. Horn's
Okay,
not going to be
Prowler
broken.
goes in. Wait, what's the actual call here?
He's still going to be sticking around here with 40 seconds left.
Trent has salvos, and he has the ult to be able to
1-2-1. Yeah, I'm nervous. So they B fake with a late A hit, hoping that the person holding over towards A kind of leans into this square and they can go fast through door. 25.
going to be another round lost to the clock.
It might be. What utils Jonah got? Nothing. When did he get his fade eye? 10. Tail is absolutely wrecked him. Crashes as a corner. It's 10 seconds. He's got to make the gauntlet run on his own through tree with the spike. 8 seconds. He's got to stick the plan.
Still time left. Alfie is going to try and defend this one.
It's some of the maddest rounds I've ever seen. Big 1v1.
Potentially there.
Holy, Alpha's a god. 32 HP. Dude, and it forces them down to an eco. They got no money. They're all sitting at like 2,500. Cannot believe the rounds. This was cool though.
All against them. Yes, they got the early kill and set themselves up in a decent spot, but they were just barreling towards the site, desperate to try to get something going. And again, the superstar, I think, is Alpha yet.
Oh, for sure. How does he win this one?
Too slow to be able to deny.
Insta dink through the wall, first bullet.
And then Alpha, he wins that 1v1 towards the end, even with Leaf holding for it. Josh is not happy about that. G2 have taken attack timeout instantly afterwards. 3 situations
these
where the
rounds
clock has been
are
bad
just
for Boaster,
insane.
and 1 recovered. Chronicle and Alpha yet, the players that have been by Boaster's side through thick and thin, winning multiple tournaments with it. 26-13 for Chronicle.
FNATIC, man, they're kind of fun to watch because of it though.
Everybody else on FNATIC,
like sure, they do like slow methodical map control. You could probably go AFK for like the first 1 minute. But when it gets to the last 40-30 seconds, they're intense.
This entire map has been on a knife's edge all the way through. Fnatic go the ones finding it. Potentially the straw that breaks the camel's back if you are G2.
Yeah, I think that could be the round that you look back on that really made the difference. Josh is expending his timeout, maybe expecting not to get a chance for another one, frankly, because G2, it was a bold pick taking Fnatic to Lotus, but they may have been punished. Losing both pistols and not being able to stop
Okay,
them
low
on the
buy
clock
like
there.
we said.
Valen
And
steps up with the
FNATIC will
stingers
know
to
for
try
sure
to
they're on
see
a
if
low
they can
buy,
win
2,500 pretty much for
round and draw
everyone.
things level again.
Prowler goes in, hits the furthest person back. So if they start running early like they did, they're going to get that information. But then they start walking back.
Tiptoeing around the map though from
Dude,
Fnatic.
look at this.
Really looking
Oh,
to
they
see if
know
can
that they heavy
reclear.
rotated out just because the Prowler went so deep over towards it. They know they're flying C.
With the rifles here, Valen.
Jesus.
Barely able there to escape an exit.
This whole map has
Before
been
information, G2
insane, I
trying
swear.
to clear up most of the map. Fnatic, slow game of theirs. Definitely applies the pressure evenly here to G2.
I know the time's going to get low. No matter what happens, I know we're not doing anything for the next 20 seconds.
No, it looks like the spike's
Reclear
gonna
over
make its way
towards A.
towards
And
this
do we see
setup
any
from
kills from
Jorg
it?
and from Jonah. There's a seize.
All broken.
Gorgamo
respects
TP's
it.
out of
Okay,
there.
big
He's
match
like, well, we
coming
might
out.
as well play down the clock. Pressure over towards B, so it's looking like they're going to split over towards B once the killjoy's here.
You have C's, you have
30
flashes.
seconds, still not open the door.
Getting to delay.
Crashies has his ult. 25 seconds. Oh, this might be one of the faster ones, to be honest.
Sidestep, Nightfall.
Plant before the first 15 seconds, last 15 seconds. That's early, you've got plenty of time. One of the faster rounds I've seen. Wait, what happened here? That's client-sided. Oh my goodness. Jesus. Chat, it's client-sided. I'll explain it in a little bit.
One away from the ult. Kayak is going to be happy with that. And the last one spotted out, rooted out.
Toxins going up.
If we just look to do some damage here.
Okay, so see the top of the Viper wall. It goes like this, right? Our view is different to his view. It's client-sided. It's pretty much different times for every single person.
Not getting rattled towards the end, still trying to optimize.
He couldn't see him, but we could see him.
And that could be an ultimate that's a game changer and stops G2 from being able to pull off a comeback. Both of these teams have got good mentals. But G2 are going to need 2 really clean rounds here, even against the ult coming out from Kayak.
You drew the same wall? Sorry, you want me to do like,
what
would it be?
When the sides were swapped.
That?
But I think a showstopper's exactly the right
end up being the same each time. You guys get what I'm doing.
Style,
kind of, hopefully.
It will allow you
Why can't I do that?
The sights towards the end of the rounds.
Managing to speed up entirely. G2.
Okay, there we go.
They don't want to be budged.
Dude, my brain melts with that. I really struggle. I've got to really think about it. Okay, 2 chances. Raise ult to force this if they want to.
Fowler broken. Stray shots, you know that Valent's sticking around. Leaf. Valen eventually going to concede that space and give it up. On either side, there's a deep drone and a deep push. G2.
Drone goes aggro, but they have the alarm bot, so they don't know that they... Oh, they do know that they pushed all the way. Double pass and hold, though. Alpha's walks over towards B and got the most important kill. They can go back. Where does Alpha go? Heaven? There's no one over towards Heaven. There's Yori TP. Does he take the Yori TP? Fakes the Yori TP. Sees that it's a fake. All goes in. My goodness, there's so much damage done. Absolute chaos right now, dude. Keep an eye on Chronicle's luck. Boy, what a save you killed. That was. Boaster was dead.
Slipped his way in. Found that timing and that gap. This is it, surely. FNATIC
8 bullets.
On the cusp, on the brink of taking map 1. G2's map pick. It's all on to Leaf. 6 bullets left. Timing not there.
Damn, nicely done from FNATIC. Holy hell. It didn't feel convincing, and they had to get a double pistol. But they got there.
And it's a deadly duo for FNATIC to finish things off. Alpha and Chronicle. The last left alive to pull FNATIC over the line. A brilliant opening map from both of those players. But it took everything, double pistols and some big moments against the clock to be able to push FNATIC over the line. But that's on G2's map pick of Lotus.
Calvin, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you.
FNATIC's choice of territory. Already with a map under their belt, they can feel it. There's momentum behind this team.
It didn't look great against PRX, to be honest.
Up next, GB and the analyst desk will be breaking it all down.
Right, who are we hitting up first with a super fight? Jogamo with a super fight. It's coming in 100% from Bray. Super fight. Right, who is...
Ryan,
Trent.
thank you so much for that in the
There
YouTube
he
chat.
is.
Thank you, bro. I
Right.
appreciate you. Thank you, mate.
I'm cranking it. Super fight! Valen. Oh, I feel like I need to IGL diff super fight. I'm hitting him with the foot.
Why the slow-mo, man?
Super fight!
Why would we ever slow-mo this? the slow-mo's a real choice, man. It really is. Okay, so let me spam some ads and upload the VOD. Again, for people who want to just watch individual maps, we upload the VOD every single game. And I think I'm like 50 subs away from 20,000 on the VOD channel. If you want to sub, that'd be cool. Not one of those. Again, Ryan in the YouTube chat, bro. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Alpha fast kills? Sure, have a look at it. Whoa. 9-0. Dude, he's having a tournament, man. Imagine the embarrassment of people that didn't put Alpha in their top 15.
Red Bull gives you
Imagine that.
Let me show you how the Fox does.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Don't play with your karma. Glitter kink in your armor. Don't fake like an actor. And tell a lie to your pastor. Focus like a laser. When you leap from the rafters. Better off going harder. You don't wanna be a martyr. When you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with this. When you flirt with this. Don't steal from your brother. It might tear what you're after. It might tear. Prepare for the danger. When you call out your master, call him out. Don't trust in a stranger. Get killed if you caption. Sabotage in the parlor. You don't wanna be a martyr. When you flirt with disaster. 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 When you flirt with disaster.
Okay, hello again, hello. Jesus, is it always this chaotic? What is this? Call that chaotic? Yeah, I call that chaotic. That's not chaotic, though, Bacon.
What a start that was for FNATIC. I'm now joined by their coach, Milan. Now, both of you had to make a lot of adaptations on the fly. What, in your opinion, was the most effective adjustment that you made that gave you that win?
I think during the timeouts we told the boys to stay calm, focus on like what they're giving us and just processing information a little bit better, and I think it made all the difference after that.
Oh, it did indeed. Thank you very much for your time.
Welcome back, everyone. As we look to break everything down, we have a special guest here. Put your hands together for Coach.
You watching any of the major? Nah.
Sentinels.
I might watch.
Good to have you here, brother.
Good to have playing later, right? I might watch
let's
Simple.
go ahead and dive right into it. Cap's going to be
Release a
here to
little
help
bit
us
of it.
out, guide us through the game. And first things first, let's actually talk about what the coach of FNATIC was talking about in that interview there, Mimi, because he said, hey, I needed to keep the boys calm and ready to go, and we saw the
On
results
stream,
of that in
man.
that
On
round
stream.
18.
Yeah, absolutely. The adaptations, Kaplan, from this team, they had such a great sequence of different attack side ideas of how they approach deck.
Yeah, they had a hard time fighting G2's comp head-on, and after this timeout here, you can see they just make some light noise, a fake TP and a smoke, a classic Boaster smoke. Kind of keeps G2 occupied a little. Then they go back, re-clear the C side, come back A. Just started to take the game a little bit less head-on, and I really feel like the next few rounds built the story. They did it again. Then they kind of snuck out A together, and then they just took a head-on fight. And I think it really speaks to Boaster's IGLing, that he was able to take that timeout and just keep building on it.
Yeah, because we were talking about that a little bit, right? Like, a lot of people always are giving big credit to the coaches coming out of the timeout and what game plan they did, but there's always going to be different things. Your opponents do different ults that come online. It is really difficult for an IGL to kind of
Siege, thank you so much,
sequence
Siege.
those rounds together, even with
Siege
input
6110
from a
with the tier 1. Thank you for the 20 months, mate.
Really impressive.
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, Jonah P had an opportunity to get a nasty 2K in that situation, and unfortunately was shooting cotton candy at his opponent, and it was like, oh, get this off of me, and then they just shot him,
Sonya,
and
what's
that
up?
was it. Which, those heartbreaker rounds, man, those are the things you do not want to see happen. But that does take us to our HyperX reflex moment here, because this one's on the other side of the field, Mimi, with G2's
Another
Valorant.
victim
This
of
is
the
what
train
you
on the
want to
death.
see from the team more
They're collecting him.
consistently as we get ready for map 2.
On the attack side, G2 had to see, seems
Love
to
that,
have a
Sonya.
read
Thank you.
about finishing B in a lot of these rounds. Almost every time it felt like on this attacking side, they were getting posted into post plants on this site. And this team, even without peak Teo, which is what a lot of people attributed their post plant
Sonya,
success
how's the birthday
to,
party?
they're still such an incredible team at setting up in these kind of rounds. Here it's some incredible shots from Valen, but
Okay, that
Trent
explains
on
it.
the nerf Teo, balancing his utility.
the answer.
way guys like Valen and Leaf are repositioning means that G2 is one of those squads that is shutting down the retake so often. And Fnatic, one of the
it's
teams
not
in
too
this
bad,
tournament who
Bacon.
is
It's a
trying
little bit
to
cloudy.
retake
I
the
would
most.
say
So, a challenge for them to get back in
consistent
on this G2 team.
Yeah,
10
just
degrees,
insane.
maybe.
I mean, just in a spot like that, Valen just has nothing to do but move his crosshair around. He's in the middle of
I
nowhere.
know it's hard
and
over there.
He really knows how to close it out.
Yeah, truly finding
16
ways
to 7
succeed,
fast
but
kills.
It was not going to be enough there. Fnatic
And it was
managed
this
to squeak
close.
them out there. Now we're going to hear
And
from
they
the
won
coach
double
of
pistol.
G2 as we get ready for map 2.
Ow.
We're moving on to map 2, and G2 have a chance to redeem themselves. Now, Leaf was such a nuisance, as he always is. At map 1, I think Fnatic really struggled to deal with him. What kind of role can we expect on map 2?
I think it's more of the same. I noticed that Fnatic likes to enable their best players to really shine and take their duels, like Alpha. Took a little inspiration of that. I'm like, hey, Leaf, you should go contest them. You know, like if they're gonna take the space, I want you to put them down. So, yeah, I mean, we're just greenlighting him a little bit more, and we'll see what happens.
I look forward to seeing it.
Okay,
Good luck on
Alpha
map 2.
versus Leaf.
I do love to hear what he's saying there, because Leaf to me felt so strong when he was taking those risks, when he was playing as a C anchor Kaplan. He was constantly walking back into space and finding a ton of success there.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the op up on Viper, like constantly had the info. Even after getting a pick, he would find a way to get back on that line and be able to say, hey guys, they're
Put
not
them
coming
both
to
on
C.
chamber
Don't worry
on
about
split.
C. Just look out for that A hit.
But to that point that he was talking about,
Okay,
out
G2
here,
are
though,
going to have to do a
that's
bit of a
exactly what
masterclass
we were
here
seeing from him,
because
man. He was going for those
yeah,
plays,
again, it
going
didn't
for
look
those
great
fights,
against
Mimi. And it did feel like out here
PRX.
with that confidence, it's
Let me
very
check.
hard.
Let me check what
if you're
comp they
Fnatic
have.
to-
Let's see if
to
they
like
change
be
up
like,
their
hey,
comp.
you know what, guys, we got to play off of that. We got to feed this energy here because out here is giving
Yeah,
that
I
to them
think
in
this is what
space.
they
You
played.
absolutely do. Kaplan, I mean, Fnatic plays a bit of a weirder comp with this double duelist, the Yoru, the Raze. Talk the viewers through what should they expect out of this comp going into map 2?
Yeah, they have a lot of different looks
Yeah, the
here.
breach,
They're able to move the
the
Viper
breach
lurk around
Yoru.
to different
It's
spots.
hard for
Sometimes
the
they throw a really deep
Yoru
orb
on this
mid that
one.
makes some pressure.
It's hard for the
They can
Yoru,
go
but at the
fast,
same
they can
time,
go
they
slow.
as soon as you get that
But they do have to
Yoru
respect
ult,
the
you get
G2
around for
breach.
sure.
They should have a little bit of a hard time fighting head on for any space against
Boomy
the breach.
Comic
Kinda
Gamer,
similar to
thanks so much for the Prime, dude.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
it's
2
gonna
months.
be-
Thank you,
it's gonna
thank
be
you.
big. G2 lots taking on
They
this
think it's just
game.
insane
They
to pick
lost in
Lotus
Champions
into
to this
FNATIC.
team 0-2, got sent home by them after the
I
amazing
do?
tournament
Yeah, I do.
they had at Shanghai. And
What map should
it'd be
they
a
have
really similar
picked?
story again, making it to the finals in Bangkok.
But the
If they
thing
were to
is,
go home
Bacon,
here
I would have
in
picked
top
Haven,
4,
right?
It would definitely be a
But
disappointment
they got Haven
for those boys at
third map
G2.
anyway.
Oh, without a doubt,
So
you can see Fnatic taking their time with this agent select, having the conversations that they need as they get ready for this map 2. Could very well be the end of G2's story.
it's hard when you
here in
permaban.
Toronto.
Yeah, they
Toronto, do you
permaban
think
their
that's
worst
gonna
map.
be the case here?
Tim_we, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
You guys think we're going to map 3? I think people just want
Why is your
more
name
Valorant
Tech Pause
here at
Enthusiast?
Medicare Center.
Thank you,
That's
man.
the
I
most
appreciate it.
important thing now, Mimi. But G2 need to dig deep if they want to unseat this FNATIC team.
They absolutely do. They pulled off that incredible comeback the other day against Gen G. Had to dig deep to stay in this tournament. But FNATIC, a great team, going into another map where they are comfortable on. They are on a 5-map win streak.
How's G2's
here
power?
on Split.
FNATIC
So it is
permaban
going
anyway.
to
It
be a
wouldn't matter.
challenge, even for a team with the tenacity that G2 has.
Coach Kaplan, now obviously you're coach of the Sentinels in
They
this
didn't
situation. But let's say
they didn't
you're coach
Instaban
of
Sunset.
G2
Yeah,
in this
exactly. They
scenario.
managed to
What do
get
you tell
Haven as
the
a third
boys?
map.
What are
They
you
managed to
thinking
force
about
him
it to get
to
ready for this game?
Yeah,
pick one or the other.
Remember what we talked about?
I think they did pretty
Plan,
good to
there's
get
no
Haven as
doubt
third
they
map,
know what
but
they
again,
need
they
to
just have
do
to
here.
win,
They
or
already
they have
played
to win
PRX
one of
playing
these.
some more comp on Split. They've got the experience. They've had time to review. They just have to make sure they stay trusting their ideas, despite the fact that their tournament life is on the line.
Kaplan, you've played long series against G2 this year. You know this is a really hard team to put down, even when you win a map early like that.
Yeah, it is really tough. They know how to stay composed no matter what, and then you start making mistakes, and they just watch you make them.
But you know what I have to lean on, though, is the fact that on the other side of the field, you got Boaster, who's just been getting up and taunting his opponents nonstop. And that has to be so infuriating to play against, Coach.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, I can only imagine for the players who are up there, but when you're constantly reminded of the opposing team's confidence, it just makes it really hard.
And bringing that energy for him. He's so comfortable in these positions, had to come back when they've won trophies in the past. Missed out on even going to Bangkok. Now an opportunity to make it top 3 here in Toronto as that final EMEA team. Everyone else from that region out in the group stage.
If FNATIC make it to the grand finals, they'll be forced to play Sunset and Pearl.
Despite the roster changes, despite bringing a rookie player into
not
this
wrong.
tournament.
I think PRX might even, out of all the teams, prefer FNATIC. If you're just looking at a map basis.
Just got told I'm a liar. We're going into the game, everybody. Let's dive into the action. Toronto, make some noise for Brent and Sideshow.
We're going to need to see G2 dig deep, show that resilience that allowed them to come back versus Gen G. They're going to stand a chance against this FNATIC squad because both of these teams are aiming for greatness at this event. Both of them are looking to go that much further.
Jonah P, though, quoted as saying very
Alright, G2 on defense, FNATIC on attack. 2-0 on the pistols for FNATIC. And I think on this map G2 need to get a good start.
Less pressure and
just purely because when they played against PRX it didn't look convincing. I think they won double pistol and still only got 8 rounds? 10 rounds? I can't remember.
Pocket to play in. Even on this angle. Nothing crazy though from FNATIC.
They're expecting the reclear.
Unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, they called it right.
Please be rewarded. Alpha is lying in wait. Jumps on the
TP
chance.
towards
Now
back
TP
of
gonna be
sight.
laid
With
in
someone
towards the
playing
back of
so
that site.
close, is there going to be anyone back of sight? Not a chance. They don't go for it. They do create a bit of pressure by taking the fake TP though.
Now
You
they've
see
got
Jonah
themselves
looking
a
for it.
5v4, and FNATIC are never going to overrush in these kind of situations. They can sit back, play the player advantage.
But I think they should, yeah. If you're G2, it's like, would they ever actually TP within the first 30 seconds? I know they're not doing anything bold for the first 1 minute.
Trying to keep G2 guessing. Jonah P. Holding down that fault
Not
line.
again. Dude, it's so slow. I'm pretty sure PRX can finish 2 maps before FNATIC finish a normal map.
Being dumped right now over towards A to try to pull people. There's only 2 now ready to defend B.
There it is. It's going to be sailing up and over towards it. Exchanged evenly, but now the satchel's in hand. Alpha.
Damn, that was lovely from Leaf.
Leaf is there.
It's a great flash.
Jonah P is going to do a lot from this spot. And Trent.
Oh, was that Kayak's flash? That was great.
Still a player disadvantage for them. Time running short. You get yourself in through the back at this. The heaven lurk.
Guys, please, 8 seconds.
Just laying around towards the
guys.
side. Drop down, but he wasn't expecting it. Trent, he has to live. If he stays alive, he's won the round.
Holy, how's he won that?
Absolutely ridiculous.
How's he won that? 10 seconds left to go for the plant. 5 seconds kills that.
Trent is completely surrounded.
Yeah.
Got his opponent fade.
It's an absolute Trend masterclass. And FNATIC, once again.
I think Crashies was searching for him, didn't realize.
Oh, it's great shots.
He didn't even need the final kill, but he gave us it anyway. Nice.
Okay, well there's the
That's pretty absurd because I think FNATIC should have been able to wrap that
there's
one
the
up
confidence.
with
There's the good start that they
so
needed.
far, but
They got
G2
Hero
rewrite the
Bucky.
narrative.
He's skipping past a lot of this util is going to be the Prowler. Kayak taking that space. Stray shots fired down at Bulldog. Not exactly
Looks
the
some
weapon
of
of
the
choice
HP as
here,
well.
With the horns followed up, Leaf is here.
Crash is gonna melt, isn't he? Yeah.
And the C's into the snakebite combo to give Leaf a third. Leaf now actually going to be approaching a Viper's Pit. He's able to clean up the rest of these players.
Looking for the last few. Spots it out. Chronicles. Drop two
Hold
of
up.
them. Spike accessible to a degree, but Valen is quick
Not
to
bad
recover.
though. Leaf 2 away from his ult.
That's what Leaf, a really big anti-eco round for him, gets very close to the Viper's Pit. Not going to have it online for this bonus, but could be a difference maker early on in a crucial rifle round, especially if G2 can do a little bit of damage in this next to the FNATIC economy. A rare quick round as well, FNATIC taking a lot of round control very early on. But you're expecting, again, quite a lot of these rounds, even with the double duelist, to be slow paced from FNATIC on their attack side. I know Kaplan on the desk was talking about the fact that G2 got some
Outlaw.
experience playing against
Outlaw can one-shot
double
2
duelist
people.
compositions, but PRX and FNATIC are pretty much as far apart as you can play the same comp.
A great shot, man. That's a great shot on Boaster.
Off of that, catching onto the jump peak.
He did get an aim punch as well. That was a Phantom 140 headshot. But I'm really interested in this battle over towards B main. You see it here from Kayak and Jorg, just kind of feeling each other out on the pistol round.
Yeah, it is
Jorg
a bonus.
baited into
You can't be too
Warclear
sure
in
in a
B main.
bonus round.
But B main control is super important in the current meta.
Smokes propped
Yeah,
up, calls.
Jorgamo.
We're going to be left guessing. There's haunts and action occurring onto every extremity right now. Pushing Chronicle out of the path. Jorgamo looking to potentially take a fight here. Knife out for Kayak.
Oh my goodness, my guy.
I mean, that's a weird decision as well, isn't it? Leaf versus Chronicle. And Chronicle gets the better end of it after Valen had already retreated. And now Valen's alone and isolated on the A side with the Paranoia as his best friend.
That's to anchor single-handedly. Reinforcements arriving in the form of Trent, but he doesn't really have a weapon to his name. It's the classic and a bit of Utah. They can hear it now. Smokes are going to start to be laid down, blossoming. Haunt reveals.
Oh, what a shot that was.
Just trying to TP out
And
of
that's
it,
some
but
nice
just opened his body
util.
up
Nade,
wide for it. So FNATIC,
Molly, Astra Suck.
methodical approach towards it.
Astra Suck or Stun, I didn't see which.
The onslaught now that G2 are trying to dish out. No
Damn,
one
nice
is
little
ready
1-2
for
on top of
Alpha.
this as well.
Yeah, that's a nice cleanup from FNATIC. Really good positioning too. Even if Alpha had
20-second plant as well, yeah, man, they're going fast.
Waiting in vents as a backstab.
It's a fast one for FNATIC on
They
this.
set up that round really nicely
Need to
here.
relax a little bit,
FNATIC
if
are
anything.
so good at their attack
This
side
was-
macro. I know we're watching a little bit of a mistake here from Kayak, but he has some B main information. Chronicle
Actually,
controls the other
can't
side
look
of the map.
any worse.
And in the meantime, the rest of the pack is working their way up mid.
This was lovely though. This little burst over towards site was cool. This little 1-2 on Heaven, really cool.
G2 at some point in these slow rounds are going to have to fight to re-clear. And that always comes with a bit of danger.
Okay, where are the ults? Because the ults
Straight
must be
back into
close.
it.
Leaf is 1 away. Trent's 2
Once more,
away.
same 1-3-1
And Alpha's
setup
2
from the
away.
attackers, right? Kayak holding on.
Heavy premium, just spotting the cross-up. Jorgamo will have to respect that.
And that's great information from Kayak. He saw that teleport. He knows that Jorgamo's gone back into a more passive position.
Trying to square up towards it. What a shot!
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing a duelist off over towards B main. Yeah, it's like these two have agreed to take aim duels the whole time.
Head clean off the shoulder.
Just having their own little 1v1 over towards B every
Spectator
round.
seat, but Chronicle's been good for it so far. Pressure up towards B heaven though. Alpha is ahead of it, finds the gap. Time to be taken. Sees though, avoided.
It is
He's
a
up
nice
next
seized though,
over
because it gets
towards
Jonah
main.
Pete back onto the line.
Crashy's turn.
Pressure happening. Oh no, no, no. It's not ideal.
He's just gifted them the spike, hasn't he?
Spike dropped down.
With
I mean,
the
that I
spike.
don't think was even. I think that was just supposed to be fake pressure anyway. Kron might have done enough.
Now what?
To be the saviour for him. Leaf, judge in hand. Lets it loose and lets it rip. So putting a bit of fear into them, putting the squeeze now into Leaf and a bit of spam chopping him down. Leaf. 20
Back over towards B,
leads, 20
Jorgamo.
seconds, scrambling, dashing.
The other pass was going over
He's
towards
leaving
A.
it just down to Crashies. A spike, essentially unretrievable. 3-1 for G2.
Big fumble in that round from FNATIC, from Boaster. Like I said, I'm not sure if they thought the vent was completely clear and they were just trying to make a drop noise to fake a pivot into A and go back to B, or whether Boaster really wanted to try to take vent and just didn't have a teammate with it. But either way, you can't make a mistake like that when you're already a slow-paced team. And clearly the FNATIC coaches are not happy about it either, because we're about to go into a tactical timeout. And so, coming off the back of this, I mean,
at least it's early though. It's an early timeout.
Talked about it as well.
We're at least gonna stop the 1v1 over towards B main.
In the second half.
Then, yeah, I imagine we're gonna group together when we want to take info.
Boaster adjusted some things and FNATIC were able to close out on map 1. Here, this is very early on. It's probably more to do with adjusting the tempo, or maybe one of the coaches
I'm not sure,
got a
Bacon.
read on what G2 specifically are doing on their defense side. But I think there's a couple of things to just calm down here for FNATIC. Kayak's kind of
Mixed
getting
with
diffed
the
and making a couple
Prime.
of
Thank you so much for the
mistakes
5 months,
in terms
dude.
of
Appreciate that.
anticipating the aggression of Jorgamo. Jorg's just caught him on a couple of timings. And obviously we've just witnessed that fumble from Boaster dropping the
Why
spike
does
in vent,
FNATIC look so off? I mean,
not sure whether it's nerves. It looked
a
like
lot of their games have looked like this,
to be honest, on map 1.
where they can lose a lot of these rounds. It just comes down to like maybe individuals bailing them out. Not like it's been.
To get this Viper's Pit
What
online.
was the last split they played? Where honestly they should have
So
lost.
it is going to be a half buy here. FNATIC have still
But then they
got
just
some
won
big
so many
weapons.
duels.
Opting into it
Against
almost
Gen
fully.
G, yeah.
Well,
Honestly, they
second-guessing
should have lost
themselves.
that.
Money's a bit all over the place here from FNATIC. TP in a fault line, sets up Valen. Horns.
Okay,
timing.
Crashies gets hit.
Yeah, they've
but
decided to use the pit in mid.
Alpha doesn't. Well, that's going to change too
Boaster
much.
just
All goes
spamming
over
into it,
towards
but
mid. We're holding a
how much
line over
FNATIC were doing
towards
1v1
B.
deep, waltzing.
Oh,
Okay, Alpha's
okay.
just going to rip Trent apart. And these 3 players were looking to try to put pressure over towards A early on. They know that Valen teleported, so that's what Alpha's also worried about. They think that Boaster...
Yeah,
sorry,
this
they
is a
think that
gun over
Valen
towards
might
heaven
be
as
inside
well.
that smoke. He's
Alpha
miles away, he's all the way
definitely got to
towards
start
screens, but he is slowing
considering
FNATIC
using
down,
ult
forcing them
here,
to use
and they might
util.
use it to get the
Now
gun
get a bit of a
and
move
take
on.
space.
Towards a ramp.
No, don't even need to.
Brooklyn
Just
Alpha,
free
the two
space for
players
this
with
one.
rifles
Gun
in
upgrade for
hand.
Kayak.
But Valen is just so isolated here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's cut up.
Only one satchel for Alpha.
He's lost A heaven control, doesn't really know where to lay it down the smoke either. Potentially trying to catch the cross. FNATIC are
Okay.
willing to play this one slowly.
I feel like we need to get some kind of info, so we have
Down to default.
Jorgamo taking info and the early rotators on.
Valen
I mean,
dropped down.
he's
Showstopper even expended. That's out the back pocket of Alpha. This is going to be
just
scurry
owned
away.
him.
G2 do not want any
Save.
part of this.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
they don't want to get caught by some kind of splash rocket that gets fired into heaven. Their A-ramp fight is going to be crucial. Their Chronicle's just been amazing today.
Yeah, this is a good bait though. Oh, it's an insane shot.
He's perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, Leaf has a judge. What's he meant to
Boaster
do?
just supplements beautifully. Recall of the smoke, Jorgamo. Really going to commit into this. The money is low.
I think G2 lost every part of this round. Lost Trent to that duel over towards A-ramp. Didn't really adjust. Valen thought that he could hold A, at least for retake.
Kron?
on his
Nah,
own.
yeah, Kron is a
And
monster.
FNATIC got into perfect positions. And then they just lost
These are the
every
kind of
important
tournaments where you
Chronicle
like you look back and you're
The
like, man,
combo once more.
this was my
one-two
argument
punch
for the
of
top
Alpha and
15.
Chronicle.
Because I kind of looked at
It's
Chronicle
been
and Alpha,
immaculate today.
and if
Haven't
you looked
stopped.
at their current Teo
And
meta,
Alpha's going to open up a
they're
lot
not.
of these rounds.
They probably weren't in your top 15
Kayak
stat-wise.
too. I mean, Kayak
Dude,
is
look at
certainly
how
one of those
good they
players.
are.
He was
Big games as well.
lighting up the scoreboards,
They're so good.
top in the rankings in EMEA for stage 1. But
Like
if you're
big
looking for
pressure
experience at
players
global
as well.
events, you
But
can't
look
go
at that.
wrong with the duo of Alpha and Chronicle.
Tyrann's just walking like a bot.
That's what they are.
Damn.
We're keeping that energy all the way
Damn.
up.
How are they calling
Yeah,
them
the
bots?
confidence with it. Hard commit by Kayak, just jumps straight past, and this duel that's taking place.
Yeah, Jorg's had the better end of it most of the time.
Chrono gets over
But at
towards the
some
site.
point,
He has his
how
ult. Where's the
aggressive
money
and
at? 1, 2,
timing-based
3,
Jorg
4.
has
They
been
can't buy
playing.
next.
He could
FNATIC.
easily
Good
get
amount of
punished.
money. This can be a drop.
They're expecting FNATIC
Trent,
to be
one
trying to
kill.
take
That's
some
an
A-ramp
ult.
control and holding
Jorgamo
the
has
stun for
ult.
it. A
They
stun,
could combo together if
potentially
they
a
get him.
paranoia and a re-clear of ramp. But nobody scaled off the back of the Prowler for FNATIC. Playing it slow, cautiously.
Valen, take a peek here. You could be in a world of hurt.
That's just
Poor
spam.
timings, contacting, walking up onto the line. Valen wants a little bit more. It's good with a trade though. Crashies shuts that down.
Maybe an overpeak from Val in there. I think it's difficult to take one kill and
kinda-
make it
he
into
kinda
two
did the
against
job.
FNATIC when they're so disciplined. But still a player advantage.
3v4 wait
Whoa,
to see
he's
the
on
barrel,
the
to see the
screen.
barrel.
My goodness.
Clumsy movement, arguably, from Boaster there, just as they were calling out G2 for walking around like bots. And G2 in a 4v2. These rounds, you know, FNATIC don't get something started
30
early in
seconds
terms
left.
of map control or picks. You get some of these dull endings to the rounds, but G2 will be very happy to have the momentum paused for a moment.
It'll be another round added up to
Yeah,
that
it looks like
tally.
they're saving, but I'm never sure with
4-1 for
Fnatic. They might
G2.
just decide to hit the site
And
this
often
time.
when I do watch FNATIC play on Split,
You never know.
I'm hit by how
Hyphen
nice
over.
the
Thank
game
you so much for
plan
the
is.
3
I
months.
think
Appreciate the
often
prime. Thank
with
you,
how
thank you. And
precise
Prafu
Boaster
over in the
can be
YouTube
and how
chat. Thank
good
you
the
so much,
coaching
dude, as
staff is
well.
on this team. They often come out with some kind of immaculate read. I'm not seeing that just yet today.
Yeah, you're
Leave
not
core
wrong,
towards the
Prafu.
end, but it's not going to do too much damage to G2's economy. It does put a bit of pressure down, but there's players that can drop. These kind of unfortunate situations, though, are just a killer for FNATIC. When you're playing slowly and you're trying to be disciplined and you just kind of get
Hey, for
spammed
sure
through
get a left
smoke,
model
it can
now.
throw a wrench in the works massively. Like I said, though, I'm still kind of waiting for that glimmer of brilliance that you often see from Boaster's calling on the attack side.
Ginormous, thank you for the bid. Thank you,
And I think
thank
a
you.
lot of it comes down to the fact that G2 have been able to keep control of B main, and that's where the fight's going to happen again early on. Jorg getting posted.
No, I don't think so. I had something similar to that
early
in
front
China.
line.
I don't know if that counts. I
Jorg
can't remember
trying
what
to
it's
take this one
called.
with a little bit more aggression.
Spork, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you as
Final
well.
play. It's going to be Util to try and clear him out. And Shock to the corner.
Okay, it's the classic.
Skate crash was set towards main.
It
He's
is
got
the
no
classic.
exit anymore.
Fnatic, you're all over towards
Rusto
B.
towards the
Go
back of
for
the
a
site.
split.
Some access towards the G2.
Yeah, TP out. They're going to retake. Jorgmo has his ult, and you got Fado. And definitely go look for the combo of these two going together. Yeah, if you hit a lot of people, you're never going to hear him getting out of his Yoro.
Trying to take the fight forwards into their spawns. A flash and a play into
So,
it.
they go a bit
Close leading
proactive
him
on
onto
this
that
one. Not
damage.
too bad.
Jorgmo answers, drops down Kayak.
Ult
Picked
goes
out
in. They
into
got the
face.
plant down. We're going to
Needs to
Fado on
get
top of this. 1, 2, 3. Dodge the Fado. Back aside. Jorgmo. Yeah, again, you can't hear it. Nicely done from Jorg. That's the Viper ult down.
Alongside
Valen, you
Jorgmo.
bold.
It's not stopping him right now. Boaster gonna do it
Big
all
Joe.
from an uncomfortable spot indeed to buy time for Alpha.
Big
By
swing.
time for
What was
Sky
the
to
swing?
shine. 7 bullets left. Trent
Oh, swing. You went for a nade instead.
Leaves it into the 1v1 and time is ticking away from Trent. It's a bad
Oh,
plan.
it
He's
is a
sticking
bad
this.
plant.
Have on
Whoa,
it.
whoa,
Alpha
whoa, whoa.
wide. He's gonna swing. He's gonna swing now. Alpha.
Has he lost it? Oh, for God's sake.
What an angle to be found from Alpha here! I thought he beefed it for sure there.
Dude, chat.
Knew that Trent was only gonna
Imagine,
get half
imagine
of that
losing the
spot
1v1
and
where
still
you
have
know
an angle
where
to be able to
you
swing
find
out
out by
wide
peeking at the end that you could have stuck it, and you're like, damn, okay, that's pretty savage, right?
really good combo.
Then you look up and you see Boaster doing
Pressure
this.
that
I
Jorgmo
imagine
put
it's
down,
something.
getting 3 in the round. Everybody else.
I don't care if you got the best mental in the world.
Look at
How are you losing that? Watching that and going, okay, mate, my mental's all over the place.
FNATIC with a weapon
Well,
advantage
that's who
heading
I'm
into
losing
round
to.
8.
For God's sake.
And a few really good tools to be able to work with too. Cosmic Divide, Crashies with an ultimate as well. Plenty of tools to be able to get in and run some kind of set play with the ultimates.
Mentally boomed, mate, I'll be
I was
out
also
of it.
talking on Lotus about the fact
I'm not
that
getting a
G2
kill
win
for the rest of the
almost
half.
40% of their retakes.
Maybe map.
FNATIC are also our best team in post plants. Like one of those stats has to give up today. And at the moment, it looks like FNATIC kind of coming away with the advantage.
Whoa, it's 1 minute 10. They're heading
Into the back,
aside.
Satchel's in play. Kayak has that backside control. Jorgmo forced to give it up. They claim to the site. FNATIC not content with it though. Looking like they almost wanted to step past. Through the spawn, just the deep seas.
And once more, the best post plant team is playing against the best retake team.
To see what comes out on top. Fight forwards, out towards Pillar. The guns, the weaponry, not ideal for G2. Starting to at least drop down into the sides, and the feed is filled up. One shade of teal. Alpha standing alone. Chronicle is going to pick up these pieces.
Holy, okay, well, back to slow play. We're never going fast again.
Disrupt the hold completely.
A lovely double swing at the end here.
As well, from that range. I mean, G2 are masters at being able to get the best out of the light weaponry.
Well, they tried it.
Incredible that they make that retake work and not the one before.
Chat, if anyone ever again goes, why don't they just hit sites within the first 40 seconds? Just clip this, I guess. They lost to a low buy.
Equalize the game at 4-4.
You don't even need to explain it.
G2 are running away with things.
How he didn't headshot on me while running? What is this luck, bro?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. How is he hitting that with a Spectre from that range?
That's just what they do.
Now FNATIC
That's just what they do.
With
Force them down to an eco.
really
Astra
bad
ult.
fight.
Crashies has ult. Alpha. Only one satchel and buys a Bucky. Solo satchel for a Bucky.
And it allows them to close
Did
the
I
gap
miss something?
with
Did he
lighter weaponry.
misclick?
So Kayak and Crashies.
Leaf. Under pressure, just spots the shoulder, gives up most of the space. G2 heavy emphasis being placed over towards A. No one B heaven.
These players could get pinched if G2 don't keep a ramp control. So that's why you
Whoa.
see Trent maybe even overextending slightly to fight for this.
That's in the open.
Okay, so they insert one in
Throughout this
vents.
all, Kayak inserted
With the best
in
gun.
vents with the Vandal. They're hoping that Leaf goes for re-exploration here, you know, with something, a stun, a paranoia, and Kayak can just grab one.
Okay, now they're pinching this guy.
FNATIC, and this does put the
Now how does
squeeze
Leaf
out on
react?
Trying to lay in wait, and they're already putting it. Drop on him! Bucky in hand! And Alpha
That was
takes
sick.
the upgrade.
That's beautiful.
Slowly but surely, FNATIC are dissecting this site.
Okay, who needs another satchel? Breach ult goes in, fast flood. That is the most incredible fate ever.
Caesar's perfect. Trent just trying to stay tucked in.
Oh
but
my god, the
won't
fade
reveal
util.
goal. There will be no escape. Not this time. Not from what FNATIC are putting on show.
They cross every T and dot every I. When things work for FNATIC in this slow-paced style, it looks so perfect.
And it's desperation by G2 just wandering.
There's so many gun upgrades. Throws them back as well to make sure everyone can get the upgrades. Crazy round. There's great shots from Alpha. What sick util that was from Crashies.
G2 cast down into the depths again as FNATIC keep it.
This was nuts as well.
Look, they knew that Leaf was just pinned in that corner the entire time. There had not been a re-clear. Kayak's just controlling that space, keeping him corralled. And once they have that pick, pushing into the site, the perfect
Dude, this was a nice round though. Did they just anti-leaf in a low buy? I think they just anti-leaf in a low buy. Insert one over towards vents. You know he sticks inside vents. Take over towards A heaven and split him with the Bucky. I think they did.
And that, I think, is
That
the
was
absolute
nuts.
peak of both teams' map pool. But Split, it's more of an uphill battle, I would argue, for G2. FNATIC sealing up map 1 should set FNATIC up pretty here to be able to move on and face Wolves. I think G2 have got to really dig deep. At the moment, they're in the lead, but their eco's shot, and this could easily be anyone's half.
Yeah.
And once more, by the way, Brent, it's that duo of Alpha and Chronicle. 13 kills for Alpha, 11 kills for Chronicle. I mean, nowhere near double digits for anybody else. They are putting on an insane performance, this deadly duo for FNATIC.
Look at this.
And this is why they win trophies.
Non-stop.
Pure domination. As you said.
Honestly, with how this is going, I think
G2,
you just use ults here.
Try and slow them down.
13 to
despite being
5,
around
11 to 6,
ahead.
4-3-2. No way. But honestly,
And he's not good here for G2.
I'm not looking at
Scrap together a
after
bit of
that
a
phase
bind.
util. I'm not looking at Crash's
Disengage.
skill.
Just try and get some information. Let's jog them out. Seeing if they're posted.
Alpha is so happy taking this duel. I mean, he knows he's on fire. And while Chronicle's the anchor, the rock, Alpha's the tip of the spear. He's the guy that can open things up, make the magic happen. And I think he's playing more confidently than Kayak is right now too, so he is actually taking more of those opening fights.
Oh, it's a nice boom bot. That would clear here.
Not asked of him, but always ready to deliver.
Leaf again has gotten stuck a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Leaf's here again. Crashies gets the kill
Wall
over
gets
towards
destroyed
site.
on
I think
site.
you might
Yeah,
be able
just
to
trying
just
to
send it
angle
site,
towards
guys.
A slide off angle, I think, trying to catch across. Gap, a small window that Leaf wants to try and play himself in and towards. Sheriff does sing into
Gonna miss
his
the
hands,
window a
will be
little
forced
bit.
to try and back himself out and away.
Trent
There
gets
are
over
anchor
towards
players,
site.
though. Onto the site, Trent.
Fade
Doesn't have a lot to
eye
work with here,
again.
and he needs some help, and he needs it now after
Dude, look at
shot.
the fade
Gonna
details.
land
Kind of
close to the
insane.
corner alongside the
Great
Seas.
timing from Trent on his
Fnatic, they're
tether.
getting stunted.
2 now over towards site. Astra all over towards heaven. 30 seconds. Don't tell me they're going for a pivot B. Or they're going for a pivot B, man. Show me Leaf.
No shotgun into his hands, just a Sheriff, but
the time.
So much danger. 20
Where are we
seconds
going?
left.
Site? 15-second going through heaven sight hit. Not again, not Trent again.
Heads while he's at it. Moving forwards, Trent has not been dislodged, not been dislodged at all. The time, he's denied the plant, and the time is the worst enemy of this.
Dude, he's done it again. He's done it again.
Almost exactly the
Oh
same
man,
as what we saw
it's
from
just
Trent
this,
on the
it's just the
pistol.
same thing on a different site.
He's the anchor. He's in a crazy position, and yet he is the last one
Dude, they should have just
left
popped it
alive.
all and gone site as soon as they killed the one on
The
site.
clock has been a nightmare for the Fnatic on their attack side. And this time it just happens again. The reason they're planning for heaven in this spot, by the way, is so that the site player, Trent, can't deny. And yet, whilst trying to get the plant down, they get picked off from heaven. Gaps everywhere.
Look at that timeline. Back and forth, back
Yeah,
and
it's
forth.
non-stop.
The pendulum swinging.
It really is. And they go to the absolute classic. Flash over towards heaven with a TP.
So deadly.
Wait,
so
they're not doing the
dangerous.
flash.
Jorgemont.
What's Kayak doing?
Operator in his hands.
This isn't part of the strat.
Get crashed to safety. It's out for you like a rocket in through the
Ooh.
site, trying to roll out the red carpet for the rest of his team.
Okay, Trent has up
Gonna
this
go one
retake
step
again.
further.
I like this play from
Instant plan
Crashies.
down for Fnatic. This is pacey.
Wait,
Yeah, much faster
teammates
round
called him over. Dude, this fade out's gonna hit so many. 1, 2, dodge it over towards site.
Trying to back himself out. Crashies is immaculate across their placement yet. G2.
Dude, keep an eye on this luck over towards mid. It's insanely late. Insanely late, but the ult goes down. Oh, dude, they might not expect this one. Chronicle.
He's already taken out.
One.
Alpha. Chronicle, the heaven player. Late
Ooh.
right round. He's been taken out, and now Boaster. Last one left to do it all. The pull was
Gonna
used
swing wide,
earlier.
mate.
Nothing else to delay. It comes down to random spams.
Oh.
Comes down
Whoa.
to the clutch. And Boaster might have just done it all. No!
Insane!
That's ridiculous!
It's Trent again!
Oh my god.
Boaster did everything he possibly could.
Oh god.
He played it the best anyone could in that situation.
Trent has got 3 clutches.
Deja vu to Forsaken spinning
And
in
this one might be the
circles
most
earlier on
devastating, to be honest, for Fnatic.
to cast Sentinels out.
Tap, my guy, tap. Dude, every single
He
time
just
it's spin to
rolling
win.
around and doesn't have the ammunition.
That's a heartbreaker now. G2 leading by
Jesus.
3 rounds. Final round here for the first half of Split. Fnatic would love to make it a 7-5.
I mean, there have been so many moments where
Going for the
Fnatic
spray.
arguably should have won. We're thinking Pistol, Trent thrifty on the site, maybe even Boaster winning the clutch there. But they're all should-haves, could-haves. And G2, with that grit, are managing to find their way into the lead. Kayak's been really absent from this attack
I can't believe
half.
what I'm watching.
He's once more over towards B.
It's-
5 and 9. It'd be a great thing for Fnatic to get
This
him
whole best of
activated,
3
especially
feels like a
before he
fever
has to
dream.
be one of their big
And we're
players
only a
on
map and a
defense
half
with
in.
The op, etc.
Shift up here from the defensive setup of G2.
Cinema? I mean, it's some kind of cinema.
Feeling that heat. It's turned up. Under
One of those
scrutiny.
cinema ones where you walk out and you're like, do I ask for my money back? Was that a good film? Did I like that film or did I hate that film? I don't really know.
Valen has to reposition. He's in control
I
after
had
towards
fun,
Jonah P.
so I guess I liked it.
Backing himself out. TP to try and escape. The dimensional drift is going to be pointing all of this out. Kayak is getting the info for his team. Those are trying to take that peek and that fight towards it. That's wild. It's disjointed. Valen's doing this one with just a Spectre in hand, but not for much longer. Time. Still playing against them. Tapping away. Jorgemon's now there. Ult of his own. He's straight into the fight.
Spike planted.
The peak from Trent dropped down to just 50 health. This damage done to a variety of them.
Damn, okay.
Crashes.
5 ends up being a
We'll
7-5.
deliver around to them.
I mean, G2 will be happy with that. G2 has to be happy with that, with what went down.
That was a difficult one. Crashy's wiping sweat off his brow. There were so many moments where it felt like FNATIC should have been able to close. Even in this round, they're slow,
they should have 9.
But they should have had the advantages. They put the squeeze onto those sight anchors, and G2 was still able to get 7.
Still anyone's game, of course.
And Trent had 3 clutches in that half. He had 3 clutches.
Thinking once again,
Shazam's here.
This time I'm joined on the floor by
Wait,
Team
why don't I
Liquid's
have this
latest
hoodie?
content creation, or content creator, sorry, it's Shazam! Dude, I felt like I wasn't able to do that since like 2021 when I was casting.
Nice hoodie.
How you been?
I've been good. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Let's actually roll back the years, because 2021 was, you were the first to ever do it. Hoist the Masters Trophy in Reykjavik in 2021. So talk me through what it means for these players and for these teams to compete for this trophy right here in Toronto.
I mean, yeah, it means everything. It's like all you work towards, you know, like these guys scrim a lot, and it's the only goal. It's your life. Your life revolves around it. So.
And your life is now around content creation. The last team that you represented before joining Team Liquid was G2. So do you still have a little bit of ounce for cheering into G2 in this series against FNATIC?
Yeah, I mean, my time with G2, they were an incredible organization, and the guys on this team right now, I consider them good friends, and I'm like rooting for them to make it to the finals.
But Team Liquid right now is also fire as an organization, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing. That goes without saying.
So another quick question here. So 2021 again with Reykjavik, you had a chance to IGL against Bolster as well on that stage. What's it like to play against Bolster, and how can he carry the team over to the victory?
Yeah, Boaster is someone I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He is a talented player. He works on his own game. He works on his team, and I think he's like a natural leader. Like you know, the antics on stage and stuff. It's like it's a good thing for a team. Like I'm sure they like laugh about it. It makes them happy. It makes people comfortable. It's like a really big thing. So
we definitely see them happy out there. And Shazam, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's always awesome to see you, brother. One more time for Shazam, everybody.
I thought he was going to mention the 1v3 rounds. It'd be good to resist it.
You know,
Mil27 with the prime. Thank you for the 2 months, dude. Thank you.
Many a time.
Emma with the prime as well. Thank you so much, dude.
All the way back at the very first LAN event. It's incredible, the tenure, the amount of time that Boaster and Chronicle, for example, have been around. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here too. And I think one of the players to really take a look at is
playstyle similar to the FX Copenhagen style playstyle. I mean, it's slow. I don't think we've ever seen a team play this slow.
I would imagine that FNATIC are probably going to need a big performance out of him to recover. But they've been
Monthly
great
Clock
in
as
the
well. Thank you so much for the prime. Do appreciate the whole year.
I think you could argue FNATIC should be 3-3 right now on pistols if they had somehow managed
2023
to allow Trent to pull off a miracle.
I'm not sure I can compare any team to that team though. That feels a little outrageous.
All grouped up here from G2. 4 players ready to pounce.
1-2, 1-0 on this.
Right,
still got one though. Yeah, he still gets one. Let's have a little look at the minimap. Instant reaction from Crashies is to push. Is he ready for... Yeah, it's good info from him though. Alpha falls down. My god, his timing's unbelievable and they want to go back over towards it. Oh, nice movement. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 6 bullets. 4 bullets. Oh, look at their HPs, 11.
They've done a lot of damage over here to Jorgamo, but the entirety of this site opened up. And Jonah P in a very safe position where he might be able to provide some information for them. He's at least going to be able to clear the flank and let them know that
but obviously he was last seen over towards here, so they should expect him here or here.
Really had those opportunities to get online yet on this map, so this would be a huge one for them to convert for FNATIC.
Jonah P is going to be his eye, at least a watchful, just takes a pot shot there, straight to the shoulder. Backs himself out, gets a bit of info for the team.
Look at the HPs.
Is good, Jorgamo takes the peak off of it. Crashes.
A great stun there.
Kayak. It's all on his shoulders. Heavy weight to burden to try and win this one with time ticking. The way that it is G2.
Double pistol.
Get their second pistol round.
Double pistol, 2-2, 2-0 on this map.
2 pistol rounds for FNATIC on Lotus, and now 2 pistol rounds back the other direction for G2 here on Split. And this second one, pretty clean to be honest. Alpha was really trying to find that timing to be able to put pressure on the vent players and still avoid getting backstabbed. And he did a great job. I mean, hitting a 180 to be able to deal with, or at least put pressure and damage onto Leaf is great, but overall the positioning and the setup worked better for G2. And now Alpha's going to go for a Bucky. The rest of the team.
Right, what have they got planned for this one? As a PRX fan, who should you support for PRX to have the best matchup? It probably is FNATIC, just purely for map pool.
Do they have the information about this? It does feel like
FNATIC
G2 are accelerating slightly.
are bad on Sunset and Pearl, so they would have to play both of them.
In your face, and Leaf is looking for a timing. Just seeing it. So Crashies, good C's, wall up.
This is going to help Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha's
Honestly, G2's not too bad as well, I guess.
Here, so that's a beautiful kill.
Okay, hold up.
Thing is, doesn't actually give any weaponry away. Leaves the one
Yeah,
player
it doesn't get anything, and they know they're going to speed up, but they're going to speed up
give
into the
information.
3, so
Pace behind this one.
let's see what their timing is like over towards B main.
Could be gaps for FNATIC to play in. Could be mistakes that they could absolutely capitalize on.
Oh, whoa, where the bullets
pistols
going?
in their hands, and they're making it work regardless. Jorgamo, just like that. Shoes on the other foot. He's the last one left to stand against this, and the damage has been done. Indeed, already the net tightening. B main control as FNATIC. They have almost the whole of the site. Jorgamo in a spot like this will have to do a lot. No free kills going to be given up whatsoever, and off a poster. Here comes the swing.
That's
Shot
a lot
through
of
the
damage.
wall. Crashies. One more to the chest will do him. It's still a guessing game for Jorgamo. Does not know where this last player is.
And with time ticking down, surely it's not possible. A 1v4?
Crashy still has Fade,
Quite an upgrade in the midst of all of this one. Spectre in his hands. 10 seconds left. It's getting down out towards the top. Just can't land the shot.
Holy, they got full eco.
Rifty them right back.
They got full eco, and the only thing they bought was a Bucky.
So many of these rounds here on Split. Where the team
Dude, they got the kill and forced them into the 3-person stack, and then Boaster did a really good. Boaster did so good to distract here.
A little bit of a scramble, a little bit rush.
He did really good, man.
The G2 players were talking about this previously in one of the other games. They said we were playing scared and fast. I think that was in the game against PRX actually that they were talking about that.
What are you doing, bro? Hey, what is going on? You're getting classic.
And Valin, I think he made the wrong judgment call there to accelerate towards the end. FNATIC already had the read that they were going to collapse into
Okay, G2 get the hero gun out and leave.
It might well have worked.
Oh man.
But that is going to get FNATIC straight back into this game.
Dude, he's the gift that just keeps on giving.
Like that,
he really is.
Two,
Whoa!
You're also allowing FNATIC to build up to these big ultimates.
Yeah, they're going to start farming. Orbs attempted to be picked up here, but just a random spam and spray. FNATIC got this one locked down.
It's Boaster who's 2 away from getting a Cosmic Divine. Could be big for a retake setup. Kayak potentially looking like he might be able to work towards his as well.
Toxin screen down.
Though to be honest, the ones you're scared of for the defenders to get online are Chronicles and Alphas. Not like they've had any trouble getting up to ults quickly though, because they've been fragging like demons in this game so far.
And they've been ridiculous. The backbone for the team, Trent.
Where are you? 30 seconds left.
Just going to decapitate Chronicle in the midst of all of this one, but with 25 seconds left, a hard ask ahead of G2.
An upgrade though.
They pick up a gun, yeah. It is.
It's like Perch off
It is kind of doable.
It's a decent connection. Kayak forced to be.
It'll be a little bit faster than this.
14 seconds left. Time is against them.
Saving?
It's kills that are being needed right now for G2.
doing?
And FNATIC not in the mood to be offering them. Clone taking the bullets.
Guys?
Time getting against them once more. Kayak has going to be falling there, but Boaster in through behind. Easy with the cleanup. 8 to 7.
FNATIC should be able to grab upgrades, at least on one of the weapons. Little bit of economic damage done there.
Did the FNATIC? No, I mean, yeah.
Too much.
Not wrong.
Ended up being an all-right eco round. But compared to the standards we've seen so far on Split, where people are winning with nothing.
It's a virus. God, it's crazy, isn't
on
it?
to the next. And Kayak
Tell you
has
what
now
though,
gone to the operator.
if round halves were
So
2
here's an
minutes,
opportunity
these
for the player
would be
filling
the best 2
Turkish
teams in
shoes
the world.
in
No
this
doubt
FNATIC
about it.
core.
But it is 140.
Looking for the setup over towards B. He's found himself his place.
Early flash, and Kayak was still tucking knife out into this deep angle. He's found the timing, but would have to deal against a stun
Prowler
potentially.
reclear with the Pressure of
Prowler
the
to try
wall
to
over
push him off the
towards
line.
A.
See what G2 have got.
He's got a great chance of landing the opening pick here, though.
Time being bled down. Okay, Crash.
Dude, my fades over
Firing
towards...
Kayak.
Oh, wait,
What's
they
the
know,
round?
they know,
Yeah.
they know.
Oh, wow,
Damn,
the timing
it's
on
kind of
that one
sick.
right as the
Dude,
gate clash
16
does
HP, just
expire.
got out of there with the spam.
Wants to back
Oh,
away, a
okay,
lot
we
of
got
damage
good
on the
anti. They
Kayak
knew
in
they
the
were going to buy
process,
the
16
up and go here for sure. Because otherwise, I mean, the fade's
It's
like
way
the
alive,
info.
though. Still can play his life into this one.
Fado
Night
goes in,
4.
Boaster goes close.
It's
Oh, it's unlucky they ate that
Pulls
flash. Otherwise, he
used
gets
out
this
early.
kill.
Jogamo already dipping his way in through the back of the
No,
side.
that was
And a
kind of
wonderful
nice
peek
with the
at that.
clone
FNATIC
to get the
trying to make
TP
a go at
back
this
side.
one.
Big shot from Kayak. He's hit it.
With the operator in his hands, on through the high ground. Kills are collected.
Ah, dude, fair play. Kayak did damage on 16 HP. Got the clone for the back of site TP. I forgot they're both dancing now. They got Kayak for the clone for the pass on back of site with the peek and then double kill.
That gets popped. Boaster's in immediately behind to try to clear up Jorgamo. Here you see it on the replay again. Almost catches 2 as well. Huge amount of damage onto Valin, who was trying to teleport in. A great read as well from FNATIC in this round. They knew that
Great
this was
shots,
gonna
great
be a
molly
beat
to be honest.
Of course, G2 had to give away quite a lot of what they were doing around the map just to deal with Kayak.
Alpha's standing up and dancing.
FNATIC may well have turned the tide.
He's gone from not being allowed to stand up, and now he's allowed to stand up and dance.
Going against them, and yet now they're in the driving seat, looking to try to close things out 2-0.
Ridiculous between these two teams. G2 themselves not even comprehending that they could be knocked out. They think of themselves as the main character, but the same could be said for FNATIC.
Oh man, this is fun.
Of these squads. Looking
Kato Val with the tier 1. Thank you for the 7 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
I do like the positioning of G2 though. I think you could argue that FNATIC are playing things a little too passive on their anti-ecos, giving G2 full mid control.
Okay, I love that,
Just allows
Kato.
them to slice up the defenders.
Double drop down, Alpha.
Oh, almost. Okay, they do get a gun upgrade though, and A side is insanely weak right now.
Because these defenders can't
Yeah, and
rotate
Crashies
through
has to do a lot. Might have to get some kind of smoke over towards site, no?
Steady as they go.
And this is how you see these 50 rounds crumble.
We can wall up.
Perfect pause as well to make Crashies wonder about whether or not they're actually
He
hitting.
didn't want to play on site to give him a gun.
Reveals his position.
Okay, they don't know if there isn't anyone back at
Drop
site.
down, he hears it. Footsteps.
No, they do, dude. He didn't
Riding
even
with the
clear
floors.
this.
G2 have open access now towards the site and looking for potentially a refight. It's a plan for heaven.
Okay, they could combo back a site if they wanted to, some kind of ult. We're going for an Astra ult on
A lot
this.
of information.
Okay, there is a gap back a site if he wanted to go for it. At least creates pressure if they don't see him. It's a great stun. Any trades? Damn, that is a great stun.
Denied that space. In through spawn already. Jonah P picking up that upgrade.
Damn, dude. Nice round with a lot of upgrades on this one. They throw the op away and 3 people get upgrades.
G2. You have to fight them at least a little and not just to allow them to completely control the tempo.
I do think they gotta try and get back over towards site there.
The G2 Valin calls that fight over towards screens.
I love that I love that G2 are proactive here though. The stun send was awesome.
So they're already fighting, getting information, and then commit the utility. And Kayak, he's got no hope of winning that 1v3. Another MasterCard Thrifty to prop up. And G2 are straight back into things.
Okay, wait. Dude, the money's got to be low now. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 4, 2, 4, sure.
Mid take here.
That's a stretch. We'll just do this. 3 and 2.
TP
goes over towards spawn, but they don't know if he's stuck yet. But he did here. Okay, I think he had him. I think he's on top of the fact it's been cancelled.
Had to exit out through D4 Kayak. Puts it down. Alpha forced out now with the ult in his hands. It's a showstopper. And a scurry away from G2.
It's a good cancel call from G2, but
sure,
really
but
that execute
they
is
got
not
no,
what they were looking
they
for.
got no
They're hoping
space.
that FNATIC were going to be looking in spawn for Valin.
The jiggle crashes, gets the info.
Yeah, they had 2 guns fire here as well, so good amount of info. Could have crossed over towards here. Going to be learning from the round before. FNATIC are actually going to be able to fight over towards the site. 2 pass and fake on B, and then 2 pass and walk on A.
Running up over towards that area. G2 are layering down a bit of util, trying to keep players.
He sees the gun. Dude's so ready for this.
Pushing out. Chronicle has Leaf in his sights.
But it's not informing any defensive rotates from B to A. Look how isolated these A and B players are. And Leaf, he gets away with it.
That's it. Dude, why is there no movement on B?
As you said, he gets away with it.
3
he
here.
survives. G2 Doing up now, trying to set themselves up for a complete attempt and all the way through. This is Boaster back against the wall. A lot to do from this spot. Chronicle trying to dodge and juke and avoid most of
push
it.
through smoke.
It's coming his way. G2 with that side control. Trent has to be that play.
Oh, what a play that is. What an absolute play that is. Wide swing to take down the planter. Huge, man. God, these rounds are intense,
so
dude.
nice from Chronicle. After he missed that kill up towards heaven that he was eager for, salivating, he just rips a wide swing against Trent.
Oh, this is rough, though.
This early play at the start of the round may be a result of the Yoru nerves.
Okay, honestly,
You know,
now we
a
saw
couple of
Juggernaut's
extra
POV, it doesn't
seconds
look
there
as
on
bad.
an ultimate, and maybe
Incredible
position
timing
is
on the
scouted
swing.
Out, but as you say, it's all Chronicle at the end of the day there.
Oh, for God's sake.
G2 are now going to be forced to do it again with weaker weaponry. At some point, surely FNATIC start to get a comfortable lead. G2 cannot keep doing this with bad buys.
It's been miracle rounds after
Can't
miracle rounds. G2, as you said, they
Stingers, they got breach or
Stingers.
FNATIC are kind of far away from 3 of their ults at least. Spams goes out, Balance taking a little bit of damage. My goodness. Good spike down, Alpha still has Boombot to get info.
This time FNATIC are actually trying to
He's
fight
peaking
G2,
on
but they are
40
losing.
HP.
A 3v3 and G2 have managed to gain mid control. It was contested, and at least it's given them information for somebody like Crashies to be able to wrap fully
Crashies,
round
while this
on
has been
fight.
going on, push over towards B. Jonah P is on top of this. It's a rough peak.
Off angle takes a ding to the head.
Oh god. Oh god. Fast rotate coming in. Kayak's going to get here kind of close, but they don't know if anyone's over towards Heaven because Alpha died in Heaven earlier, so there could be someone that took all this space.
Pretty confident there's not going to be as many players over towards B.
Alpha gets here, big Jewel on site.
In the back pocket, Kayak's ahead of it. He's found that timing.
Forced to distract for Kayak.
Needs some kills to be claimed though. Catch the first. We're not expecting a Jonah
Jesus.
was that from behind. How have they done it again?
They get the gun upgrades, but honestly at this point, it might be worth just keeping the Stingers.
What FNATIC's game plan is, if they play passive to try to avoid the Stingers, then G2 just take the site and play post plan. If they try to contest them for space, they're losing the fights to the death ball, the brawl of G2.
Down B.
It is a nightmare right now, and you can see it writ all over the body language of these coaches.
No, we're winning every round, even though it's chaotic through mid. Just keep it up until they...
Oh, okay, spoiler.
They're winning every round, but they're winning primarily when they don't have weapons.
Yeah, and the odds are stacked against them as G2.
2 Buckies.
They proved that they have grit from that last series.
I mean, they actually can't go middle. Right?
FNATIC are feeling it now.
Big investment of a Viper's Pit in a round where you have bad economy. FNATIC do not want G2 to be able to get comfortably up to 11. Frankly, the weaponry hasn't made a huge difference here on split, so entirely winnable for FNATIC.
Portal closed.
But this death ball style has been the best thing for
Two-person
G2.
holdover
Just
towards
having
A.
so many bodies there to be able to trade
Alpha,
out
I mean, this are the 2 best
like
guns.
Alpha, who is
Well,
positioned right
kinda,
now to
for
try
the
to catch
situation.
people on the cross into A. So I think it's Crashy's job to try to draw
Yeah,
attention.
if Crashies
and
can
Alpha,
shoot this
the
Prowler
direct
and
back.
Alpha doesn't get cleared.
Crashy's jiggling. Like you said.
Heaven's good.
We're going to
Heaven's great.
This one here to season an aid.
Oh, they just got out of there, but they know the one crossed.
By going for that season 8 though, Alpha's given up his position. So he has to
Yeah, but they still get
relocate up to
TP
heaven.
over towards site. Omen Flash goes in, hits one, but the fade eye's really good. They haven't gone through here. 30 seconds left. Not another one of these. Not another one.
25 seconds left, and you can hear it rumble of the footsteps, and there it is.
Holy. Big play back of sight. Crashies, what you got? Fatal is a great fatal. It's a lovely swing from him.
Can they remove Crashies finally? Yes. Time. 11 seconds left.
Buster, what's your long range Bucky like? They have probably the best guns for this though. Chronicle does change his gun.
Seeing if they've crossed
Bucky in the pit.
past it already. Boaster can get in close and personal. Bucky in hand. All the way through. The bullet to the back. Pellets raining down and the pit falls because of it. Nothing to hide. Trent away. He's got to do it all from this spot here. The
He's
jiggle, the
dinked
shots.
him.
It's immaculate from Boaster. The 2v1.
Fake?
Smoke
Oh, not
up,
a fake.
full committal.
Creates loads of pressure. Ah, it's incredible from Boaster. It's absolutely incredible from Boaster. What the hell is this game?
And another thrifty. Of course it is. No team right now can win when they have rifles. And I think the big reason why is because the teams are willing to take more risks when they have bad weaponry. FNATIC is willing to gamble stack.
Crashies did so good on site here. Swing before he gave him the info of where he was as well.
G2's economy once more is going to be on the ropes. Why do I even bother talking about it though? It was another MasterCard thrifty, so who cares? It's a scrap out here.
Yeah, who cares? Dude, this is their lightest one though. Wait.
The energy is just oscillating between these two teams, but FNATIC are the ones now in the driving seat once more. A map ahead.
A lot of money, dude.
Looking for the round is going to make all the difference. G2 are forwards, the horn not broken. Up and down, no mistakes are being made. Alpha sends it flying forwards with the boom body in hand, wants to try and take it. It's a gun uploaded, Jonah. Happy to shut him down.
And even throws the weapon away to a teammate with slightly better health. Leaf, a monster, and another opportunity for another thrifty. I mean, the player post-plan positions are even quite nice. Jorgen from Trent.
There's 2 low HPs though, so it is possible. Kayak has full util. TP goes back aside. They're not going to go for the same Astra ult and then take the TP, are they? Oh my god, they are. He goes there, TP goes taken in. Are they going to expect it? No one's watching it. 2 people. I have the chance. God, he didn't even see the second one. Holy, that was nice though. That was nice, that was nice, that was nice. TP back aside through heaven, they didn't hear it.
What a sick play from a player that was struggling a little bit in the first half. He
Goodness.
has come online and more in the second. He's making his way firmly up and up the
Ice Fighter, thank you so much, dude.
like
Appreciate the prime. Thank you, thank
I mean,
you.
it's a gorgeous play. Leaf's even watching for it, but it gets hit fully by the flash.
Yeah, it was a great flash from him.
Accidental kill even onto Jonah P. And Kayak's positive again after that one.
Bro, chill.
Finally, stability. Because this match, it's been like a double pendulum. It's literally impossible. Chaotic forces all over the place. But G2, they're going to take a tactical timeout as both teams finally reset with equal economy. A wild situation, and one in which I think the mental of G2 again is really going to get tested here.
Yeah. You thought it was tested before. This is a completely different scenario.
It's one of the most mental maps I think I've ever
and they want to take it all
ever
the way
seen.
home. They
It
want
really
to be the
is.
team
I cannot believe that we're getting rid of Split. I can't believe we're not going to have in champs. I'm so devastated. Every Split game has been the best game of the tournament. It's so good.
Of Americas and EMEA, and both with players that are searching for
Yampy
records to be
says,
broken.
but we have
the second ever
Icebox.
player to win a Masters
For
and a
God's
Champs.
sake.
People on FNATIC, I mean, Chronicle, top of the scoreboard. If he's able to win this tournament, it'd be his fourth.
Is it too late for Riot to change their mind?
Ridiculous.
Surely they see this and they go, actually, do you know what?
Looking for redemption like Crashies, playing against his region, trying to eliminate them, and 2 rounds away from doing so.
Okay, they get a full buyout. Trent still has 3-7. Why were they saving so much money? If he had a gun, they actually might have won that last round.
G2 Chronicle. He's got to try and hold this one down. He's been good for it. To seize. Dodged alongside that aftershock. Another flash into his face with the power on top.
Oh, that's a crazy shot.
That's
Like he's running for it.
Entry.
Lights out.
Okay, in reaction to losing middle, insta double push over towards B. They got TP to potentially hold 1 once they clear it.
It's actually just Alpha isolated here, trying to force the fight into Leaf.
This fight's happening on both sides of things here with the boombot instantly broken. Deep push from Crashies. Hyperextending. Now Valin, he heard the
A
flash.
great pause from Crashies.
It's going to feel like there could be the possibility of a deep push up.
A
But
4v5?
this is
Sure.
to be taken when you're a player down.
Kayak goes in, gets
So much
info,
information
spots
for them.
once over
Kayak,
towards Vents,
cherry on top.
and that's it. Just one. That's all they got. One on Vents. And they go back to Crashies. It's a great off angle for 1.
Pushed up.
No way Valin expects it and he doesn't.
Now
He's
what?
opted.
And you saw 1 in Vents.
30 seconds left. B main control still there for FNATIC.
Thrown
They
over
have a beautiful
towards Heaven,
hold
gets
on
the
this
stun
one.
out of him, but it hit him in
The
spawn.
nightfall gonna be
That's nuts.
expended. Flash up into
Beidou
the
hit so
faces
many.
here.
Big Jewel over towards
G2
B main.
A weakened Decay down. Lee
Leaf's
finds
a
it.
beast, man.
Clears
He
up that
actually
one
is.
question mark. Kayak.
Oh, speaking of beasts, look at the
14
time.
seconds.
Great flash.
Lays
Holy, what a flash.
Lines them all up and Leaf. Knife out. He's going to do it all now, but no chance in hell. Swarmed in his position.
Damn,
Attempt to
dude.
force it out.
Kayak, that was
It's
sick, man. Great
12
shot into
for
lovely
FNATIC.
flash.
And we have been talking so much about
Okay,
the
two.
storied players in this. The IGL battle, Chronicle Alpha, yeah, the core, and yet it's Kayak in the final moments who is making the difference. Filling some gigantic shoes, was dominant in stage 1. And has now put together 2 huge rounds. And he's really getting into this. FNATIC
Okay,
one round
2
away from
chances
sending G2
to
home.
2-0 G2. Stun into TP so you can get the early swing. 3-person push middle. Okay.
Taking a quick peek.
We're not playing scared at all.
TP even committed there. Pokemon did not want to be caught into that corner. Deep mid control.
Still got the
Kayak
TP here. Oh. Jesus.
Finally will concede that
You're
space,
good.
but this is FNATIC on a tear. Looking to go further.
Valen under a lot of pressure, calling
Active.
for help.
Hyperactive as a seize and a nade.
Reach damage to
TP
push
to
them off though,
disengage.
so they at least clear over towards
Still
B
has
main.
his life, but that
Double,
timing
they're so
is caught.
proactive though.
It's a
You
bullet
got to
to
give
the
them that
side
on their
of the head from
defense.
Leaf. And now he
They
has to
lose their
watch
luck.
in dismay.
They lose the A pressure. You got
spectator
one holding
seat.
over towards A.
As your
It's a
team's
great Omenal.
chances
This is a
are
good Omenal.
dwindling. It's FNATIC entirely here. Kayak looking to drop.
Damn,
and
it's
Valen
an incredible
is gone.
kill.
The captain removed. Death from 1,000 cuts here. FNATIC are happy to deliver it.
Teleport in onto the A side, but didn't have the spike. Every player from G2.
Yeah, and they group up to
trying
do it
pull off
together,
a
and they know
3v5
that they're locked
from
in over
inside
towards
the
site. The
Nobody
only
with
thing they haven't got is
control,
heaven
nobody
control,
on the
right?
flank.
Okay, yeah. Clear of heaven
Should be a
control.
slam
Jonah with the
dunk
plant
retake
gets his
for
ult.
FNATIC with players up.
Ding through the wall. Crash is still alive. Ulta here.
Reach
rolling
goes
front
in. They want to
touch
take some
G2. They
space
realize
with it.
They
I
have
mean,
to try
can't
and find
really.
tooth and nail for
Oh,
every
respect to
inch of
Jonah. He
space,
might have
but
made a big
Kayak
play here.
It's already wrapping. The discipline is here from FNATIC. You need a miracle if you're G2. FNATIC are not in the business of giving them
Pokemon
out.
gets a kill. He gets ult.
Already to swing in the face.
Oh, he was going for the fade eye.
Claims the space and more. Jonah P.
It's done.
It's a last-ditch effort. That's all it's
What an
looking to be.
absolutely
Beautiful
mad
from
map.
FNATIC.
I mean, it was so mad.
Packing.
One of the weirdest splits I've ever watched.
One hell of a lower bracket run so far from a
Okay,
legendary
FNATIC,
core.
top 3.
With new pieces stepping up towards the end as well.
FNATIC,
And a
Wolves,
masterful performance from
and then
Alpha
PRX waiting in the
and
final.
Chronicle today. Boaster too, both in the calling and the fragging department, actually recovering really nicely after a slow start on Lotus. And these legends keep on rolling. EMEA
An absurd
overall
one,
with a
though.
bit of a
It
rough
was absurd, it
tournament.
really was.
But the last team to have hoisted a trophy for the region keeps on trucking. What a match that's going to be as FNATIC move on to a lower bracket final to fight against Wolves. You couldn't get 2 teams on a different story, a different arc. But G2 today denied an opportunity for
Yeah, that was
redemption
fun
from
though.
Bangkok.
That was really fun.
Their run ends here.
4th place exit with showmanship. It's always there with FNATIC.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of respect going back and forth across the stage, but FNATIC also, they live for these kind of moments. The success on stage, the play into the crowd.
Oh no, what they got.
They are certainly doing it. There's only one more stop
What is
between
this?
them and a grand finals appearance.
Oh,
They look
okay.
eager to take it, dishing it out.
They destroyed Cuba and a hand in the L's to G2.
Chronicle gets so into the celebrations.
Prospects from Americas.
He did a little pose at the end as well.
best Chinese team could be next.
Gonzo extra, yeah.
They
Oh,
do not want
man.
to be denied. A legendary.
God, I had so much fun here.
This FNATIC squad.
This was a funny
And in
map.
the end,
Near the beginning.
that tight, disciplined play eventually pushed them over the line. We saw some crazy stuff though in this game. The light weapon buys were difficult to put down, but I think overall, individual performances again just coming through from
FNATIC versus Wolves. Best of 5.
Leaning hard on Alpha here, Chronicle.
Wolves ban Haven. FNATIC ban Pearl.
Time was getting away from FNATIC, whereas looking a bit dismal. They persevered.
And Chronicle, what a game.
Let's send it down to the stage. Yinsu is standing by for
Alpha, yeah, dude, Alpha went crazy. 15 fast kills in
Now, if you didn't know his
2
name
maps.
before, you better remember this guy right here.
15 to
Kayak
3.
from FNATIC. Kayak, I have to pull you over real quick and ask you, how are you showing up in the biggest moment on this stage? You've never even been here before. I can't even count the amount of rounds you won for your team. How does that feel?
Yeah, to be honest, I had 2 Thanoses today, Alpha and Chron. So thanks them for carrying through the Lotus and split attack side, because I think they were amazing today. And you know, so I decided that I want to do something also. So I just had some insane rounds. Not the best game, but had some insane rounds. So
I don't think anyone's going to forget some of those insane rounds you spoke about. Now, like I said, you've never been to a global event before. What's it been like? How's the stage? Are you enjoying yourself?
I think the stage is amazing. I think the fans are the best part of this, because like you can hear them through the headphones and stuff. So thank you guys, because you are all amazing and we can hear you. And so far the tournament is amazing also.
We got any Kayak fans? Yeah? Oh, they love you guys. How does that feel? This is new, right? This is a new feeling.
Yeah, of course, compared to the EMEA stage, this is definitely like bigger feeling and better feeling. So.
All right, well, I hope we see you continue to pop up. I'm going to return you to your fans. They seem very excited here. Come with me, come with me. First of all, Boaster, very cute sign. Very cute sign. Can you just turn around for 2 seconds? What do you think about that over there?
That might be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, come over. I think you need to sign this. You need to sign this. Yeah. Most beautiful thing he's ever seen in his life.
He says to his girlfriend.
You to tell us and explain to us, and also give your fans an apology for those thrifty rounds.
Oh, yeah, don't get me started. And the 1v3 as well. What am I doing? Spraying him, man. Yeah, sorry for the thrifties. I swear we didn't want it to go that way either. It just happens. It just happens.
It did indeed. Now, Kayak, we just had a chat with him over there. He was very humble, talking about how he got carried by the boys a little bit, so he wanted to show his skills. What's it like to have a player that steps up the way that he did in those moments?
Oh, especially in the later half of that round, the amount of saves that he did for us. When I did the Astro, he comes through it, gets a 3K. In that B round there, flashing through it, it's just really nice. Like I said, if you want to win an event, everyone needs to have moments where they can step up, and it seems like the boys are really putting in the work and showing that they can win an event.
Yeah, can you help me out a little bit and try and help me hype the crowd up for Kayak? It's his first time here. We want him to get a big cheer, don't we?
All right, let's say... on 3, Haremski. 1, 2, 3, Haremski!
Not bad, not bad. And final question, as you know, for the next round, you're going to be playing against Wolves. Now, Sufat BB has spoken extensively about how much he looks up to you. Would you like to send him a message ahead of tomorrow's match?
Sufat BB, 大比老师, 会来, you better be 准备好了吗?
Damn.
All right. Thank you very much, Boaster. You're going to see them again tomorrow. One more time for FNATIC Toronto.
And there you have it. FNATIC are walking away the winner of that game.
Dude,
Unbelievable
that was fun.
series from
I
FNATIC,
imagine they
without a
get
doubt,
someone
but
up
that
for the desk, so
unfortunately
we'll stick around and see.
We have to say goodbye to the America's #1 seed. G2 Esports played a great tournament, had some ups, had some downs. This is a phenomenal squad. Without a doubt, Kukuka, I really do believe this is a team that's so consistently good. We should be seeing them on the champion stage.
Absolutely.
And if anything, they're going to come back with a lot of fury.
Yeah, do not forget, this is a team that had the crazy comeback against G2. All of the seed ones had a hard time on their opening matchups, but today they have proven that G2 have what it takes. You know who else
15
has
to
what it
3,
takes?
first kills, first deaths.
My man, congratulations. Guys, give it up for FNATIC. Give it up for Althea. What an incredible
Can we get a stat check?
Unreal.
My man,
you like you don't miss. So how do I learn from you? Can I learn some lessons? You know, some aim training because you're just the god out there,
no,
man.
it's just about talent.
It's just about, and I just don't have that. I know. You know what it is? It's the hair. I'm telling you, it's always the hair. But seriously, man, congratulations on the win. How does it feel to win with this team up there? The struggles that you guys have gone through, and also how so many people favor G2 coming into this game, and you guys managed to shut them down.
That's a lie. We were all.
Look at these two.
They were.
I mean, on this tournament somehow we were underdog because everyone was like cheering for Genji when we play against them. Everyone says like FNATIC 07 because they think we're gonna eliminate it and stuff.
So is this going to be the same as Lock-in? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, probably. Like no one trusts us in like commons.
Jorgamo, it's very hard for him to perform well on this map with their comp.
Yeah. Every team from Americas was eliminated by an EMEA team. We're winning.
Like he's just got to send it in.
We are winning.
And just
I mean,
hope.
what a great showing for EMEA, without a doubt.
Yeah, he
because,
didn't have the best one.
It has been an up and down journey for the EMEA region in these global events, but this one, FNATIC feels like you guys are coming out with a lot of
map.
firepower.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you attribute that to?
I think about the firepower, our team is the strongest on other teams. I think our aims is better than all the teams, I believe.
Yeah.
It's just in the moment, if you have good communication and if you have like good atmosphere in the team, no one can stop us.
Awesome.
So what do you think? Because we've seen you struggle a little bit when it comes to the ISO. Most likely we're not going to see Haven again. But then we see you on the race. We see you on the kill. You're like, that Lotus was insane. What do you think is been the key to like finding your comfort and just moving away from having a bad map?
It's just like on Haven ISO, I have a bit struggling right now because I think it's like a snowball effect. If I start good, I will like drop 40, and if I start bad, I'm gonna drop like 10, and that's what's happening right now. And if you play Haven again tomorrow, and if you like,
you won't, most likely. I'm just telling you because they will spam the map. So just letting you know that
like
you
she's
can.
giving you the coaching
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
Don't
you know
worry, I'll walk you through everything.
Will they?
I got you.
Okay, let's say we play Haven tomorrow, and if we win Haven, I think we're gonna fix Haven as well. We just need 1 win on Haven on official, then we will be fine.
Do you feel like this is the best version of FNATIC? That
Unless,
you've been in
they
this team
floated
for
it
such a long
today.
time.
Well,
and obviously
they were second
recency
bound.
bias, I'm sure, but you've seen the ups and the downs, and you guys talk about team culture a lot. Do you feel like that is it? That's the whole reason why? Obviously, the aim is crazy, but you get the vibe that you guys are just having fun out there, brother.
I think between difference 2023 and 25 FNATIC is just like on 23, I'm not gonna lie, but everyone was in the peak form, so players was better. But with 25 FNATIC, I think the atmosphere, like, is so good.
What do you prefer?
It's just I prefer atmosphere. We can find good players.
Yeah.
You can't find good atmosphere.
That's true. That's
You already have good players. What do you think? What
The
has
mini
been
sucks
like
for
your
atmosphere.
biggest
Good
learning
to
throughout
know.
this event? Because you know every first seed started
Basically
off
saying the
with
mini
loss, things
is
not
not
working
fun
out.
to be
So
around.
I
That's
assume
what I
you
got
had
from
some
that.
expectations when you came into the tournament, and you've been preparing some things. But I assume there's been also some changes from that moment on to today. So what has been the biggest change, or the thing that you've learned the most from?
To be honest, as a team, we didn't have any expectation about this tournament. We just came to here to play and have fun.
Is that different from other tournaments in the past where you guys do kind of put expectations on yourself?
Normally we put expectation on ourselves, but this tournament especially, I don't know why, we just didn't put expectation because we just wanted to came here, play. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. And it's going good, so.
I gotta say, man.
It's best of 5.
A lot of people will look at that and be like, oh, you always want to win, you always want to do that. But I do genuinely believe that is a healthy mindset to have, because then at that point, whatever comes, you know, the atmosphere is very important. You guys continue to build that rapport with one another, and it's really shining on this stage. It also helps too when Boaster's doing like a million Fortnite dances. My guy's out there looking like Jonesy. In any case, though, let's actually take a look at the bracket because we're now down to our final 3. PRX are moving on to the grand finals. But you
Wolves
guys are gonna be
FNATIC,
playing
best of
up
5.
against the Wolves coming up next. This has been a
Chat,
journey
what's the best
for
final?
Wolves, a journey for you guys. Have you had a chance to look at the Wolves and
I think Wolves have a better map pool. I think
we always say it in a team. Wolves are
they have a better map pool.
They came in here to win. But I'm pretty confident
FNATIC,
with our team
just
because
because
on BO5,
it was so easy
I
for
think,
PRX earlier.
Historically, we've always been good on BO5. And that's why, to be honest, I trust my team and I trust our BO5, to be honest.
You speak about
I
the
think
BO5,
with
but
Alpha
of
and
course you're coming in through the lower, so if you get to that grand
I think with
final,
Alpha
you're going to have
playing
to play maps that you do
with
not
Alpha
want
and
to play.
Chronicle playing like
How
they
are you feeling
are,
about your chances?
I do
what
think
do you want to say to PRX
maybe
in case,
FNATIC
you
could
know,
be the one.
you win tomorrow? Are you scared for those bans?
I mean, I'm not scared of any bans, but if you guys pick at the map we ban normally, you will get surprised because the agent I'm playing, oh, it's so good.
Okay, thanks. Can we clip that? Thank you.
You know, man, I've had the pleasure of following your career since the beginning, since my first event.
The bluff, he did hesitate.
Until now, and to see
he did hesitate a little
up,
bit.
The confidence, it's so. I'm so proud of you, man. So congratulations.
It felt like
congratulations to the boys in FNATIC. You guys played
it
some
felt like
incredible
the
Valorant
mini,
today. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys
bluff on
do
Haven.
tomorrow. Holding it down now because Crashy's the
Too much
last America's player
hesitation.
left.
But honestly, he probably would be playing Chamber if
my
they
brother,
play it.
you gotta pull through for the boys. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, though, folks, we'll be back tomorrow.
I'm not coach. But
you know, you could be the coach, player, captain, IGL.
Kafita, the tier 1, thanks so much for the 25 months.
And
Thank you for that.
everyone. Well, there you have it, folks. It's going to
Arena,
be a best of 5
that could be
lower
fun.
bracket final. Wolves
It
going
probably
up
will be
against
Chamber, though. He loves the
FNATIC.
Chamber at the
The
moment.
winner will be moving on to Sunday's grand finals to face off against PRX. But what a show. Thank you so much to the entire team. Thank you to Kaplan and Saucy for joining us here on the stage. Of course, Alfier for joining us here as well, and to the entire
Oopsie
crew.
Daisy as
We
well
will
with the tier
catch
1.
guys
Thank you so much for that,
tomorrow,
dude.
same time, same
And
place
Dexter
for more
Dimitri as
Valorant
well, if
action.
you're still
See
here.
you
Thank
then.
you for the Prime sub. Okay, chat. Okay. Really fun day. I know it was a 2-0, 2-0, but it kind of still delivered. That last map was... I've never seen anything like that last map. It was so funny. Map preds for tomorrow. I mean, I think it will be simple. I think Wolves will just get rid of Haven and FNATIC will get rid of Pearl. But there's definitely a world where... Wolves will ban... Wolves might float the Haven. We'll see. Don't Wolves ban twice? No, lower bracket it's one each. Unless it's changed. Split ban? Nah, Wolves have got a really nice split. Wolves will feel confident on split. Okay, chat. Give me a streamer. Give me a streamer to raid. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It was very, very fun today. We will be here tomorrow. We'll be here for the day after as well. We'll be here for the final. And again, for the final, we can remember there's a show match. So show match before the final, and then after the best of 5, we get to try out the new map as well. So that'll be pretty fun. Steel? We could raid Steel. Steel could be pretty fun. He's watching wait, who's watching CS? Is Sean watching CS as well? We could do that. Sean's watching it? Oh, we can do that. He's recently unemployed, so let's help him out.
For G2 Esports, it's an opportunity to lift a trophy.
Damn, he changed his picture.
But for FNATIC, it's an opportunity to
Pity raid? I chat. I didn't say pity raid. That's your words. I did not say pity raid.
8 seconds remaining.
I implied it. That's crazy. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay, thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, guys. Again, here tomorrow, here day after. I appreciate everyone that watched the stream today. Hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Again, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being here, for lurking, for subbing, for talking. Yeah, just thank you for being here. YouTube chat and Twitch chat, both of you guys. All right, bye everyone. Bye. Excuse me, Desp. All right, bye everyone. Bye. YouTube chat, thank you so much for being here. If you could subscribe, it would help me out. And I will see you all soon. Bye.